Greetings, fellow fans. You're tuned into Crossover Harry, presenting to you today, what if Harry was adopted by Odin and arrived at Hogwarts wielding a power greater than all magic? Show some love by liking and subscribing. Enjoy the story ahead. Chapter 1, The Allfather's son. The night Voldemort came to Godric's Hollow, it was raining. Not the dramatic, lightning-split kind of rain that stories prefer, just the cold, miserable October drizzle that soaks through everything and makes the world feel smaller than it is. The kind of rain that discourages witnesses. It did not discourage the old man walking the lane. He moved slowly, which was deceptive, because nothing about him was slow. One eye sharp as a hawk's tracked the smoke rising from the end of Potter Lane before the rest of the village had registered the sound of the explosion. His ravens, two of them, perched on his shoulders beneath a cloak that the rain somehow didn't touch, were already restless, already turning their heads toward the ruined house with the kind of attention that meant something old is happening here. The old man's name, in this world, was no name at all. He was a wanderer. He was a pilgrim. He was, to the handful of villagers who'd glimpsed him over the past 2 days, simply an eccentric old tourist with a broad-brimmed hat and a walking staff who'd been poking around the churchyard and asking strange questions about local history. His name was Odin. And he had not come to Godric's Hollow by accident. He had felt the magic 3 counties away, had felt it the way you feel a thunderclap in your chest before the sound reaches your ears. Old magic. Sacrificial magic. The kind that didn't belong in the contemporary wizarding tradition, the kind that had roots older than Merlin, older than Hogwarts, older than the first wizard who'd picked up a stick and realized it was more than a stick. The kind of magic that Odin recognized because he had written the original runes that underpinned its architecture, 12,000 years ago, in a language that had no living speakers. Interesting, Hugin whispered against his ear in Old Norse. Significant, Munin agreed. Odin said nothing. He turned down Potter Lane. The house at the end was half destroyed, the upper floor blown open to the weeping sky, smoke curling from the wreckage, the smell of dark magic hanging over everything like a fog. Odin had smelled dark magic before. He'd smelled the darkest magic in existence. This was something different. This was dark magic that had been broken, shattered against something it couldn't consume, and the resonance of that breaking was still vibrating in the air like a struck bell, still singing in a frequency that only the very old and the very attuned could hear. He walked through the broken front door without slowing. The ground floor was untouched, eerily so. A cup of cold tea on the kitchen table. A child's toy on the sitting room rug, a broomstick, small enough to fit in a toddler's hands. He stepped over it carefully and followed the magic upstairs, where the stairs were cracked but holding, where the smoke was thinner now that the rain was getting in through the open roof. James Potter was dead in the hallway. Odin stopped beside him for a moment, looking down at the young man's face. He didn't know James Potter personally. He knew the type, brave, reckless, the kind of courage that came from never quite believing it could happen to you. There was no fear on his face. That was worth something. Well fought, Odin said quietly, which was not nothing, coming from him. He moved on. Lily Potter was in the nursery. She had died the way the magic told him she'd died, standing between. Not running. Not hiding. Standing with her arms out, which was the oldest gesture in the world and the most powerful and the one that dark magic, for all its hunger, had never learned how to answer. The sacrificial enchantment she'd triggered wasn't something she'd studied or prepared. It was something she'd become in the final moment, and the becoming had left marks on the very fabric of the room that Odin could read like text. He read them. He stood very still for a long time, the rain coming in through the destroyed ceiling, soaking his cloak, his ravens silent on his shoulders. Then he heard the sound. It was very small, the kind of sound that could have been anything, a settling beam, a drip of water. But it wasn't. It was the sound of a child breathing, and it was coming from beneath a fallen section of ceiling near the cot. Odin crossed to it and lifted the beam with one hand, setting it aside with the casual ease of a man moving a curtain, and looked down at what was underneath. The boy was perhaps 15 months old. He was sitting up, which was itself remarkable given what the room had been through, and he had a cut on his forehead in the shape of a lightning bolt that was still faintly glowing with the dissipating energy of magic that had tried to kill him and failed. He was not crying. He was looking up at Odin with enormous green eyes, his mother's eyes, Odin noted, the same shade exactly, and his expression was one of pure, uncomplicated curiosity. He reached up with one small hand and grabbed Odin's finger. Odin looked down at the child's hand around his finger. He looked at the scar. He looked at the magic still clinging to this boy like light clinging to a lamp, not the dark magic, which had shattered and gone, but the older magic, the sacrificial magic, the love-forged protection that had been woven into his very skin and would last, by Odin's reading of it, as long as the boy lived. Hugin and Munin leaned forward simultaneously, which they never did. Yes, Odin said aloud, answering a question no one else had asked. I see it too. He picked up the boy. The boy showed absolutely no distress about being picked up by a one-eyed old man in a dripping cloak. He looked at Hugin with the same uncomplicated curiosity and made a sound that was very probably an attempt at saying something, then grabbed a fistful of Odin's cloak and settled in against his chest with the complete confidence of someone who had decided this was fine. Odin stood in the ruined nursery for another long moment. He was, by any measure, the most powerful being to have stood on English soil in recorded history. He was a king, a father, a warrior, a shaper of worlds. He had orchestrated the fates of entire civilizations. He did not make impulsive decisions. This was not, he told himself, an impulsive decision. This was a reading of the threads. The boy's parents were dead. The magical community that would claim him had, Odin had observed over 2 days of wandering their world, the collective wisdom of a particularly stubborn village council. He had been present, in some form, at the moment this child's fate was written, and the writing was clear, this child was not finished. This child was, in fact, barely begun. And there was the matter of the magic on him. The specific resonance of it. The frequency that matched something Odin hadn't felt since the First Age, since the oldest runic workings, since a kind of power that the contemporary world had forgotten how to name. Odin tucked the boy more securely against his chest and walked back down the stairs and out of the ruined house and down Potter Lane, and above the village of Godric's Hollow the clouds parted briefly around a column of golden light that no one was awake to see, and then the old man and the child were gone, and the rain closed back over the gap like water over a stone. Asgard greeted them with a sunrise that lasted 6 hours, which was simply how Asgard did sunrises. Frigga was waiting at the palace gates. She always knew, which had stopped surprising Odin approximately 4,000 years ago. She was standing in the early gold light with her hands folded and an expression on her face that was not quite neutral. There was something in it that Odin recognized as the very early stage of a feeling she hadn't decided whether to have yet. She looked at the bundle in his arms. The bundle looked back at her with green eyes. His name is Harry, Odin said. Frigga looked at Odin for a long moment over the child's head. There was a great deal in that look, the specific fluency of a marriage that had endured longer than most human civilizations. Then she reached out and took the boy from him, and the boy allowed this transfer with the same serene willingness he'd shown everything else, and Frigga held him and looked at his face, and something in her expression decided, quietly and irrevocably, which feeling it was going to be. Harry, she said, testing the name. The boy smiled at her. It was an absolutely devastating smile, his mother's eyes and something that was entirely his own, and Frigga, who had stood unmoved through the worst crises in Asgardian history, made a sound that was very small and very soft. Tell me everything, she said to Odin, not taking her eyes off the child. His mother died for him, Odin said. Not metaphorically. Specifically. She stood between her child and destruction and chose to end rather than move, and the choice wrote itself into the laws of magic in a way that I have not seen in 12,000 years. Frigga stroked a thumb over the lightning bolt scar, very gently. It had stopped glowing, but up close, in Asgardian light, you could still see the faint shimmer of it, like a vein of something precious in rock. And you recognized it. The frequency matches the first runes. The sacrifice bind, the love anchor. It's older than wands, older than formal magic. It's the original working, performed by someone who had never heard of it and simply became it. He paused. His father's people will put him somewhere small and ordinary and pretend that keeps him safe. His mother's magic will dissipate without tending. And whatever made that attempt on his life is not gone. So you brought him here. I brought him here. Frigga looked at him then, and the look was layered, fond and exasperated and deeply familiar with exactly this kind of reasoning. You could have made different arrangements. I could have, Odin agreed. Neither of them said anything else about it. There was nothing else to say, really. Harry Potter, who would grow up understanding this about his new parents, that they communicated volumes in the spaces between sentences, had already fallen asleep against Frigga's shoulder. Thor found out at breakfast and immediately tried to arm wrestle the baby, which Frigga prevented, which Thor accepted with a good-natured shrug. He was 13, at that point, large and golden and enthusiastic about almost everything, and he decided within approximately 4 minutes that having a small brother was excellent and that he would teach him everything important, starting with how to hit things properly. He's an infant, Frigga said. He'll grow, Thor said, with the serene certainty of someone for whom most problems were solvable through patience and eventually hitting them. Loki's reaction was more complicated, which was simply Loki's way. He was 11, lean and dark-haired and already possessed of the kind of watchful intelligence that made most people slightly uncomfortable. He sat across the table and studied the baby in Frigga's arms with an expression that gave very little away. He's mortal, Loki said finally. Not as an objection. As an observation. Yes, Odin said. He'll age. He'll, Loki paused, choosing a word, then not choosing it. Yes, Odin said again. Loki looked at the baby for another long moment. Harry, who had woken up from his nap and was currently attempting to determine whether Frigga's braid was edible, chose this moment to look up and find Loki watching him. He stared back at Loki with those green eyes. Then he reached out a hand in Loki's direction, the same reaching gesture he'd made toward Odin in the ruined nursery, and made an imperious sound. Loki looked at the outstretched hand. He looked at the baby's face. Something in his expression did a thing that Loki would have denied absolutely if anyone had mentioned it. He reached across the table and let the baby grab his finger. Ridiculous, Loki said, to no one in particular. He didn't pull his hand back. The years moved differently in Asgard, but they moved. Harry grew. He grew up knowing both things simultaneously, that he was mortal, and that he was loved. Odin never obscured the first and never withheld the second, and in the balance between those two truths Harry developed a relationship with his own existence that was, as Frigga observed to Odin one evening when Harry was about 5, unusually healthy for someone surrounded entirely by immortals. He was, from very early on, startlingly himself. He had his mother's eyes and a quality of attention that reminded Odin of no one so much as Lily Potter in the nursery, that absolute, undefensive presence, that willingness to look directly at whatever was in front of him without flinching and without pretense. It made him, as a small child, both very easy and very difficult to manage, because there was no distracting him from a thing once he decided it was interesting, and he found most things interesting. He found Seer interesting when he was 4. Frigga had not been teaching him, had not yet decided whether to teach him, in fact, was still in the early stages of working out what a mortal child's relationship with Asgardian magic ought to look like. She'd been practicing alone in her workroom, weaving a minor enchantment into a piece of fabric, when she'd become aware of Harry standing in the doorway watching her with an expression of complete absorption. "What are you doing?" he asked. His Asgardian was already fluent, which was itself slightly alarming. "Weaving Seer into cloth," Frigga said. "A protection enchantment. Can I see?" She showed him the working, just the visible part, the way the golden light threaded through the fabric, the patterns it made. He watched in total silence. Then he held out his hand and did something that should not have been possible for a mortal child of 4 with no training, which was to reproduce, imperfectly but recognizably, the opening gesture of the working in a small, wobbling flicker of light that hovered over his palm for 3 seconds before dissolving. Frigga stared at his hand. Then at his face. Harry looked at where the light had been. "I think I did it wrong," he said. "You did it at all," Frigga said. "Which is the extraordinary part." She started teaching him the next morning. Properly, from the foundations, the runes, the intention setting, the distinction between seer as it was understood in the 9 realms and the wand magic she knew existed in Midgard, which was a related but narrower tradition, a tributary of the same river. Harry learned with the same focused appetite he brought to everything. He was not the most disciplined student. Frigga quickly learned that if she gave him rules he'd understand them completely and then immediately start testing their edges, which was Loki's exact same habit and which she had a certain tired familiarity with. But he was the most genuinely curious student she'd ever had. He didn't just want to learn the workings. He wanted to know why they worked. He wanted to know what the runes meant at the etymological level, where the magic actually came from, what happened at the boundary where human intention met the fabric of reality and something lit up. When he was 7, she gave him the beginnings of runic inscription, how to carve intent into material objects, how to make a working permanent. He spent 3 weeks doing nothing but carving runes into every flat surface he could find, and when Odin found his desk covered in very neat and surprisingly accurate runic workings for things like, "This chair will not splinter," and "Rain will not come through this window," he said nothing, but there was something in his remaining eye that was very close to satisfaction. Thor's contributions to Harry's education were less refined but possibly more formative. Thor was 16 when Harry was 4, which meant that Thor was essentially a very large enthusiastic golden retriever during most of Harry's early childhood, and Harry adored him completely. Thor taught him to fight, properly, not the mannered training yard sparring but real fighting, the kind where you use the whole environment and you think 3 moves ahead and you don't stop until it's done. He taught him to ride. He taught him, with enormous enthusiasm, how to throw a punch that would actually land, a skill that Harry took to with alarming natural aptitude for someone the size of a large cat. By the time Harry was 8, he could not physically match the Asgardian warriors he trained against. Obviously, he was a mortal child, and the gap between mortal and Asgardian physicality was not a gap that training could fully bridge. But he was fast, and he was clever, and he had a quality that the older warriors noticed and remarked upon, which was that he did not get rattled. You could knock him down, and he'd get up with the same expression he'd had before, and look at you, and figure out what you'd done, and adjust, and come back in a slightly different angle that he'd calculated while he was getting up. "He fights like father," one of the Einherjar said once, which was the highest compliment available in that context. Thor grinned like he'd been personally responsible for it. Loki taught him other things. Loki's curriculum was less official and more interesting. Loki was not warm in the way Thor was warm. He wasn't the kind of person who communicated affection through spontaneous embraces and volume. His version of affection was paying attention, and he paid Harry very close attention from the beginning. He noticed things about Harry that the others didn't, or noticed them sooner, the way Harry processed a problem by going very still rather than fidgeting, the way he picked up languages with an ease that went beyond natural aptitude, the way he could walk into a room and in 30 seconds have a complete working map of the social dynamics, who deferred to whom and why, where the tensions were. "You do that too," Harry told him once, when he was 9, catching Loki doing his own social mapping in the middle of a feast. Loki looked at him sideways. "Do what?" "You know what," Harry said. They sat next to each other in companionable silence for the rest of the feast and neither of them said anything else about it, and Loki started deliberately teaching him the things he was good at, misdirection, pattern recognition, the specific skill of making people underestimate you, the art of the question that seems innocent and extracts everything. "This is manipulation," Harry said once, about 6 weeks in. "This is understanding," Loki said. "What you do with it is your choice. You manipulate people. I understand people very well and sometimes use that understanding in ways they wouldn't sanction." Loki's mouth curved. "There's a distinction." "Is there?" "You'll decide for yourself," Loki said, which was the most honest answer he'd ever given anyone on the subject. Harry used what Loki taught him to understand people rather than to maneuver them, which was not entirely what Loki had expected and which pleased him more than he showed. The Hogwarts letter arrived the year Harry turned 11. It arrived via owl, which was impressive given that Asgard was not technically accessible to owls, or indeed to the standard postal system. The owl in question was a small tawny bird that appeared out of absolutely nowhere in the middle of the training yard, startled 3 Einherjar, and dropped its letter on Harry's head with the decisive accuracy of something that had been instructed very firmly about where this letter was meant to go and had chosen to believe in the possibility. Harry picked up the envelope, dusted off his shoulder, and read the address, Mr. H. Potter, The Golden Palace, Asgard. He turned it over. Sealed with a wax impression, an H divided into 4 sections. He'd read about Hogwarts in the books Frigga had sourced over the years to keep him informed about the world he'd come from. She was very thorough, his mother, about ensuring he never felt ignorant of his own history. He broke the seal and read the letter. Then he read it again. Then he took it to Odin. Odin was in his study, which was a room that appeared to contain significantly more space than its exterior dimensions suggested and which was lined, floor to ceiling, with things that might have been books and might have been something older than books. He looked up when Harry knocked and entered, and he looked at the letter Harry placed on the desk, and he looked at Harry. Harry sat down across from him. He'd grown into someone who looked more like himself than like either of his biological parents, tall for 11, with his mother's eyes and a quality of stillness that he'd acquired from Asgard and that made him seem older than he was. The lightning bolt scar was still there, faint and silver in the skin of his forehead. "I knew this would come," Harry said. "Yes," Odin said. "You knew too. Since the night I found you." Harry looked at the letter. He wasn't afraid of it. Odin would have been concerned if he had been, and was not concerned, because Harry wasn't. He was thinking, that specific quality of stillness that meant he was running things through some internal process that was partly Frigga's logic and partly Loki's pattern mapping and partly entirely his own. "My mother was from there," Harry said. "My father too. The people whoever killed them, he's still out there somewhere. Weakened, according to what you told me. But somewhere. Yes. And there's a man named Dumbledore who's been placing a great deal of faith in a specific version of me arriving at that school," Harry said. "A version where I grew up small and frightened and grateful for any kindness." He looked up. "That's not me." "No," Odin agreed. "It is not. But the school is real. The magic is real. And whatever my mother did the night she died, whatever she became, the resonance of it is still in me." He touched the scar, briefly, unconsciously. "I want to understand it. Properly." Odin looked at his youngest son for a long moment. The ravens shifted on their perches. Outside, the Asgardian sun began its long afternoon arc. "You should go," Odin said. "Not because Dumbledore's plan requires you. Not because the wizarding world deserves you. But because your mother's magic is yours to understand, and the place where it was born is where you'll find the context for it." He paused. "And because I sent you into the world to live in it, not to watch it from a palace." Harry nodded slowly. "Then, will you tell me about her? Before I go. Whatever you know." Odin was quiet for a moment. Then he told Harry about standing in the nursery in Godric's Hollow. He told him about the magic in the room, and what he'd read in it, and what the specific frequency of it meant. He told him about James Potter dead in the hallway and the respect in that. He told him about Lily, not a description, because he hadn't known her, but a reading, the magic of her act, the shape of her choice, the extraordinary thing it was for a mortal woman with a wand and a heart to perform a working that echoed the first runes. Harry listened without interrupting. When Odin finished, Harry was quiet for a while. "She wasn't afraid," Harry said finally. "It wasn't a question." "She was afraid," Odin said. "And she stayed anyway. That's the thing." Harry nodded again, and in the nodding there was something that was grief and pride simultaneously and was entirely his own, not the Asgardian stoicism or the training yard practicality but something human and raw and real. Odin did not try to comfort it away. He let his son have it. Okay, Harry said, eventually. I'll go. The preparation took 2 weeks. Frigga was thorough and Frigga was determined, and Frigga, it turned out, had opinions about Harry's wardrobe that were not going to be overruled regardless of what the Hogwarts letter said about robes, because her son was going to Midgard looking like someone who belonged to a household that knew what it was doing. The more significant preparation was the focus. Odin made it himself. It was not a wand. Harry had tried wands during his early lessons with Frigga, and the relationship had been politely uncomfortable on both sides, like introducing two people at a party who have nothing in common. Wands were attuned to the specific tradition of British wizardry, and that tradition, as far as it went, was fine. It was simply much narrower than what Harry worked with. Trying to channel seer through a wand was, as Harry had put it at age 8, like trying to pour the sea through a straw. What Odin made was a focus that could hold seer without constraining it. A short staff, not a weapon, not a wand, something between, carved from the heartwood of Yggdrasil itself, which was not a resource Odin had ever given to a mortal before and which he gave now without hesitation. The runes carved into it were Odin's own work, from his own hand, each one set with a precision and depth that no living craftsman in any of the 9 realms could match. The staff was warm to the touch and thrummed with a very quiet, very steady energy that Harry felt the moment it was placed in his hands, not the buzz of a wand's directed power but the deep, resonant hum of something that was simply in tune with him, that matched the specific frequency of his own working. He held it and felt it settle. It will grow as you grow, Odin said. The runes I've set are foundations. You'll add your own. It's too much, Harry said, and meant it, not false modesty, but the genuine Asgardian understanding of weight and appropriateness that he'd grown up with. It's exactly right, Odin said. You come from a household that knows what it's doing. You should arrive as such. The morning he left, the whole household came to the courtyard. The Einherjar had turned out in a loose formation that was technically not a formal send-off but very clearly was. Thor gripped his shoulder and said many things quickly, most of them advice, some of them excellent, all of them delivered at a volume that suggested Thor had some residual anxiety about the whole enterprise that he was processing through enthusiasm. If anyone gives you trouble, Thor started. I'll handle it, Harry said. I know you will. But if they give you significant trouble, specifically the large oafish kind, I'll still handle it, Harry said. But I'll tell you about it. Thor grinned. Good man. Loki's goodbye was quieter and more pointed, in the way all of Loki's important things were. He found Harry alone for approximately 30 seconds near the base of the Bifrost Tower, which Harry suspected had been engineered by Loki and not accidental, and said, "The wizarding world thinks it knows who you are." "I know," Harry said. "They don't," Loki said. "They know who they wanted you to be. Those are different things." "I know," Harry said again. "Don't let them write your story," Loki said. "You're the only one qualified." Harry looked at his brother for a moment, and the look contained everything it needed to, affection and gratitude and the specific humor of two people who had spent years developing a shorthand. "Thank you," he said. "For everything you taught me." Loki did a thing with his expression that meant he was moved and was absolutely not going to say so. "Adequately repay me by being interesting," he said. "I'll try," Harry said. "Don't try," Loki said. "You're already interesting. Just don't let them flatten you." Then Frigga, who had waited, who had always been the one who knew when to wait, took both his hands in hers. Her eyes were calm and very bright and gave nothing of the interior away, because she was Frigga and she was a queen and she would not burden him with a tearful goodbye when he needed to leave feeling certain. "You know who you are," she said. "Not a question. Not an instruction." "I know who you are," Harry said, the Asgardian form of it, the return phrase, "I know you, and you know me, and that doesn't change with distance." She held his hands for another moment. Then she let go. Odin stood at the top of the Bifrost Tower, because that was where Odin stood. Harry climbed to him and stood beside him and looked out at the bridge and the cosmos beyond it, the vast wheeling dark with its uncountable lights, the view he'd grown up with and never quite gotten used to. "Do you have advice?" Harry asked. "Several centuries' worth," Odin said. "But you're not asking for that." "No. You want to know if I'm worried?" Harry looked at him. The one-eyed gaze looked back, steady and weathered and warm in a way that Odin only showed in specific circumstances and only to specific people. "Are you?" "I was worried when Thor went on his first campaign," Odin said. "I was worried when Loki first moved between worlds. I was worried when every person I've ever loved did the thing they were meant to do and went into the place I couldn't follow." He put one hand on Harry's shoulder, heavy and sure. "The worry doesn't mean I doubt you. It means I know what the world is. You'll find it harder and smaller and stranger than Asgard, and also more beautiful in specific ways that I can't explain to you. You'll meet people worth caring about. You'll meet things worth fighting. You'll find your mother in the magic and your father in the courage, and you'll find yourself in the spaces between." Harry was quiet for a moment. "All right," he said. "Your ravens will find me," Odin agreed. Harry stepped onto the Bifrost. The light took him, that gorgeous, fracturing, violent light, every color that had ever existed and some that didn't, and Asgard fell away behind him, and the 9 realms wheeled around him, and the bridge carried him through the space between spaces toward a small, wet, green island on the edge of a minor solar system, toward a world that thought it was the whole story. He arrived in a flash of light in a King's Cross station parking lot, which was, he'd been told, roughly where it was supposed to drop him, and the September morning hit him with a smell that was rain and exhaust and something green and cool underneath, and somewhere in the background of his own thoughts he felt the very faint, very distant resonance of his mother's magic, present in the country itself, present in the air of the place, calling something in him that he hadn't quite had a name for until this exact moment. He straightened his jacket. He picked up his bag. He adjusted the grip on the Yggdrasil staff, which to ordinary eyes looked like an unusual walking stick, and felt, in his hand, like an old friend. Then Harry Potter, son of Lily, son of James, son of Odin, child of Asgard, child of magic, walked into King's Cross station and went to find platform 9 3/4. He was not afraid. He was, underneath the stillness and the training and the 10 years of becoming who he was, genuinely curious about what came next. That, more than anything else, was who he was. And the world was about to find out. Chapter 2, The Boy No One Expected. King's Cross was loud in the specific way that large public spaces are loud, not a single noise but a layering of hundreds of them, conversations and announcements and the mechanical groan of trains, all of it compressed under a high ceiling that threw everything back down at you slightly distorted. Harry walked through it with his bag over one shoulder and the staff in his hand and did what Loki had taught him to do in any new environment. He went still on the inside and let the information come in. Platform 9 3/4 was, according to Frigga's research, accessible through the barrier between platforms 9 and 10. He found the barrier, solid-looking red brick, completely unremarkable, and stood in front of it for a moment while the morning crowd moved around him. He could feel the enchantment on it without trying. It was a decent piece of work, a solid misdirection charm layered over a physical threshold, the kind of magic that worked by making people not see rather than by actually hiding anything. The wizarding world, he was learning, had a particular fondness for this approach. He walked through without breaking stride. The platform on the other side was a different world, immediately and completely. The Hogwarts Express was there, a scarlet steam engine, genuinely beautiful, the kind of thing that had clearly been built by people who understood that function and beauty weren't opposites. Steam drifted down the platform, mixing with the September cool, and the platform itself was busy with families, children dragging trunks, owls in cages protesting the indignity of travel, parents with that specific expression that was trying to be encouraging and was mostly managing worried. Harry stood at the edge of it and observed. He catalogued faces, voices, body language, who was nervous, who was excited, who was performing excitement to cover nervousness. A pair of red-headed boys near the front of the train were levitating their younger brother's trunk as a joke while their mother's back was turned, which was technically a decent levitation charm for their apparent age and also clearly going to end poorly. A girl with very bushy hair near the middle of the platform was reading a book while simultaneously navigating through the crowd with a trolley, which was impressive multitasking. He noticed the ones who noticed him. A small cluster of people near the barrier registered his arrival, registered the staff specifically, he thought, and one of them, an older man with grey robes and a measuring kind of look, watched him for 3 seconds before deliberately looking away, which was the look of someone deciding they'd seen something they needed to think about. Harry filed that away. He loaded his trunk and found a compartment. He'd arrived early enough that most of the train was empty, which suited him. He wanted a few minutes with the quiet before it got loud. He sat and looked out the window at the platform filling up, and he thought about Odin's parting words, and he let himself feel, briefly and privately, the specific quality of homesickness that he'd known he would feel eventually. Asgard was in his bones. The smell of it, that clean high-altitude cold. The sound of the Einherjar in the training yards at dawn. Frigga's workroom with its smell of magic and the specific gold light of a working in progress. These things were not here, and they were not going to be here. But his mother's magic was. It was faint, really just a trace, a thread, but it was present in the air of England in a way that he felt more clearly now that he was attending to it. Something that matched the frequency of the rune work on his scar. He'd felt it at the Bifrost arrival, and he felt it now, quiet and constant and oddly comforting, like a lamp in a familiar window. He was still thinking about this when the compartment door slid open. A boy with red hair looked in. He was roughly Harry's age, tall and gangly in the way of someone whose height had arrived ahead of schedule, and he had an open, good-natured face that was currently wearing an expression of hopeful inquiry. Is this compartment free? Everywhere else is full. It wasn't full, the train was barely a third loaded, but Harry recognized the social opening for what it was. It's free, he said. The boy came in, pulling his trunk with him. A rat sat on his shoulder with an air of profound resignation. Thanks. I'm Ron. Ron Weasley. Harry Potter. Ron stopped mid-trunk stowing and turned. He stared at Harry with an expression that was trying to be casual and was not quite managing it. His eyes went to the scar, automatic, unavoidable, the specific reaction Harry had expected and had prepared himself for, and then, to his credit, back to Harry's face fairly quickly. Oh, Ron said. Right. He finished stowing the trunk, sat down, and visibly reorganized himself. So. Have you always been, I mean, is it weird that I know about you? I don't mean it to be weird. My mum talked about you sometimes. About what happened? He paused. Sorry. That was probably not, it's fine, Harry said, and meant it genuinely, because it was. What did she say? Ron looked relieved to have a direction. Just, you know, about Voldemort. And about how you stopped him. The whole, he gestured vaguely in the direction of Harry's forehead. She said it was your mum. That your mum saved you. She did, Harry said. He kept his voice even and found that it wasn't difficult. Odin had told him the true shape of it and the telling had given him something solid to stand on. She saved me. Ron nodded, clearly processing the fact that Harry wasn't devastated by this conversation the way he'd perhaps expected. You don't, I mean, you seem sordid about it. I had a good upbringing, Harry said. Where'd you grow up? I didn't think anyone knew. Abroad, Harry said, which was not inaccurate. Ron accepted this with easy curiosity rather than pressing, which Harry noted approvingly. He had the instinct of someone who understood that people were allowed to have their own information. First year too, he asked. First year, Harry confirmed. Me too. All my brothers went here, Bill, Charlie, Percy, Fred, George. Well, Fred and George are still here, they're third years. Percy just started fifth. He said all of this with the ease of someone reporting a fact of geography rather than a personal history. Bit of pressure. You don't seem pressured, Harry said. Ron grinned, and the grin was good, genuine and slightly self-deprecating. I'm brilliantly good at pretending. It's a family skill. He looked at the staff leaning against the seat beside Harry. That's interesting. What is that? A focus, Harry said. For my kind of magic. Not a wand. Not a wand. Ron considered this. He said, with the tone of someone who found this interesting rather than suspicious, and moved on. Have you got any sweets? The trolley comes around but I've only got. He rooted in his pocket and produced what appeared to be a somewhat squashed cheese sandwich. This. Harry looked at the sandwich. I have sweets, he said, and reached into his bag. The girl with the bushy hair arrived 40 minutes later, knocking and sliding the door open in the same motion, and scanned the compartment with a quick, comprehensive look that took in Harry, Ron, the staff, the half-empty box of Asgardian honey drops that Harry had produced from his bag and which Ron was working through with dedication. Have you seen a toad? A boy named Neville's lost one. No toad, Ron said. She came in anyway, which Harry had expected from the scan. Her name was Hermione Granger, she told them, and she'd already read all their course books twice and memorized most of Hogwarts, a history and learned several spells from the Standard Book of Spells, Grade 1 in preparation. She delivered this information with the energy of someone laying down credentials and the slight defensiveness of someone who had learned that people sometimes found the credentials annoying. Harry listened to all of this with interest. He recognized it, the specific hunger of someone who learned because learning felt like the closest thing to control over a world that was mostly uncertain. He knew it because Frigga had it, in a more evolved form, the version of that hunger that had gone on for thousands of years and developed patience. In Hermione it was young and bright and a little sharp at the edges, but the quality underneath was genuine. What are those? She asked, noticing the honey drops. Sweets, Harry said. From home. Have one. She looked at the unfamiliar confectionery with slight suspicion and then took one, because she was also, clearly, the kind of person who chose knowledge over caution. She ate it, and her expression did something involuntary in the direction of delight. Those are extraordinary. What are they made of? Honey from Asgardian bees, Harry said. She opened her mouth, closed it, and then said with admirable composure, That's not a real place. It's a real place, Harry said pleasantly. Hermione looked at Ron. Ron looked at Harry. Then Ron said, he grew up abroad, which he clearly meant as helpful context and which clearly wasn't, but Hermione processed it and then did what Harry was beginning to recognize as her characteristic response to information that didn't fit her existing framework. She set it aside temporarily and circled back to it. What's your focus? She asked, looking at the staff. I've read about focus objects but they're not in common use. Ollivanders doesn't make them. There's apparently a tradition going back to pre-wand magical practice but almost no one. She stopped. I'm doing the thing where I talk too much, aren't I? No, Harry said. You're asking good questions. It's a seer focus. It's carved from, he paused briefly, making a judgment call, from very old wood, with runic workings. It doesn't direct magic the way a wand does. It tunes it. Hermione stared at him. Seer, she said slowly. That's Norse. That's the magical tradition that predates wand magic. The academic literature says it's possibly foundational to European magical practice but there are almost no records because she caught herself again. Sorry. How do you know seer? I learned it growing up, Harry said. From who? My mother, he said, and the word held its full weight, both mothers, Lily's gift of magic and Frigga's gift of teaching, and he let it hold that weight without explaining it. Hermione looked at him for a moment with an expression that was recalibrating at high speed. You're very interesting, she said, which was clearly her highest available compliment, deployed with complete unself-consciousness. Ron made a sound that was trying not to be a laugh. So are you, Harry said honestly. Hermione went slightly pink and opened her book and asked no more questions for the next 20 minutes, which was its own kind of response. Neville Longbottom found his toad in the luggage rack of the next compartment and appeared in their doorway around noon to report this, and stayed because Harry asked him to. He was a round-faced boy with anxious eyes and the particular manner of someone who had been told so many times to be careful that he'd started to believe he was fundamentally dangerous. He sat in the corner and mostly listened and ate one of the honey drops with an expression of pure uncomplicated joy that Harry liked immediately. "You're good with the toad," Harry said, watching Neville handle the creature. Neville looked up, surprised. "Oh, I like animals. Plants more, really. My gran says it's not very impressive." "What does your gran know about it?" Harry said. Neville blinked. She's very knowledgeable. She knows loads about magic." "Sure," Harry said. "But does she know about Neville Longbottom and what he's good at?" Neville appeared to have never considered this as a separable question. He was quiet for a moment and then said, tentatively, "I'm not sure she thinks about it that way." Harry said, and left it there, because pushing wasn't Frigga's style and he'd learned from Frigga. Let the idea sit. It would do its own work. He watched Neville relax by degrees over the next hour, helped by Ron's easy friendliness and Hermione's periodic interesting facts about magical botany that she'd read in 1000 Magical Herbs and Fungi and which clearly delighted Neville in a way he was trying not to show too much. By the time they pulled into Hogsmeade Station, Harry had a preliminary read on all three of them that felt reliable. Ron was warm and instinctively loyal and would be difficult to shake from a position he'd committed to, in the best possible sense. Hermione was brilliant and a little lonely and would respond to being genuinely engaged with rather than tolerated. Neville had depths that were going to take time to uncover but were very clearly there. He'd met thousands of people in Asgard, visited court functions and training yards and council chambers, and he knew that the first impressions he took of people in the first hour were usually accurate. These three, he thought, were worth the investment. The door of their compartment slid open about an hour before arrival and a different quality of social encounter entered with it, a blond boy with an expensive posture and two large boys arranged behind him with the practiced ease of people who'd spent a long time being large behind someone. "They're saying Harry Potter's on this train," the blond boy said. "Not to anyone in particular. Performing it." "He is," Harry said. The blond boy's eyes moved to him, took him in, and did a brief recalibration. He'd expected something else. The pause was just long enough to be visible. "I'm Draco Malfoy." He said it the way people say a word they expect to produce an effect. Harry watched the expectation and the absence of the expected effect register in quick succession on Draco's face, and made note of the intelligence there, because Draco Malfoy was not stupid. He was performing a social script that had worked in every context he'd encountered so far, and he was smart enough to notice when the script wasn't landing, and to be genuinely unsettled by it rather than just bulldozing forward. "Harry Potter," Harry said, and didn't add anything. "I know who you are," Draco said, and it came out slightly less smoothly than intended. He looked at the staff. "What's that?" "A focus," Harry said. "For what?" "Magic." Draco's eyes narrowed very slightly. "You don't have a wand." "I have a focus," Harry said patiently. "Wands are the proper." Draco stopped. He was clearly running a rapid assessment and arriving at the correct conclusion, which was that whatever position he opened with, Harry was going to remain exactly as settled as he currently was, and that this was not a contest Draco was equipped to win through social pressure. He shifted approach with an agility that Harry gave him points for. "You'll want to know who the right people are at Hogwarts," he said, smoother now. "Which families matter. It'd be good to have a, I appreciate the offer," Harry said, and he did, genuinely. "I already know who the right people are." "Do you?" Draco said, and it was flat and assessing rather than aggressive. "I do," Harry said, and glanced briefly at Ron and Neville and Hermione, very briefly, barely a glance, and back to Draco. The message was clear without being theatrical. Draco looked at Ron and his expression did a thing. "A Weasley," he said, and the tone held a specific quality of trained contempt that Harry recognized as the kind of contempt that was taught before it was felt, the kind that didn't fully believe itself yet but had been practiced long enough to feel automatic. "My best mate," Ron said flatly, and Harry registered the phrase with something warm, because Ron had said it without thinking, which was the kind of thing that was worth more than the considered version. Draco looked at Harry. Harry looked back. For a second there was a quality to the look that was almost respectful, the genuine assessment of someone deciding where the real boundaries were. Then Draco said, "We'll see how you get on," and left with his attendants. "Prat," Ron said, the moment the door closed. "He's smart," Harry said. Ron looked at him. "You're defending him?" "No. I'm noticing him accurately." Harry picked up a honey drop. "Smart people with bad ideas are more interesting than stupid people with bad ideas. They're also more work." Ron considered this. "Huh," he said. "That's a very weird way to think about Malfoy." "Probably," Harry agreed. Hermione, behind her book, was definitely smiling. Diagon Alley had happened 3 days earlier, and Harry was still thinking about Ollivanders. He hadn't needed a wand, he'd gone to Diagon Alley for supplies, for books, for robes. Frigga had strong opinions but had accepted that Hogwarts robes were a practical necessity, and because he'd wanted to see the place. He'd moved through it with the particular pleasure of someone encountering a new world without having needed a guide's approval, noting what was interesting, what was archaic, what was genuinely impressive. Ollivanders had been interesting. The old wand-maker had emerged from behind shelves and looked at Harry with the specific look of someone whose entire framework of existence was wands and who was therefore encountering Harry as a very unusual problem. He'd looked at the staff. He'd asked to examine it, and Harry had let him, and Ollivander had gone quiet for a long time with it in his hands, hands that were clearly receiving information from it, hands that understood quality of craft at a level that bypassed language. "Yggdrasil Heartwood," Ollivander had said finally, very quietly. That's not possible." "Here it is, though," Harry had said pleasantly. Ollivander had looked at him over the staff with eyes that were ancient and a little frightened and very bright. "Who made this?" "Someone very old," Harry said. "Someone very good." Ollivander had handed it back with a care that was close to reverence. "You won't need a wand," he said. And then, almost to himself, "the things I might have learned, if I'd had even 20 minutes with," he'd stopped, shaken his head, looked at Harry. "Take care of it." "I will," Harry said. "Thank you." "The one chooses the wizard," Ollivander said, and it sounded like a motto he'd lived his whole life by. "But sometimes." He trailed off again. "Sometimes something chooses before wands." Harry had thought about that on the way out. He was still thinking about it on the train, in the spaces between conversations, and then they arrived and the thinking stopped because there was too much happening. The boats across the Black Lake at night were, Harry thought, genuinely excellent. Whoever had designed the approach to Hogwarts had understood something about the relationship between scale and meaning, had understood that arriving at a place matters, that the manner of arrival shapes the experience of the destination. The castle rising above the dark water, lit from within, reflected in the surface below so that it seemed to float between two versions of itself, was as impressive as anything he'd seen, and he'd grown up in a palace built by dwarven craftsmen on a rainbow bridge. "Blimey," Ron said, from the boat beside his, and the single word was entirely adequate. Neville was gripping the sides of the boat with white knuckles but he was looking up, not down, which Harry thought was the relevant thing. McGonagall met them in the entrance hall and she was immediately interesting. She was brisk and precise and had the quality of someone who had worked in the same institution for a very long time and had maintained their standards entirely intact through force of will. She looked at each of them as she spoke, brief assessments, not unkind but not slow either. Her eyes landed on Harry and stopped for just a fraction of a second longer. On the staff. Brief recalibration, well controlled. She moved on. She left them in the antechamber while she went to prepare the great hall, and a group of ghosts drifted through the wall and had a brief argument about something Harry didn't catch and then drifted out again, and most of the first years were doing various stages of terror, and Harry stood among them and felt curious. Just curious. The castle was alive with magic, genuinely alive, enchantments layered on enchantments going back centuries, all of them present and all of them readable if you attended to them. It was, he thought, extraordinary in the way that something which had grown organically over a very long time was extraordinary, not the deliberate architecture of Asgard but the accumulated weight of intention and care and habit and history. He liked it. McGonagall returned. They filed into the great hall. The enchanted ceiling was the first thing, the night sky above, stars visible through the simulated open air, candles floating in their thousands. The 4 house tables stretched away. The faculty table at the head. Hundreds of faces turned to look at the first years filing in, and Harry walked in with the others and felt the weight of all those looks and was comfortable in it, because he'd been comfortable in Odin's great hall since he was old enough to sit at the table. He noticed the sorting hat on its stool. He noticed Professor Quirrell at the faculty table, thin man, purple turban, perpetually startled expression, and something moved at the back of Harry's awareness, something that the seer-trained part of him recognized before his conscious mind had formulated it. Not the professor's surface. Something underneath. Something old and cold and wrong in a very specific way, a darkness that had a frequency he hadn't encountered before but which the rune knowledge Frigga had given him could almost name. He attended to that for a moment, letting the reading sharpen, and what he arrived at was, inhabited. The man was inhabited by something that was using him the way you'd use a borrowed coat. The coat did not appear to be entirely comfortable with the arrangement. Interesting. He'd come back to that. The sorting began. Hermione Granger was called fairly early and the hat went on her head and said, Gryffindor. Almost immediately, and Hermione marched to the Gryffindor table looking extremely pleased with herself. Neville Longbottom took slightly longer and arrived at Gryffindor with a look of pure surprised relief that made Harry want to say something encouraging, but there was a table between them now. Potter, Harry. The whole hall went quiet in the specific way that a room of people who have all heard a name goes quiet, the quick intake, the held breath. Harry walked to the stool and sat down and the hat was placed on his head. The hat's voice came into his mind, a dry, thoughtful voice, ancient and a little amused. Well. This is different. Is it? Harry replied, in the same internal register. I've placed quite a few thousand students in my time. You are the first one to respond. A pause. You were expected, you know. Not like most students are expected. There are people in this castle who have been thinking about you for years. I know. And you're not worried about that? No. The hat seemed to be examining something very thoroughly. Bravery, plenty of it, and it's not the performative kind. Real bravery, the kind that's been tested. Intelligent, considerably so. Loyal, yes, but selectively, to things earned rather than given. Ambitious, another pause, not in the way Slytherin means it, but there's something there, a drive to understand, to be worthy of. The hat seemed to catch something. You've already been placed, it said, in a slightly different tone. You know who you are. I'm not going to be able to surprise you. I'm still curious what you see, Harry said honestly. What I see, the hat said, is someone who was forged very far from here and brought very close to the fire very young. All 4 houses would take you, yes, all 4, don't look skeptical. But there is one that fits the shape of what you are. A brief silence. Do you have a preference? Wherever my friends go, Harry said. The hat laughed, and it was a genuine laugh, which Harry had not expected from a hat. That, it said, is the most Gryffindor thing anyone has ever said while pretending to be neutral about it. Gryffindor, the hat said, loudly, and the table erupted. Harry took the hat off, handed it back to McGonagall, and walked to the Gryffindor table. He sat next to Hermione, who was already making space, and across from an older boy who introduced himself as Percy Weasley and who had opinions about the importance of following rules that Harry listened to politely and filed under interesting constraint, monitor. Ron dropped into the seat beside him a few minutes later, after his own straightforward sorting, and said, "Told you Gryffindor," with the ease of someone claiming a prediction they hadn't actually made aloud, and Harry let him have it. The food appeared. It was, by any objective measure, excellent. Harry had eaten in Odin's Hall, where the food was extravagant, and he'd eaten in the Einherjar barracks, where the food was fuel, and he'd eaten in Frigga's private dining room, where the food was made with genuine care for the specific people eating it. Hogwarts' kitchen hit something in the middle that felt like the product of real craft and real warmth, and he ate it and appreciated it and made a mental note to find the kitchens eventually. Dumbledore spoke. He was a tall man with a long silver beard and half-moon spectacles and the kind of presence that had been very deliberately curated over a very long time, warm, slightly whimsical, with a layer of genuine power underneath that the whimsy was both expressing and obscuring simultaneously. He made his announcements with good humor and economy, and Harry listened to all of it and simultaneously built a working model of the man underneath the presentation, using Loki's tools. Intelligent, yes, clearly. Strategic. Accustomed to having the longest view in the room. And there, very faint, well-managed, but present, something that Harry identified as the specific tension of a man whose plan had not yet been confirmed to be proceeding correctly, who was waiting for data. Whose eyes moved to Harry 3 times in the speech and then away again. He was being assessed. Harry returned the assessment openly, not provocatively, just looked at Dumbledore and was looked at, and let the looking be what it was. Dumbledore's eyes crinkled slightly. He moved on. Snape was at the faculty table, and Snape was a different problem entirely. He looked at Harry once and the look was surgical, a dissection, not an assessment. Harry could feel it even at this distance, the specific quality of attention from someone who was looking for something in particular. His eyes went to the scar, then to the staff, then to Harry's face, and in the third location they stopped and something happened in his expression that was not any of the things Harry had expected. He had expected hostility. He'd read enough about Snape from Frigga's research to understand the basic history. He'd expected the specific kind of bitterness that attached to unresolved grief. He'd expected the performance of dislike that served other purposes. What he saw instead was shock. Real shock, brief and quickly suppressed but genuine, the look of someone who has seen something they did not expect to see, not in the scar and not in the staff but in Harry's face, and what they'd seen had touched something they kept very carefully under control. Harry thought, he knew her. Properly knew her. Not just professionally. He filed that away too. The evening was already giving him a great deal to think about. The common room was in Gryffindor Tower, and it was red and gold and comfortable in a way that was earnest and unashamed, deep chairs and a fireplace and the accumulated marks of decades of students, initials carved in desks brought up from the classrooms, a notice board covered in notices for Quidditch tryouts and lost property and upcoming Hogsmeade visits. It was, Harry thought, the opposite of a palace in every way, and he liked it genuinely. He sat in a chair by the fire after the dormitory assignments were given and most people had gone up, and he let the day settle. Ron came and sat in the chair across from him, stretched his long legs out. "You all right?" he asked. "I'm all right," Harry said. "It's a lot of new." "Yeah," Ron said easily, and didn't push further, which Harry appreciated. "Castle's brilliant, isn't it? Fred and George have been going on about it for years, but it's different when you're actually," he gestured at the room, the fireplace, all of it. "You know." "I know," Harry said. Hermione had come downstairs again with a book, of course she had, and she was curled in a chair at the edge of the fire and she looked up briefly at both of them. "You're very calm," she said to Harry. "For someone on their first day somewhere completely new." "I've been somewhere completely new before," Harry said. "Where?" He looked at the fire for a moment. "Everywhere I've ever been," he said, "was completely new once. You figure out where the lines are. You figure out who the people are. You pay attention." He looked at her. You're good at paying attention. I'm good at reading, she corrected, which was its own kind of honesty. Paying attention to people is harder. You paid enough attention today, Harry said. Neville, on the boat. You talked to him. Hermione went slightly pink again. He was scared. Yes, Harry said. And you noticed. She looked at him for a moment, then back at her book. You're very odd, she said, but the tone of it was not a complaint. Frequently, Harry agreed. Ron was looking at the staff, which Harry had propped against the arm of his chair. Can I ask about it? Ron said. The magic. How it works. Fred and George will never believe. You can ask, Harry said. And then, because it was the first day and there was a fire and 3 people who felt like the beginning of something worth having, he talked. Not about Asgard, not yet, that was a longer conversation and needed the right moment, but about Seer, about the difference between intention and direction, about how wand magic was a beautiful and precise tradition and how his own magic was something older and wider. He talked about runes, about the first workings, about what his mother had done the night she died and what it had made of the magic inside him. He talked about it in a way he hadn't talked about it with anyone outside Asgard, because outside Asgard there'd been no one to tell. And Ron listened with genuine interest even though he understood about a quarter of it, and Hermione listened with such focused intensity that she forgot she was holding her book until it slid off her lap, and neither of them made him feel like what he was saying was anything other than interesting and worth hearing. The fire burned down. The tower went quiet around them. Better sleep, Ron said eventually, and stood and stretched. Big day tomorrow. Snape looks absolutely terrifying. He's not terrifying, Harry said. You haven't met him yet. I've met things considerably more terrifying than a potions teacher, Harry said, and he said it without posturing, just as a fact, and it clearly and completely landed that way because Ron looked at him for a second and then just nodded, as if this was something to be filed and understood later. Right, Ron said. Well. Good night, then. Good night, Harry said. He sat by the dying fire for another few minutes after they went up, alone. The castle made its nighttime sounds around him, settling stone, distant footsteps, the magic in the walls doing its quiet background work. Harry looked at the staff in his hand. He thought about Quirrell and the darkness underneath. He thought about Snape's face at the faculty table. He thought about Dumbledore's 3 glances and what they were looking for. Then he thought about his mother standing in a nursery with her arms out. He thought, I'm here. I came back. I'm going to understand everything. Then he went up to bed, and slept soundly, and dreamed about nothing in particular, which was a luxury only available to people who were not afraid of what the next day would bring. Harry Potter was not afraid. He was interested. That, for now, was more than enough. Chapter 3, Things That Cannot Be Taught. The first week of classes established several things fairly quickly. First, the Wizarding World's magical curriculum was excellent within its own tradition and almost completely ignorant of anything outside it. This was not a criticism. Harry had spent enough time in Frigga's library reading the history of European wizardry to understand that the wand-making tradition had developed in a specific direction for specific historical reasons, and that direction had produced genuinely remarkable things. Charms, transfiguration, the potions discipline, the theoretical framework of herbology, all of it represented centuries of accumulated wisdom that deserved respect. Second, the professors, with varying degrees of awareness, were going to find Harry Potter an interesting problem. Third, Severus Snape was going to be a project. Potions was on Thursday, which meant 4 days of build-up during which Harry watched Snape at the faculty table and refined his initial read. The man was complicated in the way that people who had survived very long grief were complicated. The grief had gone underground and restructured everything above it, and what you saw on the surface was a system that had been optimized for not feeling the original thing anymore. Sharp. Controlled. Preemptively hostile to anything that might crack the optimization. Harry thought about what it would mean to have known Lily Potter. To have known her and lost her and then watched her son arrive at your school. He decided, on Wednesday night, that he was not going to be unkind to Snape regardless of what Snape did. Not because he couldn't handle hostility, he'd taken hits from Asgardian warriors, he could certainly handle a sour professor, but because he'd seen the shock on Snape's face at the feast and understood what it was, and cruelty towards someone's grief was beneath him. He went into Thursday's potions class settled and attentive and genuinely curious about the subject, because the intersection of magical botany and chemistry and intention working was interesting from a seer perspective, and he'd read the textbook twice. Snape entered the dungeon classroom the way people enter a room when they've decided the room belongs to them, which it did. This was his domain, and the quality of his presence in it was different from anywhere else Harry had observed him. More certain. Less defended. He moved through the rows of desks and then stopped at the front and looked out at them, and the look was its own lesson in brevity. It communicated simultaneously that he expected nothing and would be unimpressed by everything and that this was their problem, not his. "You are here," Snape said, "to learn the subtle science and exact art of potion making. Which is to say, you are here to do something that the majority of you will fail to do adequately, because it requires precision, patience, and a quality of focused attention that 11-year-olds typically lack." He paused. "However, we will attempt it." He began to call the register, moving through names with the speed and disinterest of a man performing a bureaucratic function. Then, "Potter." Harry looked up. "Here." Snape's eyes moved to him and did the same thing they'd done at the feast, that brief surgical dissection, and then something happened that Harry had not expected. Instead of the hostile interrogation he'd been prepared for, Snape was quiet for exactly 2 seconds and then moved on to the next name. Just moved on, without theater, without comment. Harry noted that. Tucked it away. The lesson itself was straightforward, a basic theory session, no actual brewing, Snape lecturing on foundational principles with a precision and depth that was genuinely good teaching if you stripped the delivery of its surrounding contempt. Harry took notes and found that the theoretical framework Snape was laying down mapped interestingly onto seer principles in ways that weren't obvious on the surface, the way a potion worked through chemical change and magical intention simultaneously, the way the intention had to be specific rather than general. All of that resonated with what Frigga had taught him about the distinction between broad working and precise application. He was thinking about this intersection, working it out in the margins of his notes in a shorthand that was half runes, when Snape stopped in front of his desk. "Potter." The voice was flat. "What are you writing?" Harry looked up. "Notes," he said. "And a comparison I was working out." "A comparison?" "Between your point about the relationship between intention specificity and the efficacy of the base reaction, and a principle in an older magical tradition that frames the same concept differently." He held up the parchment. The margins were covered in a combination of standard notes and runic shorthand that was clearly its own thing, clearly not random, clearly not decorative. Snape looked at it. His expression did nothing visible, but there was a quality of attention that sharpened. "What tradition?" "Seer," Harry said. "The pre-wand Nordic working. It has a parallel framework for the relationship between precise intention and, I am aware of what seer is," Snape said, quietly, and the quiet was different from his usual quiet. He looked at Harry for a moment. "Continue your notes," he said, and moved away, and did not interrogate Harry or attempt to embarrass him for the rest of the lesson. Ron, beside him, was visibly baffled. "He didn't try to make you look stupid," he whispered. "No," Harry said. "He makes everyone look stupid." "He made Neville look stupid," Harry said, which had been genuinely unpleasant to watch, Neville melting under Snape's contempt like ice under a lamp, and Harry had made a mental note to do something about that specific dynamic before it calcified. "He didn't make us look stupid." "Why not?" Harry looked at his notes. "I think he was curious," he said. Charms was a different experience entirely because Flitwick was a different kind of teacher, small and enthusiastic and genuinely delighted by the subject in a way that communicated itself to the room. His delight was pedagogically useful, Harry noted. It made students want to succeed because succeeding meant being in on the joy rather than avoiding the consequences of failure. He was also, Harry discovered in the second lesson, remarkably perceptive about magical technique. The first practical session involved Wingardium Leviosa, which was a standard levitation charm and a wand magic staple, and which Harry had therefore prepared for specifically because he'd known it would come up and he'd wanted to think through how to approach it. The honest answer was that he didn't need it. He could levitate an object with seer without a word or a wand movement, had been doing so since he was 6, but he was not here to demonstrate that every 30 seconds. He was here to learn the tradition. He was here to understand what his mother's world had built. So he borrowed one of the school wands from the supply cupboard. They kept spares for students whose wands were being repaired, and he sat with it in his hand and felt its resistance the way he always felt it, that slight friction between the wand's focused channel and his own much wider working, and he performed Wingardium Leviosa with careful attention to the specific technique, wand movement, verbal incantation, the precise application of intention through this particular medium. The feather rose. It rose correctly, which was not guaranteed with a borrowed wand, and it rose to exactly the right height and held there with a steadiness that made Flitwick stop mid-circuit of the room and look. "Very good, Mr. Potter, very, the control is quite." Flitwick moved closer and peered at the feather, and then at the wand in Harry's hand, and then his eyes went to the staff propped against the desk. He looked at it with the expression of a professional encountering something in his professional field that was significantly outside his professional experience. "May I ask," Flitwick said, with the careful courtesy of a man who knew he was on interesting ground, "about your background? Your magical training?" "My mother was a gifted witch," Harry said. "I was raised in a household with access to a much older tradition." "Seer," Flitwick said, because he was a charms master and had clearly encountered the theoretical literature. "The runic working?" "Yes." Flitwick looked at the staff again. "Yggdrasil," he said softly, and it was barely a breath, and his expression was that of a man doing an appraisal that kept arriving at numbers too large to feel real. "That's how," he stopped himself. Collected himself. "The quality of control you're demonstrating with a school wand is frankly remarkable. The feather is perfectly stable. The seer training helps with control," Harry said. "The channel is different but the underlying principle is similar." Yes, the intentionality, the precision." Flitwick was clearly fighting an impulse to have a much longer conversation in the middle of a first-year practical. "We'll talk more about this. Your technique with the wand is solid, genuinely solid, but I'd be very interested, if you're willing, to see what the same working looks like through your own medium." Harry set the school wand down on the desk. He picked up the staff. He held it and settled into the more natural working, not a word, not a gesture, just intention, clean and specific and precise, rise. The feather rose. But it didn't just rise to the correct height and hold. It moved, not randomly but fluidly, a slow, controlled arc, describing a figure 8 in the air above the desk with the unhurried certainty of something entirely in the caster's hand. The rest of the class had stopped working. Flitwick was staring. His mouth had opened very slightly. Harry brought the feather back down. "Sorry," he said. "I got interested in the specific application and went a bit further than the exercise." Flitwick let out a breath that was somewhere between a laugh and a sigh of sheer professional delight. "Don't apologize," he said. "Please don't apologize. That was, the lateral control on the figure 8, the way the working maintained itself without re-intention. Mr. Potter, I have been teaching for 34 years and I have never seen," he stopped again, recollecting himself visibly. 5 points to Gryffindor," he said. "For exceptional technique." Harry nodded, picked up the school wand again, and returned to the assigned exercise. Around him the class very slowly began working again, with the slightly dazed quality of people recalibrating after something unexpected. Hermione was at the desk next to him. She had already achieved a correct levitation. She'd gotten there about 4 minutes into the practical, before almost anyone else, through pure correct technique and very good reading comprehension, and she had watched the feathers figure 8 with an expression that was somewhere between scientific fascination and the slightly stunned look of someone who has discovered that the ceiling of their field is higher than they thought. "Show me the theory," she said. Not a request, exactly. More the tone of someone stating an inevitable conclusion. Later, Harry said. Tonight. Tonight, he agreed, and meant it. The defense against the dark arts lesson happened on Friday and was a lesson in something else entirely. Quirrell's classroom smelled wrong. Harry noticed it the moment he walked in, not a physical smell, nothing the other students were registering, but a magical one, a frequency underneath everything, the same wrongness he'd felt at the feast but stronger here, in Quirrell's space, in the room where Quirrell spent most of his time. The darkness that was nested inside the man had a presence that bled into the environment. He sat down and he contained what he was feeling because there was no purpose served by making it visible, and he watched Quirrell and catalogued what he saw. Quirrell was performing nervousness. That was the first thing, it was a performance, not genuine anxiety. The stutter was deployed inconsistently, more present when he was making a point and less present when he forgot himself, which was the wrong pattern for a real stammer. The constant touching of the turban was habitual but the habit was recent, visible in the way he occasionally started to do something else with his hands and then remembered and redirected. And there was occasionally, not often, not obviously, a quality to his gaze that was not Quirrell at all, that was older and colder and sat in the borrowed eyes like something that wore them rather than lived in them. "Gee, good morning," Quirrell said. "Welcome to Defense Against the Dark Arts. I am Professor Quirrell and we will be covering." He talked about his year in the field, about encountering dark creatures, about various defense theory. It was not bad material, delivered badly on purpose. Harry took notes on the content and ignored the delivery and used the time to work out what exactly he was dealing with. The possession was old-style, deep-structured. Not a recent thing or a crude thing, this had been established over time and the two presences in the body had reached a kind of accommodation, which was why Quirrell could function at all. The dominant presence, the one that occasionally surfaced in the eyes, was a human soul, or had been. It was diminished, badly, catastrophically diminished, the magical equivalent of a candle flame that had been burning in conditions that kept nearly extinguishing it, but it was deliberate and intelligent and it was assessing the room. It was assessing Harry. He felt at the moment the assessment turned his direction, a cold brush against the edge of his awareness, like a draft from a cracked door. Something trying to read him, trying to see behind the surface. Old dark magic, probing. Harry let it probe for 1 second. 2. He let it think it was succeeding. And then he turned, very gently, the runic equivalent of closing a door, not a shield, not an aggressive working, just a clean and total closure that said nothing here for you in a language that the thing inside Quirrell would understand at a level below thought. At the front of the room, Quirrell paused in mid-sentence. The pause was barely perceptible. Then he continued. Harry wrote in his notes, in runic shorthand, deep possession, diminished soul, intelligent, probing. Has tried to read me once. Will try again. Keep closure active. After class, in the corridor, Hermione fell into step beside him. You did something during that lesson, she said. I took notes, Harry said. You did something else, she said. I was watching you. You went very still for about 10 seconds and then I don't know how to describe it. The air around you changed. He glanced at her. She was watching him with that specific focused attention that she brought to things she'd decided were important, and the attention was not anxious or suspicious, just precise. She wanted to understand what she'd seen. Quirrell, Harry said, keeping his voice low as students moved around them. There's something wrong with him. Wrong how? He waited for a moment. Something is sharing his body, he said. Something that was paying attention to the room, and when it paid attention to me I closed a door. Hermione was quiet for several steps. Possession, she said. That's theoretically possible, there's a body of dark magic literature on the subject but it's considered incredibly rare and, she stopped walking. Turned to him. Are you certain? Yes, he said. You're certain, she said again, and this time it wasn't a question. She'd looked at his face and heard the answer there. She thought for a moment. Dumbledore must know. Or suspect. Maybe, Harry said. Or maybe someone is very good at keeping it hidden. But you saw it on the first night. I felt it on the first night, Harry said. I wasn't sure what it was until now. Hermione pulled out her notebook. She had a separate notebook from her class notes, a slim leather thing she used for what she described to Harry, during their first evening session, as things that matter but don't have a category yet, and wrote something in it. Then she put it away and looked up with an expression of someone settling into a problem. We should be careful about who we tell, she said. Yes, Harry said, who had already decided this independently. And we should find out more before we say anything. Yes, Harry said again. How do you know so much about possession magic, she asked, and the question was genuine, without any edge. My brother Loki went through something related once, Harry said, and left it at that, and Hermione, to her lasting credit, did not ask the follow-up. The thing about Hogwarts in the first few weeks was that it had a rhythm, and the rhythm was worth learning, because rhythms had implications. Harry mapped it the way he'd been taught to map any environment: who moved where at what time, which spaces were used and which were overlooked, where the flow of authority pooled and where it ran thin. He found the library on the second day and established a working relationship with Madame Pants, who had the specific character of someone who loved books more than people but could be won over by demonstrating that you treated books as they deserved to be treated, which Harry did, because Frigga had been very clear about books. He found the Ollery on the third day and sent his first letter home, to Odin, brief, factual, covering the situation with Quirrell in the measured tone of a report rather than an alarm, because it was not yet an alarm, and then covering the general impressions of the school with more warmth. He addressed a second, shorter letter to Frigga, telling her about Flitwick's reaction to the figure eight, which he knew would please her because it was her specific teaching in the lateral control. He addressed a third letter to Loki, which was 2 lines, possessed professor. Cold intelligence in borrowed eyes. Thought of you immediately. Will update. He imagined Loki's expression reading that and allowed himself a brief private smile. He found the third-floor corridor on the 4th day, not accidentally. He'd been walking the castle, deliberately, systematically, because you understood a place by moving through it and not just by being guided through its approved routes, and the 3rd floor had been on his list. The locked door at the end of the corridor had been very easy to notice, not because it looked different from any other door but because the enchantments on it were different, thicker, specifically structured in a way that said layered protection, multiple casters, deliberate rather than incidental. And underneath those enchantments, barely perceptible but present if you were attuned to old workings, the deep, animal warmth of something very large and alive. He stood in front of the locked door and felt the whole arrangement and felt it very carefully. The Norse in it hit him like a bell tone, clear and specific and unmistakable. Embedded deep in the foundational enchantment on the door was a working that matched the frequency of Asgardian music magic, the specific tradition of using sound as a key. Not wand cast. Not of the British wizarding tradition at all. He turned that over for a while, standing in the empty corridor with dust in the light from a high window and the distant sounds of the castle going about its business below him. Music, he thought. Something that responds to music. Then footsteps at the far end of the corridor and he moved away calmly, because there was nothing useful to be done here at this moment and he had transfiguration in 20 minutes. McGonagall's transfiguration class was, Harry had decided by the end of the first week, the best formal magical education available at Hogwarts within the wand tradition. McGonagall taught with precision and genuine rigor, and the implicit message of everything she did was, this is not easy, it should not be easy, easy things are not worth your time. Harry respected that deeply. She had set them turning matchsticks into needles, which was the standard introductory transfiguration exercise, and Harry had his matchstick needle on his 4th attempt with the school wand, which was a reasonable performance. Hermione had managed it on her 2nd, which was exceptional, and most of the class was still working. McGonagall examined Harry's needle. Good, she said. Very clean transformation. The tip is sharp, which most students miss on the first successful attempt. She looked at the staff beside his desk. Mr. Potter. Several colleagues have mentioned your background. I don't wish to be presumptuous, but I'm curious about the mechanism. When you use your focus, it's not transfiguration in the wand sense, Harry said. The seer framework doesn't change the nature of things directly. It works through the thing's its own nature, I suppose. You find the possibility already present in the material and you attend to it until it becomes actual. McGonagall was very still. That is, she said slowly, a description of transfiguration that is philosophically irreconcilable with our standard model and that is also, if taken seriously, rather more elegant. They achieve the same outcomes, Harry said. They're working from different axioms. Demonstrate, McGonagall said. Not a request. Pure intellectual demand. He picked up the staff. He looked at the matchstick. He didn't try to force it through any medium, he just looked at it and found the needle that was implicit in its structure, the length and the thinness and the point, all of it already there, and he attended to it. The matchstick became a needle without any perceptible transition, not gradually, not with the slight shimmer of a wandwork transfiguration, but simply and completely, would becoming metal in the same way that attention becomes understanding. McGonagall looked at the needle for a long moment. She picked it up. She examined it. This is, she said, metallurgically correct in a way that I cannot account for. Wandwork transfiguration at this level typically has micro-inconsistencies in the material structure. This is, she looked up. How old were you when you started this training? 4, Harry said. She set the needle down. She looked at him over her glasses with an expression that Harry had difficulty categorizing, but that had in it something that might have been the professional version of wonder. I'd like to review your theory work independently at some point, she said. If you're willing. Not for assessment purposes. For my own understanding. I'd like that, Harry said genuinely. I have questions too. The specific technique for molecular transfiguration in the wand tradition is something I haven't read a satisfying account of. I'd like to understand the mechanism properly. McGonagall looked at him for another moment. Then she said, with the manner of someone deciding something, I'll arrange an appointment. 10 points to Gryffindor, 4, for the needle. She moved away with a slightly dazed quality that she was managing with characteristic precision, and Harry returned to the exercise and produced 3 more needles in quick succession because it was polite to continue working rather than sit idle. Ron, at the desk beside him, had been watching this whole exchange with a needle in his hand that was approximately 2/3 of the way to being a needle and was currently in the liminal zone of being mostly a matchstick with aspirations. She looked like Flitwick, he said. A bit, Harry said. That glazed thing. Like their brains running a bit slow. To be fair, Harry said, I've just suggested that their fundamental model of a subject they've spent decades mastering is one of 2 valid approaches to the same underlying phenomenon. Ron looked at him. Right. That would do it. He looked at his matchstick. How do I get this last bit? Don't push it, Harry said. You're pushing. The spell isn't about force, it's about, here. He thought about how to translate what he knew into terms that worked for wand magic. You know how when you're trying to remember a word and it won't come, but if you stop trying it comes? Yeah. It's like that. The transformation is already there. You're trying to make it happen instead of letting it. Ron looked at his matchstick for a moment with an entirely different quality of attention. Relaxed rather than focused. Then his wand moved and the matchstick became a needle, sharp and clean. Ron stared at it. Ha, he said. That's, ha. Good, Harry said. That's, yeah, okay, that's actually. Ron looked at Harry with an expression that was honest admiration and also slightly indignant, in the way of someone whose understanding has been reorganized without their permission. How are you so good at explaining things? I've had very good teachers, Harry said. Neville's situation had been on Harry's mind since the potions class. What Snape did to Neville in that classroom was not education. Harry had thought carefully about how to characterize it and arrived at that conclusion without equivocation. Snape's contempt for Neville was specific and targeted, and it functioned, whether Snape intended this or not, to make Neville smaller each time it was deployed. Every class, a little smaller. Harry watched it and felt a precise, cold anger about it that he did not display because displaying it would be counterproductive. What he could do was counterweight. On Saturday morning he found Neville in the common room looking at his herbology textbook with the expression of someone who loved the subject but was too worried about something else to access the love. Harry sat down across from him. "What's wrong?" Harry said. Neville looked up. "Nothing," he said, which was obviously not true. "Just, Snape on Monday. We've got potions again. I mucked up the last 2 steps of the practical," and he said. He stopped. "It doesn't matter." "What did he say?" Neville said it. The exact words, quietly, and they were specific and targeted and designed to land where they landed. Harry listened. He kept his expression steady. "He's wrong," he said, simply and without preamble. Neville looked at him. "He's a potions master." "He's a potions master who is incorrect about Neville Longbottom," Harry said. "He knows potions. He doesn't know you. There's a difference." "But I did muck it up." "Yes," Harry said. "Because he makes you nervous, and you're nervous because you're afraid of getting it wrong, and you're afraid of getting it wrong because he's made it clear the consequences are public humiliation. That's not a reflection of your ability. That's a reflection of the conditions." He looked at Neville directly. "You know your herbology. I've watched you. You know it better than anyone in the class." Neville was quiet. "Potions is just applied herbology with additional chemistry," Harry said. "The knowledge is already there. The problem is the noise around it." "Easy to say," Neville said, not combatively, just honestly. "Yes," Harry agreed. "It is. The doing is harder. But you've done harder things than a potions practical, Neville. You found your toad on a moving train when everyone else had given up." Neville blinked. That's not the same." "It's exactly the same," Harry said. "Patient, thorough, didn't panic. That's your character. Bring that character to the potions bench." Neville looked at him for a moment with an expression that was trying to decide whether to believe this and hadn't quite gotten there yet but was closer than it had been. "Why do you care?" he asked. Not suspicious, just genuinely wondering. Harry thought about it honestly. "Because I know what it looks like when someone's being made to carry a weight that isn't theirs," he said. "And I don't like watching it." Neville nodded slowly. Then he looked back at his herbology book with a slightly different quality of attention, less worried, more simply present with it. "There's an interesting thing in here about the mandrake's growth cycle," he said, after a moment, tentatively, like someone offering something small. "Tell me about it," Harry said, and meant it. They spent the next hour talking about herbology, and it was genuinely interesting, and by the end of it Neville had forgotten to be worried and was just talking, fluently and with real depth, about something he loved, and Harry listened and asked questions and thought, there you are. That's who's actually in there. Sunday brought rain and a raven. It arrived at breakfast, which startled the Ollery keepers and baffled the owls, because ravens did not use the Ollery and this one had arrived from a direction that didn't correspond to any location on any map the owls were aware of. It was a large, glossy bird with an unsettling quality of intelligence in its eyes, and it landed on Harry's shoulder at the Gryffindor table and regarded the Great Hall with the expression of something that had seen far more impressive halls and was tolerating this one. It had a letter. Harry took it. The letter from Odin was short: "Your ravens are received. The situation you describe warrants attention but not yet alarm. Observe. Report. Do not engage without reason. Your mother's protection is active, I felt it from here, which means it is very strong. Trust it. Write again when things change, which they will." Underneath that, in different handwriting, Quirrell. What a peculiar name for someone with something ancient living in his skull. I've checked 3 tomes and a stolen prophecy. Update me immediately when interesting things happen. L. And below that, in Frigga's elegant hand, the figure 8. Of course you did. I told your father. He said nothing but he smiled, which is the same thing. Flitwick sounds like good company. Stay warm. Eat properly. More. Harry read it twice. Then he folded it carefully and put it in his pocket and sat for a moment with the feeling of it, the specific warm reality of people who knew him and loved him existing at a fixed distance that was very far away and very present simultaneously. Ron had watched the raven arrive with barely contained excitement. Was that a raven? That was a raven. Do you have ravens? My family keeps ravens, Harry said. Where is your family? Ron asked. He'd asked obliquely before and had been satisfied with oblique answers, but this was the direct version, which meant he'd been thinking about it and decided to ask directly, which Harry respected. He looked at Ron for a moment. Then he said, somewhere that doesn't appear on any map you have. Somewhere very far away. He paused. My father is very old and very powerful and very difficult to explain in terms that would make immediate sense. My mother is one of the wisest people who has ever existed. I have 2 brothers who are extremely irritating and important to me. He looked at his breakfast and then back at Ron. I'll explain more properly when I'm sure the explanation won't rearrange your entire worldview without adequate preparation. Ron blinked. That's okay. That's fair. He thought about it. Are they magical? In ways that would make this entire school look like a first-year practical, Harry said, which was honest and also perhaps slightly unfair to Hogwarts, but accurate. Ron processed this. Right, he said. Looking forward to the full explanation then. Hermione, across the table, I've been thinking about Quirrell. Good morning to you too, Ron said. I went to the library yesterday. There's a body of literature on possession and its detection, and what I found is that the standard detection charms used by Aurors are calibrated for contemporary dark magic. Something old enough and structured differently might not register. She looked at Harry. Whatever's in him, you said it was diminished. Weakened. What could weaken something to that degree? Failed workings, Harry said. Dark magic that backfired catastrophically. If it tried to do something and the attempt destroyed most of its own structural integrity, like what happened to Voldemort, Hermione said, quietly, getting there. Like what happened to Voldemort, Harry confirmed. The word landed on the table between them. Several nearby students flinched at the name. Ron went slightly stiff but held. Hermione held completely, watching Harry's face. The thing in Quirrell, Harry said, even more quietly now, leaning forward so it was the 3 of them only, is not fully Voldemort. It's a remnant. A fragment of something that used to be much more and isn't anymore. Which makes it in some ways more unpredictable, because a diminished thing with intelligence and no physical form is more desperate than a whole one. And it's in the building, Ron said. It's in the building, Harry said. And it's looking for something. The stone, Hermione said immediately. Harry looked at her. She looked back. I put it together last week, she said, with the slight impatience of someone who has been waiting for the conversation to catch up. The break-in at Gringotts Vault 713 the same day we were in Diagon Alley. The heavily guarded corridor. The timing of it all. There's something hidden here, something very powerful, and someone wants it badly enough to place a spy in the school. Harry nodded. Yes. And Dumbledore knows, she said. He has to. He knows there's a threat, Harry said. I'm not sure he knows the exact nature of it. Or he knows and he's watching, building information, not acting yet because the action itself would require revealing the asset. He paused. He thinks he's the one handling this. And we know, Ron said. 3 first years. We know what he doesn't know we know, Harry said, which was the relevant distinction. Which means we have information he doesn't account for. That's useful. Ron looked at him for a moment. You think like a general. I was trained by one, Harry said. Your dad? Ron asked. My dad, Harry said, and smiled, and the smile had all the distance in it, and all the warmth, and he picked up his fork and ate his breakfast and let the morning move forward around them, stormlit and ordinary and full of the specific pleasure of being somewhere with people worth trusting, which was, he was beginning to understand, what his mother's world had to offer that Asgard couldn't, this ordinariness, this human scale, these three people at a table in the rain. He wouldn't trade Asgard for anything. But this was something different, and it was real, and he was learning to love it. In the corridor after dinner that evening, Harry passed Quirrell walking the other direction. Their eyes met, briefly. Quirrell's face did its nervous performance, the stammer starting, the hand going to the turban, but for just a fraction of a second, beneath all of that, the cold thing that rode in the back of the man's skull looked out and looked directly at Harry, and what it found there clearly was not what it expected, and something moved in the borrowed eyes that was not surprise, exactly, but was its closest cousin. Harry held the gaze for one steady moment and then nodded pleasantly and walked on. Behind him, he felt Quirrell stop walking. Harry kept moving, calm and unhurried, the staff quiet in his hand, the runic protections on him warm and steady, his mother's ancient magic sitting somewhere in his bones like a promise. I see you, he thought, not broadcasting it, not sending it, just thinking it for himself. I know what you are. I know what you're looking for. And I am not the frightened orphan you expected to find here. He turned the corner and the feeling of cold attention dropped away behind him. Whatever was in Quirrell knew, now, that Harry Potter was not an easy read. Was not a simple piece on whatever board it had been playing. Good, Harry thought. Let it recalculate. He went to the common room and spent the evening helping Neville with a potions theory problem and arguing with Hermione about the philosophical implications of transfiguration and listening to Ron's extremely detailed strategic breakdown of what he'd do differently if he were running the 1990 Quidditch World Cup, and outside the storm came and went and the castle settled into its nighttime self, and Harry Potter sat in the middle of the human world that had produced him and felt, clearly and genuinely, that he was exactly where he was supposed to be. Not because anyone had told him so. Because he'd decided it himself. Chapter 4, The Third Floor Corridor. October arrived with cold that had teeth in it. The castle adapted, fires appeared in grates that had been dark since September, the portraits started wearing heavier clothes, and the staircases developed an opinion about which routes they wanted to take that seemed correlated with the weather, as though the castle itself was looking for the warm way around. Harry found this charming. He'd grown up in a palace that was alive in a much more literal sense, where the walls occasionally had something to say if you knew how to listen, and Hogwarts' version of aliveness was gentler and more oblique but recognizably the same category of thing. He'd been mapping the castle for 6 weeks now, and the map in his head was detailed enough that he could navigate it in complete darkness, which he'd tested on 3 separate occasions because it seemed like useful information to have. He knew where the moving staircases went and when. He knew which suits of armor were decorative and which had enchantments embedded in them from an earlier period of the castle's history, when defensive magic was built into the architecture itself. He knew the library's restricted section existed and what was approximately in it, and that Madame Pance's warding on it was excellent work, carefully layered, the kind of thing that would stop most students cold. He also knew about the mirror. He'd found it on a Tuesday night during one of his mapping walks, tucked into an unused classroom on the 4th floor. It stood against the far wall, taller than he was, ornate in a way that was more serious than decorative. The frame was carved with a specific kind of repetitive symbolism that Harry recognized as a containment device, a visual anchor for the enchantment bound into the glass. The inscription across the top read, Erist stra eru oit uber kafru oit anwosi. He'd read it backward within 3 seconds of arrival and had stood very still for a moment processing what that meant before he'd looked into the glass itself. He'd left quickly, that first night, without spending long at it. Not out of fear, out of the specific discipline Odin had taught him about powerful objects, which was, understand before you engage, and do not engage on first encounter if you can avoid it. He came back 3 nights later, properly. He stood in front of it with the staff in hand and he looked. His reflection looked back at him, but the reflection was not quite him, it was him plus something, him with a quality added that his actual face didn't wear. He studied it carefully because it was worth studying carefully, because what the mirror was showing him was information about himself that he hadn't verified through any other means and that was therefore valuable. The reflected Harry looked like him in almost every particular. Same face, same eyes, same scar. But his mother was there, not standing beside him the way Harry had half expected, not his parents' ghosts in a sentimental tableau, but woven into him, visible in the specific quality of the reflection's gaze, the way the reflected Harry held his head, the frequency of the magic that seemed to glow very faintly in the mirror self's hands. And behind the mirror Harry, not as a person but as a presence, as light, Frigga. The quality of her, the specific warmth of her teaching, the steadiness of her love, visible as a kind of luminance around the shoulders, the way good armor is visible on someone trained to wear it. He looked for longer than he'd intended to. Then he turned away and sat on the floor with his back to the wall and thought about it, because that was more useful than standing in front of it until it told him things he didn't need to know. The mirror showed desire. That was its mechanism. But what it showed him was not anything absent from his life. His mother's magic was in him, Frigga's love was in him, these things were there. Which meant the mirror wasn't showing him the absent thing he wanted. It was showing him what he already had and perhaps hadn't fully seen. That was interesting. Not painful. Interesting. He filed it as a significant piece of information about himself and went back to bed. He told Hermione about it the next morning. She put down her fork. The mirror of Erist, she said. That's what it is. I've read about it. It's extraordinarily dangerous, people have been known to waste away in front of it, unable to. She stopped. She was looking at his face. You're not worried about it. I was there for maybe 12 minutes, Harry said. It showed me something. I looked at it. I left. What did it show you? He thought about how to say it. My mother, he said. Not as a wish. More like, a recognition. Something I hadn't put into words yet. He paused. It was useful, actually. In a strange way. Hermione stared at him. Most people can't look away from it. I know, Harry said. I think the mirror works on absence. On the gap between what you have and what you want. If the gap is too large you get caught in it. He looked at his breakfast. I have most of what I need. The mirror didn't have a gap to hook into. Hermione was quiet for a moment. Then, that's either the healthiest thing I've ever heard or the most alarming. Possibly both, Harry said. We should tell Dumbledore it's there, she said. He knows it's there, Harry said. He put it there. The enchantments around the room have his signature all over them, the specific frequency of his warding, I've felt it in other places in the castle. He looked at her. The question is why? As a test, Hermione said immediately. To see who looks for it. To see what they see. Among other purposes, Harry agreed. I think it has another function I haven't worked out yet. Something in the deeper enchantments. The mirror itself is older than the warding around it. She wrote something in her Things That Matter notebook. Harry had started to think of that notebook as the actual record of their year, more accurate than any class notes. The thing with Draco Malfoy escalated on a Wednesday, as things involving Draco tended to escalate, in the middle of the week, in the specific dead zone of a Wednesday afternoon when everyone was tired enough to have thinner skin than usual. It happened in the corridor outside Charms. Neville had dropped his bag and things had scattered and he was gathering them up with the specific embarrassed haste of someone who expected to be mocked for it, and Draco was there with Crabbe and Goyle and a girl named Pansy Parkinson who had a sharp face and a sharper mouth, and Draco said something brief and targeted about Neville's general competence that landed audibly enough for the surrounding corridor to hear. Harry picked up a textbook that had slid near his foot and handed it to Neville and straightened and looked at Draco with an expression that was completely even. That's enough, he said. The corridor quieted. Not dramatically, it wasn't a theatrical moment, just a moment, but it quieted the way things go quiet when someone says something with enough settled weight that the noise around it stops feeling relevant. Draco's eyes moved from Neville to Harry. I know what you were doing, Harry said. That's enough. He said it a second time without changing his tone because he meant it a second time, and the lack of heat in it was what made it land. Draco was built to handle defiance, condescension, aggression. He had responses for all of those. What he didn't have a ready response for was someone looking at him with the calm, steady certainty of someone for whom this was genuinely simple. You can't tell me, Draco started. I'm not telling you anything, Harry said. I'm describing a fact. What you're doing stops here. He looked at Draco for one more moment, long enough to make the point, short enough not to be theatrical, and then he turned to Neville and said, "Got everything," in a completely normal tone. Neville, who had straightened and was clutching his bag with white knuckles, blinked. Yeah, I've got it." "Good," Harry said, and they walked to Charms. Draco said nothing else. Behind them, Harry heard Pansy Parkinson say something low and sharp to Draco, probably about losing face, and heard Draco's clipped response, and filed the social dynamic away. Draco would need to do something to re-establish in front of his people. It would probably involve a challenge of some kind in the near future. In Charms, after they sat down, Neville said, "You didn't have to do that." "I know," Harry said. "He'll make things worse, probably. He always makes things worse when someone pushes back." "Probably," Harry agreed. Neville was quiet for a moment. "Why does it not seem to bother you?" "Any of it. Malfoy. Snape. He gestured vaguely in a direction that possibly meant the general state of being 11 and at a school where people were unkind. Harry thought about it honestly. "I've been in rooms with people who could unmake stars," he said quietly, for Neville's ears only. "Malfoy's a 13-year-old's idea of a bully. It gives it some perspective." Neville stared at him. "People who could unmake stars," he repeated. "Roughly," Harry said. "Your family is very strange," Neville said, and there was something in the way he said it that was not frightened but almost envious, and Harry thought, right, I need to be careful not to make Neville feel small by accident while I'm trying to make him feel large. "My family is strange," Harry said. "But the principle works at any scale. The less afraid you are of the worst thing in the room, the more clearly you see everything else." "That sounds like advice." "It is," Harry said. "Whether it's useful is up to you." Neville looked at his desk for a moment. Then he picked up his wand for the day's exercise with a quality of purpose that hadn't been there at the start of the conversation. Harry counted that as progress. The challenge from Draco came on Thursday night, which was faster than Harry had expected, which meant either that Draco was impulsive or that the injury to his standing was more acute than Harry had read it as. It was a note, passed through a Slytherin intermediary to Ron in the corridor, midnight, the trophy room, a wizard's duel. Draco Malfoy challenging Harry Potter. Ron brought it to Harry with barely contained excitement and some genuine concern. "You don't have to," he said. "And also you absolutely should." Harry read the note. Midnight. Trophy room. Second, apparently, to be Crabbe. He looked at the note for a moment, thinking about it from a few directions. Tactically, this was transparently a setup, midnight meetings with no witnesses and a second who was Crabbe, who was not known for his sportsmanship. Socially, Draco needed a win in front of his people and this was his attempt to engineer one. And underneath the tactic, the real thing, Draco was genuinely unsettled by Harry and was trying to find a mode in which he had an advantage. He could decline it. Declining it with the right framing would communicate everything it needed to communicate without the risk. But then again, Harry thought, declining it assumes the risk is significant. He wrote back, "I'll be there. Bring your wand. Leave Crabbe home." "You're actually going," Ron said. "I'm going," Harry said. "Should I come?" Harry thought about it. "Yes," he said. "Not as my second." Just, come. Right, Ron said, with the happy straightforwardness of someone who had been hoping for exactly that answer. What about Hermione? Hermione appeared at Harry's elbow with an expression that said she'd already heard. This is an incredibly bad idea, she said, and I'll be there. They ran into Neville outside the Gryffindor portrait hole at 10 to midnight, which no one had planned for. He'd been unable to sleep and had heard them leaving and had followed, and he stood in the corridor in his pajamas looking at them with an expression of someone who had made a decision and was sticking to it. I'm coming, he said. Harry looked at him. Neville, I know I'm not very good at magic yet, Neville said. I know I'll probably be useless. I'm coming anyway. Harry looked at him for a moment with the specific kind of assessment that had nothing to do with magical ability. Then he said, all right. Stay close. They moved through the corridors and the castle at night was a completely different thing, not frightening, just alive in a different register, quieter and stranger and full of the sounds of hundreds of people sleeping and the castle's own nighttime work. Harry moved through it comfortably, which the others noticed and seemed to find reassuring, and they reached the trophy room to find it empty. No Draco. The trophies gleamed in the dark, ranks of silver and gold catching the faint light from a high window. Harry stood in the middle of the room and held the stillness of it and let his awareness spread out through the castle's enchantments and found Filch, moving up a staircase 3 floors below, moving with purpose, and from the trophy room's eastward wall, faintly, a sound like something trying not to be footsteps retreating down a corridor. He turned to Ron. Peeves, Ron said immediately, because Ron knew the castle's social structure in a way that was entirely its own form of intelligence. Or Filch. Draco tipped him off. Draco's not coming, Harry said. He never planned to come. He tipped off Filch and waited for us to be found out of bed at midnight. Ron's expression moved through a rapid sequence of conclusions. That's actually cleverer than I thought he was. He's cleverer than you think he is, Harry said, moving to the door. This way. Not back to Gryffindor Tower, Filch will be watching that route. There's a staircase here that goes up to the 7th floor without crossing the main corridors. How do you know that? Hermione hissed, following. I walked every corridor in this castle, Harry said, already moving. They moved quickly through the castle's back ways, routes that Harry had mapped precisely because they were the overlooked ones, the forgotten ones, the paths that connected spaces without going through any main thoroughfare. Neville tripped once on a trick stair that Harry stepped over without breaking stride, and Ron caught Neville by the arm, and they went up and around and came out on the 7th floor through a tapestry passage that deposited them 30 feet from the Gryffindor portrait hole. Behind them, distantly, they could hear Filch's suspicious circuit of the trophy room. They slipped through the portrait hole and the fat lady swung closed behind them and the common room was warm and firelit and empty. They stood there for a moment in the post-adrenaline quiet. Then Ron started laughing, the suppressed kind that's almost worse than regular laughing, and Hermione put her face in her hands in a way that did not quite hide that she was also laughing, and Neville was grinning, actually grinning, the pure uncomplicated grin of someone who did something that felt scary and came out the other side. Harry looked at all 3 of them and felt something that was warm and certain and real. Right, he said. Bed. What about Malfoy? Ron managed, between suppressed laughter. Malfoy tried something clever, Harry said. It didn't work. He'll know it didn't work and he'll recalibrate. He considered for a moment. He's going to be interesting to deal with long term. You keep saying that about him, Hermione said, straightened up now, composure restored. Because it's true, Harry said. He's not going to stop. But he's going to get more interesting rather than more crude, which is preferable, actually. Preferable, Ron repeated. To you, getting smarter enemies is preferable. Significantly, Harry said, entirely seriously, and went upstairs to bed. The 3rd floor corridor's secret was resolved on a night in late October when Harry went there properly, prepared and intentional, with a clear purpose that had been building for weeks. He'd been working through it methodically, the way Frigga had taught him to work through complex enchantments, start at the surface and read inward, layer by layer, don't rush the deeper material until the outer structure is fully mapped. He'd spent 3 separate nighttime visits to the corridor doing exactly that, and what he'd assembled was this: 3 layered protections on the door. The first was a standard locking charm, powerful but conventional. The second was an alarm ward, set to notify someone specific, the signature suggested Dumbledore, or someone working at his direction. The third was the old working, the one with the Norse frequency, and it wasn't a lock at all. It was a key. A specific kind of music would activate the passage beyond, would quiet whatever was inside. Behind the door, the large warm animal presence, enormous and alive and very definitely 3-headed, because the specific quality of its breathing had 3 distinct rhythms that overlapped. Cerberus adjacent, Harry had concluded. Or Cerberus itself. The Norse frequency made sense. Fluffy was a name for something that had probably traveled between traditions. He stood at the door on the October night and listened to the triple breathing and thought about what was underneath it, because the point was not the dog. The dog was a lock. The point was what the dog was guarding. He thought about what Hermione had said, the stone. He thought about the fragment of Voldemort in Quirrell, looking for something desperately enough to be here, in this school, wearing a professor's body. He thought about Dumbledore's careful architecture of protection, multiple layers, multiple challenges, the mirror on the 4th floor which he now thought had a specific additional function, and he thought about what Odin had said. Observe. Report. Do not engage without reason. There was not yet a reason. The stone was still here, the threat was still at the probing stage, and walking into the trap corridor to look at the protections was reconnaissance, which was different from engagement. He filed the reconnaissance. Then the door at the far end of the corridor opened. Harry moved. Not frantically, quickly and completely, stepping into a deep alcove in the wall and pressing into it and layering a disillusionment working over himself that was not a standard Hogwarts spell but was considerably more effective, a seer-based perception bend that made the eyes slide past him the way eyes slide past things the brain has decided aren't interesting. Quirrell came down the corridor. He moved differently at night when he thought no one was watching. The stammer was gone entirely. The anxious posture was gone. He walked with a deliberateness that was its own kind of answer to everything, the walk of something that knew where it was going and wanted to get there without delay. He stopped at the locked door, and he worked through the first 2 enchantments quickly, the locking charm and the alarm ward, which he either knew was keyed to him specifically or had a way of disabling it, and then he stood at the 3rd layer, the Norse musical working, and he paused. Harry watched from the alcove and felt the cold thing in Quirrell rise to the surface and attempt the musical working and fail, and the failure was interesting because it was a specific kind of failure, not ignorance of the mechanism but an inability to reproduce the specific quality of it. The working needed something alive in it, something warm, something that the diminished soul in Quirrell couldn't provide. Quirrell stood at the door for a long moment. Then he turned and walked back the way he'd come, and the walk on the return was different again, not Quirrell's nervous shuffle or the cold thing's deliberate stride but something between, something frustrated, which was the most human thing Harry had seen from that direction. Harry waited 5 minutes after the footsteps faded before he moved. He stood in front of the door and he felt through the Norse musical working very carefully, reading it from the inside now that he'd seen it resist Quirrell. It was keyed to specific qualities, warmth, life, genuine intention rather than instrumental purpose. A working designed by someone who understood that music was not just sound but meaning, that the key was not the notes but what was behind them. He did not try to open it. Tonight was not the night. Tonight he understood the mechanism. That was enough. He walked back through the castle to Gryffindor Tower thinking about Quirrell's frustrated walk and what it meant for the timeline, and by the time he reached the portrait hole he'd drawn 2 conclusions. First, whatever Quirrell was looking for was specifically protected against what Quirrell was. Second, Voldemort's fragment was going to have to find another way in. He needed to know what the other ways were before Voldemort found them. He met Dumbledore the next morning. Not by arrangement, Dumbledore appeared at the end of a corridor that Harry was walking down after breakfast, which had the specific quality of an arranged non-arrangement, the kind of thing that looked like coincidence and was not. "Harry," Dumbledore said, warmly, like they'd been in the middle of a conversation. "Do you have a moment?" "I have 15 minutes before Transfiguration," Harry said. "Excellent," Dumbledore said, and there was something in the word that was very slightly different from a normal excellent, slightly more satisfied, and they walked together down the corridor in a companionable quiet that Dumbledore let sit for exactly long enough before he said, "How are you settling in?" "Very well," Harry said. "The castle's remarkable. The faculty is, mostly, excellent. The curriculum is interesting from a comparative standpoint." "Comparative," Dumbledore said, with the tone of someone opening a door and waiting to see what came through it. "Between the British wand tradition and the older workings I was trained in," Harry said. "They map onto each other in ways that I find genuinely interesting. Flitwick has been helpful in working through the intersection." "Yes," Phileas has been, enthusiastic. "In his accounts of your charms work." Dumbledore's half-moon spectacles caught the corridor's light. "I understand your focus is quite unusual." "It is," Harry agreed. "May I ask about your upbringing?" Dumbledore said, and the question was gentle and the gentleness was genuine and also strategic, which was an impressive combination. "I confess I've wondered, since your letter arrived. You had expected to know where I was," Harry said. "Not accusatory. Just accurate." A pause. "Yes," Dumbledore said. "There were arrangements I'd intended to make. For your safety." "I was safe," Harry said. "I had a family." Another pause, and this one was a different quality, something in it that was recalibrating. "Where?" Dumbledore asked, and the question was more direct than his usual mode, stripped of the velvet. "Somewhere protected," Harry said. "Somewhere that the darkness that killed my parents couldn't follow. I was raised by people who understood what my mother's sacrifice meant and who taught me in the tradition that sacrifice was drawn from." He looked at Dumbledore pleasantly. "I had an excellent childhood. I'm grateful for it." Dumbledore was looking at him with a quality of attention that was different from the social assessment of the feast, more direct, and Harry could feel the edges of an legitimacy probe, very gentle, very professional, barely a touch, at the perimeter of his awareness, and he recognized it from Odin's descriptions and from what Frigga had taught him, and he let it find the surface of his mind and no further, with the same clean closure he used on Quirrell and without making anything of it. Outwardly, Dumbledore's expression did something very small. "You're quite guarded," he observed. "My mother taught me the principle," Harry said. "Her sacrifice was the most powerful magical working in this country in living memory and it operated on the model of absolute commitment. I carry it. I take its protection seriously." Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. Then he said, "You know about the third-floor corridor." "I know what's in it," Harry said. "I know what's under it. I know what someone in this castle is looking for." The quiet this time was longer. Harry watched Dumbledore process, really process, not the managed version of processing but the actual thing, which was visible if you knew where to look, a brief period where the performance fell away and there was just an old man doing something very fast in his head. "The protection is sufficient," Dumbledore said finally. "The challenges are designed to. I found the musical key on the third-floor door," Harry said, still pleasantly, still conversational. "Quirrell can't produce it. Not in his current state. So he's looking for another way." He paused. "Do you know what the other way in is?" Dumbledore looked at him. For a moment, just a moment, the half-moon spectacles and the long beard and the whole careful architecture of presence dropped away and there was simply a very old and very intelligent man staring at an 11-year-old who had just demonstrated that the chess board he'd been managing had at least one piece he hadn't accounted for. "I think," Dumbledore said slowly, "that we should speak more regularly." "I'd like that," Harry said genuinely. "I have questions about my mother's specific working. The sacrificial magic. I think there are aspects of it that aren't fully understood yet, and I think understanding it matters for what's coming." What's coming? Dumbledore repeated. He isn't gone, Harry said. Whatever he is now, whatever he became after Godric's Hollow, he's still, directed. Still pursuing the same purpose. The fragment and Quirrell will fail here, but failure won't end it. It will just change the form. He looked at Dumbledore. I think you know this. I do, Dumbledore said, very quietly. Then we should work together, Harry said. You have information I don't have. I have other resources. He thought of Odin's letter, the ravens, the line of communication to Asgard that was completely outside anything Voldemort could interfere with. It would be wasteful not to. Dumbledore looked at him for what felt like a long time but was probably 6 seconds. You are, he said, nothing like what I expected. I know, Harry said. But I think I might be more useful. Dumbledore made a sound that was very close to a laugh and equally close to something more complicated than a laugh. Professor McGonagall has mentioned, he said, that speaking to you rearranges the furniture in her head. I begin to understand what she meant. She said that? Harry said, genuinely pleased. In somewhat more formal language, Dumbledore said. Harry, I want you to know that you're not alone in this. Whatever is coming, you are not required to face it without support. Harry looked at him and the look was kind and direct and completely unhidden. Thank you, he said. I know. I've never been alone in anything. He shifted the staff in his hand. When is a good time to talk more? I'd like to start with what you know about the stone's history. I have a hypothesis about why the mirror is connected to it. Dumbledore stopped walking. The mirror, he said carefully. The mirror of Erist. 4th floor. The deeper enchantment isn't just the showing desire function, is it? Harry said. There's something else built into it. I haven't worked out the exact mechanism yet, but the layering is too specific for a single purpose. Dumbledore's expression was doing the thing again, the small fall of the performance, the brief naked genuineness underneath. Saturday, he said. My office. After lunch. I'll be there, Harry said. He checked his mental clock. Transfiguration in 3 minutes. I should go. He walked away and felt Dumbledore watching him for the length of the corridor. He did not look back. He turned the corner and picked up his pace slightly toward McGonagall's classroom and let himself feel, briefly, the specific satisfaction of a conversation that had gone to exactly the place it needed to go. He'd been in Odin's councils. He'd watched the Allfather manage rooms full of ancient powers and brilliant minds. He'd learned the specific skill of being the youngest and least powerful person present and making your information the most important thing in the room. This was a different context. But the skill was the same. Halloween arrived like a seasonal requirement, sudden cold, candles floating in carved pumpkins in the Great Hall, Flitwick teaching them to charm bats to do swooping patterns near the ceiling, which was more fun than it had any right to be. Harry spent the morning enjoying it straightforwardly because it was enjoyable, and spent the afternoon in the library with Hermione working through runic texts, and came to the feast that evening in a good mood. The troll happened during the feast, which was, Harry thought, timing that suggested either very specific bad luck or something planned. Quirrell burst in with his turban askew and announced the troll in the dungeons and then fainted, and the hall erupted into controlled chaos, and in the chaos Harry felt something, that cold probe, that specific frequency of Voldemort's diminished presence, active and directional, not aimed at the hall but aimed away from it, and he understood immediately. Distraction. Hermione, he said, sharp and low, cutting through the noise. Where would she go? Hermione was already on her feet, already ahead of him. Girls' bathroom on the 2nd floor. She was crying earlier, she heard Ron say something, she stopped, looked at Harry with guilty urgency. She doesn't know about the troll. They moved against the tide of students being herded upstairs by prefects. Percy Weasley said something sharp about rules and Harry said, pleasantly but without slowing down, we know where the troll is, Percy, and Percy, to his credit, made the correct assessment of that statement and stepped aside. Ron was already with them, having followed without requiring explanation, which was one of his consistently good qualities. The second-floor bathroom. Harry pushed the door open and the smell hit them before anything else, something large and unwashed, the specific animal heat of a mountain troll, and Hermione backed into the far wall and the troll swung its club and Harry was already moving. He didn't use the staff. He stepped between Hermione and the club's arc, not because he was invulnerable, but because he timed the arc correctly. The troll's follow-through would carry the club past where he stood, and it did, close enough to feel the wind of it, and then he got the troll's attention, which was not difficult because he moved directly into its eye line and made sure it registered him. And then he stepped aside and the club hit the wall and cracked the masonry and the troll was momentarily stuck and... That was Ron's moment. Ron's Wingardium Leviosa was imperfect but effective, not his usual school wand tentative version but the proper one, the one that came from letting rather than forcing, and the club rose, and wobbled, and came down on the troll's own head with a resonant sound that echoed off the bathroom tiles. The troll sat down. Then it fell over. Silence. Harry looked at Ron, who was holding his wand and looking at the fallen troll with an expression of pure startled disbelief. "That's the one," Harry said. "That's the version. Remember how that felt?" "Yeah," Ron said, slightly dazed. "Yeah, that was, yeah." Hermione had come away from the wall. She was shaking slightly, not dramatically, just the physical aftershock of genuine fear, and she looked at them both with an expression that had several layers to it, the top layer being gratitude and the underneath being something more complicated, something about the fact that she'd been crying in a bathroom alone because she'd felt excluded, and two people she'd known for less than 2 months had come to find her. "Thank you," she said. She said it quietly and it was completely real. "Always," Harry said. McGonagall arrived with Snape and Quirrell. She handled the immediate aftermath with her characteristic precision, and Snape stood near the door and said nothing, and Harry looked at him and Snape looked at Harry and something passed between them that was not a conversation but was adjacent to one. Harry glanced at Quirrell, very briefly, and back to Snape. Snape's expression, which had been its standard controlled nothing, flickered. He knew. Or he suspected, and the suspicion had just been confirmed by Harry pointing it. Quirrell was looking at the fallen troll with an expression that was, for a moment, completely unreadable because it was not Quirrell's expression at all. Then it resolved into the standard anxious stammering. "Oh dear, the troll, I can't think how it got in, thank you, Quirinus," McGonagall said, with the tone of someone dismissing a person from a scene. "I'll handle this from here." McGonagall took 5 points from Gryffindor for the rule-breaking, and then gave them 5 each for sheer dumb luck and the presence of mind to act, which was more honestly stated than teachers usually managed, and Harry appreciated her for it. Walking back to the Great Hall, Hermione between him and Ron, Harry thought about Quirrell's timing. The troll had been a distraction for something, not for the children, for Quirrell himself. Quirrell had gone somewhere during the feast. He needed to know where. He sent his awareness back through his mental map of the castle, tracing Quirrell's likely route. The 3rd floor. The locked door. He'd gone to the door again, and he'd failed again, and Harry thought, he's running out of patience, and desperate things do desperate things. The timeline was accelerating. He looked at the Great Hall's warm chaos ahead of them, students returning to the feast, laughter and the smell of food, and he felt both things simultaneously, the ordinary pleasure of the evening and the cold, clear knowledge of what was moving underneath it. He was not afraid of it. He was attentive to it. Which, in his experience, was significantly more useful. Chapter 5, What Shadows Carry. November came in gray and sideways, the kind of weather that made the castle feel both smaller and more necessary, its fires earning their warmth and its walls earning their thickness. The grounds disappeared into a low mist that turned the forbidden forest into a suggestion and made the lake look like it went on forever, which Harry supposed it probably felt like it did, to whatever lived in it. He'd been at Hogwarts for 2 months now, and the shape of his life here had settled into something he recognized as genuinely his own. Mornings in the library before breakfast. Classes, which continued to be interesting in the comparative way. Evenings in the common room with Ron and Hermione and Neville, which had become the fixed point of his social world in the way that specific places at specific times can become fixed points, the quality of the light in there at 7 o'clock, the specific comfort of that chair by the fire, the sound of Hermione turning pages and Ron narrating Quidditch statistics to no one in particular and Neville quietly tending to a small pot of something with tiny purple flowers that he'd smuggled from the greenhouses. He'd had 2 conversations with Dumbledore in Dumbledore's office, which was itself a remarkable room, circular, full of quietly moving instruments, portraits of old headmasters who pretended to be asleep and were not. The conversations had been, Harry thought, equally useful to both parties, which was the best kind. He'd told Dumbledore about the possession. Not as a revelation, Dumbledore had already had suspicions, it turned out, which Harry had expected, but the specific frequency of it, the diminished soul reading, the cold probe in the defense lesson. Dumbledore had listened to all of it with the quality of someone receiving intelligence from a source they hadn't anticipated and were adjusting their model accordingly. Harry had not told Dumbledore about the Norse working on the corridor door. Not yet. He was still deciding when that information was most useful, which was Loki's lesson, information is a resource, deploy it at the right moment. He had told Dumbledore about his Saturday meeting with Odin. Not the specifics, not who Odin was, not Asgard, but that he had a line of communication to his family that was completely secure and external to the wizarding world, and that his family included people with a significantly broader scope of knowledge about ancient magic than anyone currently alive in Britain. Dumbledore had looked at the staff during the conversation in a way that was trying to be casual and was not quite managing it. The second meeting had been more technical. Harry had laid out his hypothesis about the mirror of Erest's secondary function, which was, the stone was inside it. Not stored there, but hidden there, in a way that used the mirror's enchantment as both the hiding mechanism and the retrieval condition. The mirror showed you your deepest desire, yes, but what if the desire that unlocked the stone was specific? What if the only desire that worked was not wanting the stone for yourself? Dumbledore had gone very still. That's a beautiful piece of enchantment, Harry had said. If I'm right. The wanting is the lock and the not wanting is the key. Someone who wanted to use it couldn't get it. Someone who just wanted to find it for protection would get it. It's elegant. Dumbledore had made a sound that was very hard to characterize. It is, he'd said, after a moment. Exactly that. I thought so, Harry said. I almost looked for it when I was at the mirror. I was curious what would happen. He paused. I didn't, because it seemed like the wrong moment and also because I thought you probably had plans. I had plans, Dumbledore confirmed, a little faintly. What are your plans? Harry said. Not the general shape, the specific contingency for Quirrell making a move before the end of term, which I think is increasingly likely. The second meeting had gone on for 3 hours. Harry had come out of it with more respect for Dumbledore than he'd gone in with, and with the clear sense that Dumbledore had come out of it with a significantly revised understanding of what Harry Potter was, which was, if not precisely what Harry had been aiming for, certainly not unhelpful. The Raven arrived on a Thursday morning, which was later than expected. Harry had sent Loki the update he'd promised, the detailed one, the possession reading, the cold probe, the corridor situation, the Voldemort hypothesis, 2 weeks prior, via one of Odin's ravens that had been waiting in the Ollery in a way that had made the resident owls deeply uncomfortable. The response had taken longer than usual, which meant Loki was either very busy or very thorough, and given that it was Loki, probably both. The raven landed on the Gryffindor table at breakfast and fixed the assembled hall with a gaze of profound indifference, and the hall went somewhat quiet, because ravens were not owls and this one carried itself with the specific authority of something that belonged to a household that knew what it was doing. Harry took the letter, fed the raven a piece of bacon which it accepted without gratitude, and read. The letter was long by Loki's standards, which meant it was 5 paragraphs. The possession you describe is consistent with soul fragmentation, a specific dark working that divides the soul deliberately to achieve a form of conditional immortality. I've encountered the theory in 3 separate traditions. The Norse account calls it Salenflogen and considers it the most self-destructive act available to a sorcerer. The fragment can possess but cannot create. It can direct but cannot restore. Every use of power depletes it further, which explains the desperation you describe. The object it seeks is almost certainly a restoration mechanism, something that would allow the fragment to reconstitute a body. Do not let it get the object. Not because you cannot handle the fragment, you can, easily, and I mean that without flattery, but because a restored Voldemort is a different problem, with different resources, and unnecessary complications are beneath your dignity. The Norse musical working on the corridor door is interesting. I'd guess Hagrid. That man's taste in creatures runs distinctly 9 realms adjacent. Ask him sometime. The old man with the spectacles sounds like he's been running a game he thought he controlled and is discovering he isn't. Handle him with patience. He means well, which is both his best quality and his most dangerous limitation. The cold thing in your professor tried to read you and you closed a door. Good. Don't open it again. There is nothing in there worth knowing and it will try harder next time. The scar is a direct connection, your mother's working and the fragment are linked. Keep your protections active. Stay interesting. Try not to get killed by anything as small as a possessed academic. LPS Frigga says eat more. She has been informed of the quality of the school's food and considers it adequate but notes that adequate is not the same as proper. Father says nothing but he has been reading about Hogwarts in the archives, which is its own form of communication. Harry folded the letter and sat with it for a moment. Soul fragmentation. Salin Flogan. He turned the concept over, fitting it against everything he'd observed about Quirrell, about the fragment's behavior, and it fit cleanly, the specific quality of the diminishment, the desperation, the way the cold intelligence in Quirrell's eyes operated like something running on reserve power. Good news or bad news? Ron said, watching him. Mostly useful news, Harry said. With some advice about eating more. Your family sounds very practical, Neville said. They are, Harry said. He looked at Hermione. Soul fragmentation. Do you know the theory? Hermione put down her pumpkin juice. Horcruxes, she said immediately, and the word landed differently than most words, with a weight that seemed disproportionate to its size. I read about the theory in a restricted text, I found a reference in a footnote and tracked it back. It's considered so dark that most of the literature on it was deliberately destroyed. The idea is that you split your soul by committing murder and encase a piece of it in an object, or a person, Harry said. She looked at him. Or a person, she said carefully. The fragment can possess, Harry said, but it can't reconstitute. It needs a body. Something to anchor to. That's what it wants the stone for. The philosopher's stone, Hermione said. The elixir of life. She was working it through in real time, her eyes tracking something invisible. If a soul fragment could access the elixir, it could manufacture a body. Not restore the original, that's gone, but create something functional enough to house it. She paused. That's not the stone's intended purpose at all. Nicholas Flamel made it for longevity. Voldemort's trying to weaponize a tool for something it wasn't designed for. Desperate things find desperate uses, Harry said, which was Loki's phrasing and Frigga's lesson simultaneously. We need to tell Dumbledore, Neville said. I'm going to tell him this afternoon, Harry said. I have more now than I did before. Ron was looking at the letter in Harry's hand. Is that your brother's handwriting? Yes. He writes like someone who's trying to be casual about being very alarming. Harry looked at the letter. That's accurate, he said. He'd be pleased you noticed. Snape stopped him in the corridor after potions. This happened occasionally. Snape did not engage Harry in class in the way he engaged other students, which Harry had observed and which he thought was deliberate. Snape's hostility was a tool he used to manage his classroom, and something about Harry apparently made the tool feel ill-suited to the context. What Snape did instead was catch him in corridors, or keep him briefly after class, and deliver whatever he had to say without an audience. Potter, Snape said. The rest of the class filed out. Neville shot Harry a look of mild concern on the way past, and Harry gave a small headshake that meant "I'm fine." The dungeon classroom emptied. Snape closed the door with a precise gesture and turned to face Harry with his arms folded, which was his default armor position. Harry had noticed, when Snape was uncertain he folded his arms, and when he was very uncertain he added the very flat expression. He was very uncertain now. "Your notation," Snape said. "In your potions essay. The margin work. The runic shorthand." Harry said. "The runic shorthand," Snape said. "You've been using it consistently since the first week." "I've been." He paused in a way that suggested the next word was costing him something. "Reading it." "You read Old Norse runic script?" Harry said, with genuine interest. "I read 8 magical scripts," Snape said, in a tone that brooked no particular credit for this and expected none. "Including the Elder Futhark and the Younger, both of which your notation draws from, along with at least 2 symbols I don't recognize that appear to be original constructions." He looked at Harry with the surgical assessment. "Where did you learn it?" "My mother," Harry said. The woman who raised me. She's studied the runic tradition for longer than I've been alive." Snape's expression did the thing, the brief, well-suppressed flicker that Harry had learned to read as Lily. Not a conscious response. Reflex. "Your mother," he said, and the word had a careful neutrality that was its own kind of loudness. "Lily Potter was a gifted witch," Harry said, watching Snape's face carefully, keeping his own voice even and gentle. "I know that. Everyone I've talked to who knew her says so. I never knew her. I know the shape of what she did, through my upbringing, but I don't know her." He paused. "The woman who raised me gave me the runic tradition because she knew it was where my mother's magic came from. That my mother's sacrifice was drawn from something older than wand magic." Snape was very still. "Did you know her well?" Harry said. He asked it straightforwardly, without apology or tiptoe, because the question deserved to be asked directly and Snape deserved to be asked directly. A very long pause. "Yes," Snape said. One word, flat and final and enormous. "I'd like to know more about her," Harry said. "If you were ever willing. Not about Hogwarts or the war. About who she was. What she was like." He held Snape's gaze. "You don't have to. I'm not asking you to. But the offer is there." Snape looked at him for what might have been the longest 10 seconds in the dungeon classroom's history. Harry did not look away and did not fill the silence and did not make it easier or harder, just let it be what it was. "The 2 unknown runic symbols in your margin notation," Snape said finally, with the manner of someone who has steered a conversation very deliberately back onto stable ground. "The one that appears in conjunction with the intention layering passages. What does it mean?" Harry understood that this was Snape's version of yes, indirect and encoded and entirely consistent with who Snape was, and he accepted it on those terms without comment. "It's a modifier. It means, roughly, the working of the thing's own nature. The sheer concept that the material participates in the change rather than being changed by external force." Snape thought about this. "That's what differentiates the best potions work," he said, almost to himself. "The brewer isn't forcing the reaction. They're attending to the ingredient's own properties and creating the conditions for." He stopped. "The parallel is not imprecise." "No," Harry said. "It isn't." Snape unfolded his arms, which was its own significant gesture. "Your practical work this week," he said. "The swelling solution. Your timing on the 3rd step was incorrect." "I know," Harry said. "I overcorrected for the temperature differential. I was thinking about the theory and not enough about the specific batch." Snape looked at him with something that was not quite the surgical assessment and not quite anything else Harry had a name for. "Correct next time," he said. "Yes," Harry said, and gathered his bag and left, and in the corridor he let himself think about what had just happened in the dungeon and felt, carefully, the weight of it. Snape was not going to be a simple thing. He was not going to be an ally in any conventional sense. But he was not going to be the enemy Harry had half expected, either. He was going to be something more complicated and more human than either of those categories, which was, Harry thought, more interesting anyway. Hermione found the library reference on a Friday afternoon 3 weeks into November, and she brought it to Harry with the specific energy of someone who has been sitting on information for the 20 minutes it took to walk from the library to wherever Harry was, which was the common room, and has found those 20 minutes difficult. Flamel, she said, dropping into the chair across from him. Nicholas Flamel. He's in a book I got from the library, A History of Modern Alchemy. He's the only known maker of the Philosopher's Stone. He's 665 years old. He and his wife Parental live in Devon. She paused. The stone in this school is his. I know, Harry said. She stared at him. You know. Dumbledore told me at our second meeting, Harry said. Flamel asked him to protect it. There was a break-in at Gringotts, Vault 713, the same day we were in Diagon Alley, and they moved it here for safety. Hermione was quiet for a moment, processing the fact that this information had been available to Harry for 2 weeks. Then, you might have said. I was waiting until you found Flamel yourself, Harry said, because then we'd have the complete picture rather than just my side of it, and you finding information is generally more thorough than me relaying information. She looked at him with the expression she used when she was deciding whether to be annoyed and was arriving at not annoyed. That's a reasonable justification, she said. I still wish you told me. Noted, Harry said. What else did you find? The elixir of life produces a liquid that grants indefinite life as long as you keep drinking it, she said. Which means Flamel is dependent on it. If the stone is destroyed or taken, he and Parental would die eventually. Within a year, apparently. Which means even protecting it carries a cost. Harry thought about that. The stone's existence was a moral weight distributed across multiple lives, Flamel's continued survival requiring the stone's continued existence, the stone's existence drawing Voldemort's continued attention, Voldemort's continued attention endangering everyone in the school. Dumbledore would destroy it if it came to it, Harry said. He told me that. Flamel agreed. Hermione stopped. That's actually remarkable. To agree to your own death to prevent something worse. It is, Harry said. Flamel has had 600 years. He's probably made peace with the concept of mortality in ways that most people don't get to. He paused. My father would say 600 years is not a long time, which is true from his perspective and completely useless as comfort. How old is your father? Hermione said, and the question was curious and careful. Harry considered. Very, he said. The number would not be useful to you at this stage. She looked at him for a moment. Harry. When are you going to explain your family properly? When you're ready, he said. How will you know? You'll ask me something that can't be answered without the context, Harry said. And you will, eventually. You're too thorough not to. He looked at her. It won't break your understanding of the world, I promise. It will just, extend it. She held his gaze for a moment, then made a sound that was somewhere between acceptance and frustrated patience. Fine, she said. In the meantime, Quirrell. If he can't get through the corridor's protections, what's his next move? He'll try to find someone who can, Harry said. Who? Harry thought about it. Someone who wants something. Someone he can promise the right thing to. He looked at the fire. He's been watching students. I've noticed it, very subtle, but it's there. The specific quality of the watching that's looking for a lever. He won't find one, Hermione said. Not in our year. Not in, she stopped. Quirrell won't. But the thing inside him is smarter than Quirrell. Much smarter, Harry agreed. And it's been thinking about this for months. He looked at her. It's going to make a move before Christmas. I think whatever it tries before the break. How certain are you? 70%, Harry said. Enough to prepare. Not enough to assume. She pulled out the things that matter notebook. The conversation with Dumbledore that afternoon was the third, and it was the one where Harry put everything on the table. He laid out Loki's soul fragmentation intelligence, the Horcrux theory, the restoration mechanism hypothesis, the timeline assessment. Dumbledore listened to all of it without interrupting, which was unusual for him. He tended to annotate conversations as they went. This time he was still, and the stillness told Harry that some of what he was saying was new and some of it was confirming what Dumbledore had suspected and didn't want confirmed yet. The fragment will try to find a lever, Harry said. Someone in the school to use. I've been watching Quirrell watch students and I think he's looking for someone dissatisfied enough to cooperate. You think he'll use a student, Dumbledore said. I think he'll try, Harry said. I also think he won't succeed. But the attempt itself is worth watching for. He paused. I want to be involved in what happens when the attempt comes. Dumbledore looked at him over the spectacles. You're 11 years old. I'm aware, Harry said. I'm also the person in this building best equipped to deal with what's in Quirrell, and I think both of us know that. What makes you say so? Harry looked at him steadily. Because the protection my mother wove into me is a specific counter to what Voldemort is. Her love is in the magic I carry. The fragment will feel that every time it comes near me. It's not just a protection, it's actively repellent to what the fragment is. He paused. I've also been trained by people who have handled things considerably more dangerous than a diminished soul fragment in a borrowed body. I'm not saying this to be arrogant. I'm saying it because it's relevant to your planning. People who have handled, Dumbledore started. My father would consider Voldemort a minor historical curiosity, Harry said. He has records of worse. So does my mother. Their training is in my hands. He lifted the staff slightly. This focus was made by someone older than this island. I'm not asking you to take that on faith. I'm asking you to plan with it as a working assumption and adjust if I'm wrong. Dumbledore was very quiet for a long moment. Then, if the fragment makes its move before the end of term. What do you propose? Let me know, Harry said simply. Whatever you see, whatever Snape reports, I know he reports to you, that's obvious and fine, let me know immediately, and let me be where I need to be. And if I choose to handle it without you? Then you'll handle it without me, Harry said, and I'll respect that. But the corridor's protections are specifically designed to stop Voldemort, and some of them are specifically suited to what I can do. You built in a musical key that requires genuine life warmth to activate. He looked at Dumbledore. I can produce that. So can I, Dumbledore said, mildly. Yes, Harry said. But you're also the target. If Voldemort knows you're the one guarding it, and you go into the corridor, you're going to be walking into exactly the confrontation he wants. He's stronger than the fragment now. He'll keep gathering strength. A direct confrontation with you is his ideal scenario. Dumbledore looked at him for a very long time. You've thought about this carefully, he said. I had good teachers, Harry said. Another long pause. Very well, Dumbledore said. I'll keep you informed. Within reason, he added, with the tone of someone who intended that qualification to do significant work. Within reason, Harry agreed pleasantly, and they both understood that they had different definitions of reason and that this was fine, for now. On a Thursday evening 2 weeks into November, the cold thing in Quirrell made its move, and Harry felt it happen. He was in the common room when it happened, not in the corridor, not near the third floor, just sitting in the common room with his essay half done, when the seer-trained awareness he kept gently extended through the castle's enchantments registered a spike. Not in the third floor. In the defense classroom. Something was happening in the defense classroom that involved a significant expenditure of dark magic and desperation in the specific frequency of soul fragment working, and he was moving before he'd consciously decided to. He was out the portrait hole and moving down the stairs at a pace that was not running because running called attention and he didn't need attention, he needed speed and silence, which were compatible if you knew what you were doing. He had the staff in hand. The runes on it were already warm, they'd been warm all day, actually, which he now understood as a warning he'd been too busy to attend to properly. He came to the defense classroom and the door was ajar and the cold was coming through the gap, real cold, not temperature, the specific absence of warmth that soul fragment workings produced in their environment, and he pushed it open and went in. Quirrell was at the desk at the front of the room, and he was not alone. The figure standing across from him was a third-year Slytherin named Marcus, not Draco, not anyone Harry had particularly marked, a quiet boy with good grades who had, Harry now recalled, been speaking to Quirrell after class on 2 separate occasions in the past 3 weeks. A boy who Harry had not flagged as a lever because he had not seemed dissatisfied. He had been wrong about that. Marcus had something in his hand, a small object, too small to see from the doorway, and Quirrell had both hands on the desk and was leaning forward and the cold presence was fully surfaced, right at the front of Quirrell's eyes, and it was in the middle of making a promise that Harry had arrived too late to hear the beginning of. "Give you everything you want," the voice said, and it was not Quirrell's voice, not the stammer, not the nervous professor's thin tenor. It was a different register entirely, low and cold and very precisely compelling. "Your family's standing, the recognition you deserve, all the things they've withheld from you." "Stop," Harry said. The cold thing turned Quirrell's head toward the door and looked at Harry, and it was the first time they had been in the same room with no pretense between them, and the look was a full reading, a genuine and immediate assessment, and what it found clearly surprised it because the assessment paused midway and then completed and the completion produced something in the borrowed eyes that Harry identified precisely as recognition. "You know what I am," it was thinking. "You've known since September. I'd appreciate if you left Marcus out of this," Harry said to the cold thing, stepping into the room. He looked at Marcus directly. "Whatever he offered you, he can't deliver it. He doesn't have anything. He's a fragment, Marcus. A piece of something that used to be a person. He's using you." Marcus stared at Harry. Then at Quirrell. The small object in his hand wobbled. "Don't listen to him," the cold voice said, still to Marcus, and the voice did a thing, a quality of compulsion in it, subtle but present, the verbal equivalent of a hand pressing on a shoulder. "He doesn't understand what, the compulsion working you're using," Harry said, addressing Quirrell directly now, the staff steady in his hand, "is well made but I can see the seams. Marcus, whatever you're feeling right now that makes this seem like a good idea, that's not you. That's being worked on you from the outside." Marcus looked at his hand. Then at Harry. He was perhaps 14, and he was scared, and the scared was cutting through the compulsion because fear was harder to maintain under simultaneous disruption than the cold thing had accounted for. "Set the object down," Harry said to Marcus gently. "Just set it down and step back." Marcus set it down on the nearest desk. He stepped back. He looked like someone coming out of water, gasping slightly, reorienting. The cold thing's full attention came to Harry. "Potter," it said. Not through the stammer. Not through Quirrell's voice. Something that used the vocal apparatus differently, older than Quirrell's learned patterns. "You've grown up somewhere interesting." "I have," Harry said. "You're not afraid of me." "No," Harry said. "You should be. Not a threat." An observation, and it was genuinely curious in its delivery, the way someone is curious about an anomaly they hadn't predicted. "You're a piece of something that tried to kill an infant and destroyed itself doing it," Harry said. "You've been diminishing for 10 years. You're so desperate you're trying to recruit 14-year-olds. He kept his voice even and informational. "I'm not afraid of you. I'm sorry for you, a little. Mostly I'm just in the way." The cold thing was very still in Quirrell's body. Then, "Your mother's magic," it said, and the recognition in the voice was different now, older and deeper and very specific. "The protection. I can feel it. Even from here." Yes, Harry said. She loved me. Specifically and completely. It's still here. He looked directly into the borrowed eyes. That's what you ran into, 10 years ago. Not just her choice to die, her love. And you still can't touch it. You can feel it across a room and you still can't touch it. Something happened in Quirrell's face that was not Quirrell and not the cold thing performing but something in more actions request aborted. Right, the next chapter now, The Allfather's Son Chapter 6, the Quidditch pitch and other battlegrounds. The morning of Harry's first Quidditch match arrived with the kind of cold that meant business, not the grey November damp of the past weeks but something sharper and cleaner, the sky very blue and very far away, frost on the grass that crunched under boots. And made the whole world feel precise. Harry had been made Gryffindor Seeker 3 weeks into term, in a way that had bypassed the usual tryout process entirely. Oliver Wood had spotted him from the stands during a casual flying session. Harry had taken one of the school brooms up because he was curious about them, having grown up riding creatures in Asgard that made broomsticks look quaint, and had arrived at the bottom of the pitch approximately 90 seconds after Harry landed with the expression of a man who has just seen something religious. "You're a seeker," Wood had said. It was not a question. Harry had looked at him. "I've never played Quidditch." "I don't care," Wood said, with a faith that was both completely sincere and slightly alarming. "I need you on the team. I've been coaching this team for 2 years and we've come second every season, and I am telling you right now, looking at what you just did with a school broom, that if you play Seeker for Gryffindor we will win the cup." "What did I just do?" Harry said, genuinely curious about what had produced this reaction. "You went from a standing hover to full speed in about 2 seconds, Wood said, and then you pulled a reverse spiral around the north goal post that I have only ever seen described in books about the 1968 professional circuit. On a school broom. Which weighs about 3 times what a decent broom weighs and has the aerodynamic properties of a table." "The broom is terrible," Harry confirmed. "The technique still works." Wood made a sound of pure feeling. "Please," he said. "Please play Seeker." Harry had thought about it. He'd read about Quidditch in Frigga's sourced books and found the concept appealing in the specific way that physical challenges that required both skill and spatial intelligence appealed to him, and he thought the competitive dimension would be interesting to try, and the broomstick itself was a genuinely different flying experience from anything in Asgard. "All right," he'd said, and Wood had looked like a man who had just been handed something precious and fragile and was intending to be very careful with it. He'd received a Nimbus 2000 the following morning, delivered by McGonagall personally, with an expression that was trying to be stern about first-year no brooms policy and was not quite managing it against the evident quality of the broom. He'd been practicing for 6 weeks, and Quidditch was, he'd concluded, excellent. Not the most physically demanding thing he'd done. He'd spent summers in Asgard on the backs of creatures that had strong opinions about who was directing them, had trained with Einherjar who were not particularly interested in being gentle about it, but the specific combination of speed and three-dimensional spatial awareness and the constant adjustment required to track the snitch while simultaneously maintaining awareness of 7 other players and 2 very heavy balls with violent intent, was its own kind of challenge, and he appreciated it. He'd found the snitch in every practice session, usually within 12 minutes of it being released. Wood had started crying at the 3rd session, quietly, and had then composed himself and given a very detailed tactical briefing that Harry had listened to with genuine attention because Wood, for all his intensity, actually knew the game very well. The match was Gryffindor versus Slytherin. Ron and Hermione found him in the changing room corridor before the match, which technically wasn't allowed but was also, in the specific way of things that were technically not allowed and not actually harmful, fine. "How are you feeling?" Hermione said, which was her version of "Are you all right?" and came out more frequently now than it had in September, which was its own kind of progress. "Ready," Harry said. "Nervous?" Ron said, clearly hoping for yes. "No," Harry said. "Should I be?" "I would be," Ron said. "Slytherin plays rough. The Slytherin beaters are basically professional thugs with a budget for broomstick maintenance." "And Flint, I've read the scouting reports," Harry said. Ron stared at him. "The what?" Wood gave me 12 pages of tactical analysis on the Slytherin team. I've read them. Flint plays a physical marking game and relies on the beaters to soften the seeker early in the match. Their keeper is slower than he looks on the left side. The Slytherin seeker, Terrence Higgs, goes high when he thinks the snitch is near the ground, a misdirection habit, trying to draw the opposing seeker up. He paused. He'll do it twice before he remembers it doesn't work. Ron looked at Hermione. Hermione looked at Ron. He'll do great, Hermione said. He terrifies me, Ron said, which was admiring. Also, Harry said, stay together in the stands. And if anything strange happens during the match, if anyone near you starts behaving oddly or seems to be concentrating very hard on something that isn't Quidditch, tell me afterward. Why? Hermione said sharply. Because a Quidditch match with a large crowd is a very good opportunity for someone who wants to do something and not be noticed doing it, Harry said, and I'd rather know than not know. Quirrell, she said flatly. Probably not, Harry said. But there are things I want to account for. Just observe. He picked up the Nimbus 2000. Now go find good seats. Near Neville. They went. Harry walked out onto the pitch. The Quidditch pitch at Hogwarts was excellent. Harry had thought this every time he practiced on it, and he thought it again now, walking out with the team into the cold bright morning, the stands full and loud and waving in house colors. The scale of it, the quality of the space, the way the wind moved through it from the north, all of it was a good environment for the thing it was designed for. He mounted the Nimbus and felt the broom settle under him with the specific responsiveness of a very good tool and practiced hands, and then Madam Hooch released the snitch and threw the quaffle and the whistle blew and the match began, and Harry went up. He didn't search for the snitch immediately. He'd thought about this, the instinct was to go high immediately, get altitude, use the survey position. But Higgs would do that, and Higgs going high was predictable, which meant their movements would mirror and the match would become a tracking duel, which was a waste of 300 feet of altitude advantage. Harry went to mid-height and flew patterns. It looked casual, to an observer. It looked like a young seeker without enough experience to know he should be higher. It looked, specifically, like the kind of flying that an opposing seeker could feel comfortable about, which was the intended effect. Below him the match was loud and fast. The Gryffindor chasers were good, would have been drilling them for months, and the quaffle moved well in their hands. One of the Slytherin beaters sent a bludger at Harry within 90 seconds of the whistle, which was early and intentional and confirmed the tactical read, soften the seeker, reduce their speed and responsiveness, win the match in the physical dimension because you can't win it in the technical one. Harry saw the bludger coming. He moved 4 feet to the left without looking at it, without breaking his pattern, and the bludger went through the space where he'd been and spiraled away, and he returned to his pattern. The beater's follow-up swing at the bludger connected with empty air. He heard the stands make a noise. The second bludger came 5 minutes later, harder and from a different angle. The beaters had conferred, he could see that in the brief exchange between them, and this one he let come slightly closer before he rolled the Nimbus into a tight corkscrew that shed the bludger's trajectory and came out of the roll going faster than he'd gone into it, which was a technique that worked better on the Nimbus than it had any right to work. He heard the stands make a different noise. Louder. Then he felt the snitch. Not saw, felt, in the specific way that flying gave you a reading on small fast-moving things in your environment, the displacement of air in patterns that corresponded to something moving very fast just below the northern goal post about 80 feet lower than his current altitude. Exactly where he'd expected it. He didn't go immediately. He flew 2 more circles, and watched Higgs in his peripheral vision, and waited until Higgs did exactly what the scouting report said he'd do, went high, a fake surge toward the top of the pitch, covering it as a response to the quaffle play below but actually a fishing expedition for snitch sighting reactions from Harry. Harry didn't give him one. Higgs came back down. Harry maintained his pattern. Below, Gryffindor scored, and the stands erupted, and in the eruption of noise and movement Harry dropped. He didn't announce it. He didn't telegraph it. The Nimbus went from a casual mid-altitude pattern to full-speed vertical dive in the time it took the crowd to process the goal below, and by the time anyone in the stands had re-registered where the Gryffindor seeker was, he was already 80 feet lower and accelerating. The snitch was gold and very fast, and it went sideways the moment it registered the approach, which he'd accounted for. He cut the angle on it rather than chasing it directly, heading for where it was going rather than where it was, and the Nimbus responded with the precision of something that had been waiting for exactly this instruction, and the snitch ran for 3 seconds and then his hand closed around it. The whistle blew. The stands made a noise that was less a cheer and more a sound that a crowd makes when they've seen something that they need a moment to process. Harry hovered and looked at the snitch in his hand, opening his fingers to look at it properly, tiny, perfect, wings still beating futilely against his palm. He found this delightful. Then he came down. Wood landed beside him and did something that was physically a tackle and emotionally an embrace and technically a violation of Madame Hooch's personal space, and Harry extracted himself from it with some patience and watched the rest of the team pile in and registered, with the specific warmth of something he hadn't expected to feel so much, that the sound of the Gryffindor stands above him contained voices he recognized individually. Ron's very loud voice, Hermione's less loud but more precise voice, and Neville, who was not loud but whose joy was entirely audible even at this distance. He looked up at the stands and found them. 3 small figures in the red and gold crowd, Ron with his arms in the air and Hermione with her hands over her mouth and Neville standing very straight with a look on his face that was pure uncomplicated happiness. Harry lifted the snitch toward them, briefly, and then pocketed it. The celebration in the Gryffindor common room that evening was substantial and warm and entirely genuine, and Harry sat in the middle of it and drank pumpkin juice and ate things that Fred and George Weasley had produced from somewhere undisclosed and let the evening be what it was, straightforwardly good, no complications, just people being happy about a thing together. Draco had been in the Slytherin stands and Harry had felt his eyes for most of the match. Not hostile exactly, more the specific quality of someone watching something they resent and can't find a rational objection to. It was the look Draco had been giving Harry more frequently in the past weeks, not the social chess of the early train conversation, not the set-up attempt at midnight, but something more settled and more honest, the look of someone who has accepted that their model needs revision and is mid-revision. Harry thought Draco was going to be interesting in a longer arc than this year. That was a problem and an opportunity simultaneously, and he filed it for future attention. The party wound down gradually. Ron fell asleep in a chair discussing Quidditch tactics at around 11, which Harry thought was an achievement given the energy of the previous 4 hours. Hermione stayed up later, talking quietly with Harry by the fire while the common room emptied around them. Quirrell was at the match, she said. I know, Harry said. Back row of the staff seats. He wasn't watching Quidditch. What was he watching? Your broom, Hermione said quietly. Harry, I was watching him. For about 5 minutes in the second quarter of the match, he was muttering something under his breath and his eyes were fixed on the Nimbus. Harry processed this. Jinx, he said. A broom jinx. That's why the first broom went wrong. The Nimbus is heavily enchanted already, but a specific counter-rotation curse layered on top of the handling charms could. He stopped. Did anyone else notice? Snape, Hermione said. I saw him notice. He was a few seats along and he turned and looked at Quirrell for about 30 seconds and then looked at your broom and then, Harry, I think he was counter-cursing. I think he was undoing whatever Quirrell was doing. Harry was very still for a moment. Then he said, Snape was protecting my broom. Yes, Hermione said. He sat with that for a while. That changes things. Does it? It means he's actively working against Quirrell, Harry said. Not just suspicious. Not just passing observations to Dumbledore. He was in that staff box watching Quirrell and counterworking in real time. He looked at the dying fire. He's been doing this all term. He's on your side, Hermione said. In the most Snape possible way. He'd never say it. No, Harry said. He wouldn't. He was quiet for a moment, thinking about the dungeon corridor and the conversation about runes and his mother's name in Snape's voice with all that careful neutrality around it. He's protecting me because of her. Yes, Hermione said softly. I think so. They sat with that for a moment without speaking, which was fine, because the fire was still warm and the castle was quiet and some things didn't need more than the acknowledgement. Tomorrow, Harry said eventually. I want to go back to the 3rd floor. I need to know if Quirrell's been there again since Halloween. I'll come, Hermione said, which was not a question. I know, Harry said. Bring the notebook. They went on Sunday, mid-afternoon, when the castle's flow was predictable and the most likely observers were occupied, Wood running a debrief session with the team in the common room, Filch polishing the trophy room, the usual Sunday afternoon rhythm. The 3rd floor corridor was as Harry had left it. The door's enchantments were intact, all 3 layers, including the Norse musical working, which had not been tampered with. But there were traces in the dust of the corridor, recent ones, and the pattern of them was not the single-person pattern of Quirrell's previous visits. 2 sets of footprints, both recent, both stopping at the door and returning. Quirrell had brought someone. He couldn't do the musical working himself, Harry said, crouching to examine the floor. So he brought someone who could. Who? Hermione said. Someone who has a relationship to old magic. Someone he thought could reproduce the working. He stood. It didn't work. The second set of footprints came back with Quirrell's, so whoever he brought couldn't do it either. He's running out of options, Hermione said. Yes, Harry said. Which is good and also makes him more unpredictable. He looked at the door. I want to try the musical working. Hermione looked at him. Now. Not to go in, Harry said. Just to confirm I can produce it. So that when I need to, I know the mechanism is solid. She stood back. Harry faced the door. He held the staff in both hands and found the frequency, the specific warm fanlife quality the working required, and he let it build not in the staff but in himself, because the staff was a focus and this particular working needed to come from somewhere deeper than a focus, needed to come from the thing the Norse tradition had always said music came from, which was the part of a living being that knew itself. He thought about Frigga's workroom and the specific light in there. He thought about Odin's hand on his shoulder at the Bifrost. He thought about Thor's laugh and Loki's voice saying don't let them flatten you. He thought about his mother's arms open in the dark. He let those things be present and then he let them become sound, not singing exactly but the principle of it, the warm living intention behind it, and directed it at the door. The 3rd layer of the enchantment, the Norse musical working, resonated. Not dramatically. Just a soft, deep tone, like a bell heard from far away, a recognition between the working and the thing that had activated it. The door's enchantment acknowledged Harry the way a very old door acknowledges a very old key, not with fanfare, but with the simple mechanical certainty of a correct fit. He stepped back. He did not push it further. It works, he said quietly. I heard it, Hermione said, and her voice was a little unusual, slightly quieter than normal. That sound. What was, it felt like, she paused. It felt warm. That's what the working requires, Harry said. Warmth. Real warmth. The kind that can't be faked. He looked at her. That's why Quirrell can't do it. Whatever the cold thing is, it's the opposite of what opens this door. She looked at him for a moment with an expression that was complicated and fond and slightly awestruck in a way she was managing with characteristic dignity. Your mother's magic, she said. You said it's in you. It is, Harry said. Is that what that was? Just now. He thought about it honestly. Her magic is in the foundation of it, he said. But what I used just now was mine. My family. My life. He picked up the staff. She gave me the thing. I filled it. Hermione was quiet for a moment. Then she said, I think that's the most important thing you've said since I've known you. He looked at her. You're keeping a list. I have a notebook, she said primly, and he laughed, which was a sound that still surprised him occasionally when it came, because in Asgard he'd laughed but it had been a different kind, the laughter of great halls and formal occasions and the specific relief of training yard jokes among warriors. This was smaller and more real, the laughter of a corridor with a friend on a Sunday afternoon, and he was beginning to think this was actually the better kind. The confrontation with Dumbledore happened on Monday, and it was not entirely planned. Harry had been to the fourth-floor classroom to look at the mirror again. Not to stand in front of it, he was clear on his position regarding the mirror, but to examine the secondary enchantment more carefully, because something in Loki's letter about the restoration mechanism had given him an idea about the stone's hiding place that he wanted to confirm. He was crouched in front of the mirror's base, reading the runic architecture of the deeper enchantment from the bottom up, when Dumbledore walked in. They both went still. "Harry," Dumbledore said. The surprise in his voice was genuine. "Professor," Harry said, standing. He looked at the mirror. Then at Dumbledore. "I'm not trying to access it," he said. "I'm reading the enchantment's foundation. The secondary layer. May I ask what you found?" Harry considered the question. "The stone is in there," he said. "You already told me that, so that's not new. What's new is the specific mechanism. The extraction isn't just desire-based. There's a second condition in the runic base that I don't think was visible to Quirrell when he was here." Dumbledore came fully into the room. "What condition?" "The mirror shows desire," Harry said. "But the secondary working adds a filter. It responds to the quality of the intention behind the desire. Someone who wants the stone for themselves, for use, would see themselves using it. They'd reach for it in the mirror and the mirror would show them what they want and they'd stay there, trapped in the showing, never reaching the extraction layer." He paused. "Someone who wants the stone to keep it safe, who desires it but without the desire to possess or use it, passes through the showing layer and hits the secondary working, which actually releases the stone into the physical. Into the person's pocket," Dumbledore said quietly. "Yes," Harry said. "Elegant. The wanting is the lock, the not wanting is the key." He looked at Dumbledore. "I worked that out 2 weeks ago and told you. But what I didn't know then was the specific runic architecture in the secondary layer. I've been reading it. And it has a flaw," Harry said. "Not a design flaw, a vulnerability in the implementation. The secondary working assumes that the person extracting it is operating in good faith. If someone understood the mechanism fully, understood exactly what quality of intention unlocks it, they could manufacture that intention temporarily. Fake the sincerity." Dumbledore was very quiet. "I don't think Quirrell has worked this out," Harry said. "I don't think he's read the runic base, because reading it requires a fluency with Elder Futhark that he doesn't have. But if the cold thing in him is as intelligent as I think it is, it might reason its way to the vulnerability without reading the runes directly." He looked at Dumbledore. "When does the risk get too high to leave the stone here?" "When the threat becomes direct enough that remaining here endangers others," Dumbledore said. "And is that threshold approaching?" A pause that confirmed what the pause always confirmed, which was yes. "The situation is developing," Dumbledore said carefully. "I have confidence in the protections." "I have confidence in the protections too," Harry said. "But confidence isn't certainty, and the thing in Quirrell is getting desperate in a way that makes unpredictable moves more likely." He looked at Dumbledore directly. "I told you, let me know when it becomes direct. I need enough notice to be where I need to be." "Harry," Dumbledore started. "I'm not asking to fight your battle," Harry said. "I'm asking to be present for mine." He held Dumbledore's gaze. "Whatever Voldemort is, whatever he became after Godric's Hollow, he and I have a specific relationship. My mother made sure of that. Keeping me out of the room when he makes his move doesn't protect me. It just means the room doesn't have the most important thing in it." The silence that followed was longer than the previous ones. Dumbledore looked at the mirror, and then at Harry, and then at the staff, and something moved in his face that was not the managed version of any of his usual expressions but the actual thing underneath, an old man confronting the gap between the plan he'd built and the reality that had arrived. "I planned for a very different Harry Potter," he said quietly. "Not an apology. Just the truth of it, stated plainly." "I know," Harry said, without judgment. "The boy I planned for needed protecting. Needed guidance. Needed," Dumbledore paused. "The circumstances I arranged, the careful shaping of conditions, none of it applies to who you actually are." "The conditions would have worked," Harry said. "For a boy who had grown up small and uncertain. They would have worked and he would have been brave and eventually capable." He thought about it. "But he would have come to this room frightened." "Yes," Dumbledore said. "I'm not frightened," Harry said. "That's not arrogance. It's just the truth of how I was raised." He looked at the mirror. "My parents' sacrifice is not less because I'm not frightened of what follows from it. If anything," he stopped, searched for the right words. "If anything, understanding it without fear lets me understand it more completely. What my mother chose. What it cost. What it made." Dumbledore looked at him for a long time. "She would have been," he said, "extraordinarily proud of you." Harry received that. Held it. Let it be real without performing anything around it. "Thank you," he said. "I'd like to think so." They stood in the fourth-floor classroom for another moment, the mirror reflecting its altered truths between them. "Saturday," Dumbledore said. "My office. I'd like to tell you about the other protections. All of them." "I'll be there," Harry said. Wednesday brought a letter from Thor, which was unexpected because Thor's correspondence was typically sporadic and enthusiastic and written at the level of someone who had a great deal to say and found the physical act of writing a slight nuisance. This letter was 2 pages, which was long for Thor, and the handwriting was very large, which was standard. "Brother, Father told me what you wrote about the thing in the Professor. I have fought possessed warriors and can confirm what Loki says about soul fragments. They feel wrong in a specific way, cold where living things are warm, deliberate where living things are responsive. You are right to keep distance and right to keep your working active. I am glad you are not fighting it directly yet. Not because you couldn't, I have watched you train, I know what you are, but because the right moment for the right action matters. You sound like Father when you write about it, which he would not say but which I will say. The flying sounds excellent. I have been telling the Einherjar about the Quidditch you describe and Sif thinks you should have a bludger aimed at you and hit it rather than dodge it. I told her that is not how the game works. She was unmoved. You know how she is. Write to me when you need me. I mean this practically. If the thing in the Professor becomes the thing that used to be a person and it becomes a real fight, I will come. Father would come. The Bifrost reaches England. Fight well. Eat properly. Thor P.S. Loki says to tell you that he is not worried about you, which means he is worried about you. He will deny this if you write back and ask him directly. I recommend asking him directly. Harry read the letter twice, and the second time he was smiling for most of it, and after he folded it he sat for a moment with the specific fullness of knowing that his family was at the other end of a rainbow bridge and meant every word. He wrote a brief reply to Thor that contained the sentence "Tell Sif the bludger hitting idea is genuinely interesting and I may investigate it at practice and send it via the waiting raven." And then he went to find Ron and Neville because it was Wednesday afternoon and they had developed a Wednesday afternoon tradition of playing Exploding Snap in the common room with the twin understanding that Neville was quietly better at it than either of them and Ron was going to refuse to accept this. Indefinitely. The conversation with Snape happened on Thursday, in the early morning, before the castle had fully woken up. Harry had gone to the dungeon specifically, not to Snape's office but to the potions classroom, where Snape was most himself, and he'd knocked on the open door and waited. Snape was at the preparation table with his back to the door and said, "Office hours are posted on the door, Mr." And then turned and saw Harry and finished, "Potter," with the specific tonelessness of someone managing a response. "I wanted to thank you, Harry said. For the Quidditch match. A pause. I'm not certain what you're referring to. Yes you are, Harry said pleasantly. You were counter-cursing during the match. Protecting my broom. I know it was you. Snape looked at him for a moment. You weren't in any danger. I would have been, without what you did, Harry said. The broom Jinx Quirrell was working would have produced a violent destabilization in the handling charms within about 4 minutes. At the height I was flying, that would have been, he didn't finish the sentence because finishing it was unnecessary. You prevented it. Snape's arms folded. Default armor. Protecting students from staff who are not what they appear to be falls within my duties. Yes, Harry said. But you were specifically watching for it. You've been watching Quirrell all term. As have you, Snape said, and it was sharp but also, underneath the sharpness, acknowledging. As have I, Harry agreed. And Hermione. And Dumbledore, I think, though he's a step behind on some of the specifics. He looked at Snape directly. I think you and I are working toward the same thing. I thought you should know I know that. Snape was very still. And what thing is that? Making sure whoever is wearing Professor Quirrell doesn't get what they came for, Harry said. And making sure what happens at the end of this school year isn't the end of the story. A long pause. The dungeon classroom held its cold and its quiet. What do you know, Snape said carefully, about what is wearing Professor Quirrell? Soul fragment, Harry said. Voldemort's. Specifically from the Salenflogan, the soul-splitting working. Diminished, desperate, running on reserve. Looking for a restoration mechanism. He held Snape's gaze. I have sources outside the wizarding world with detailed knowledge of the dark workings mechanism. Snape's expression was doing complex and suppressed things. Your family, he said. My family, Harry confirmed. They've encountered the theory before. The Norse tradition has a specific name for it and a specific account of its limitations. He paused. It can't touch me directly. My mother's protection is specifically counter to what it is. Something moved in Snape's face at my mother's protection, the same reflex as always, the same carefully managed enormity. She was extraordinary, Snape said. Quietly. Without the performance of neutrality. Just the fact of it, stated, and the weight it carried was visible in the way he held himself while he said it. She was, Harry said. I didn't know her. But I know what she did, and I know what it made of the magic I carry, and I think it's the most significant fact about me. He paused. More significant than the scar or the prophecy or any of the rest of it. She chose me. Specifically and completely. Snape looked at him for a long moment. She chose everyone she loved, he said. That was her nature. Then, very quietly, with something underneath it that was not quite grief and not quite peace but somewhere in the territory between them, she was the most gifted which I ever knew. She understood magic as, not as a tool. As a conversation. The working responded to her because she respected it. That's Seer principle, Harry said. Almost exactly. The material participates in the change. Yes, Snape said. I thought so. At the time I didn't have the framework to name it. He looked at Harry's hands, not the staff, his hands. You have her quality with it. The response. I've seen it in your potions work and I've seen it, he stopped. I've observed your work in Flitwick's reports. He's been insufferably enthusiastic. He's a good teacher, Harry said. He is, Snape said, which was grudging and also sincere. They stood for a moment in the dungeon, which smelled of old potions and stone and the specific cold of deep below ground, and something had settled between them that wasn't friendship and wasn't exactly alliance but was real and was its own thing and didn't need a name to be valid. If Quirrell moves before the end of term, Harry said. Will you tell me? I will inform Dumbledore, Snape said. And me, Harry said. A pause. Then, And you, Snape said. God help me. Harry nodded. Thank you, Professor. Get out of my classroom, Snape said, which was his version of your welcome, and Harry received it as such. He walked back up through the castle in the early morning light, the staff warm in his hand, and thought about the web of it, Dumbledore watching from above, Snape watching from inside, Hermione building information in her notebook, Ron at his shoulder, Neville quietly becoming more certain of himself week by week. And Quirrell in his purple turban, running out of time and options, carrying something ancient and cold and desperate in the back of his skull. The Nimbus 2000 was in the broom shed. The snitch was in his pocket, where it had stayed since the match. Wood had given it to him, said it was tradition, said seekers kept their first snitch. He turned it over in his fingers now, feeling the tiny wings, the perfect engineering of it. He thought about his mother standing between. He thought about what Snape had said, she understood magic as a conversation. He was beginning to understand what that meant at a level deeper than theory. The magic in him talked to the castle's enchantments. The magic in him had resonated with the mirrors working and with the corridor door's Norwegian key and with the runic architecture of the stone's hiding place. His mother's working was woven into all of it, present like a signature, and every time he engaged with the magic here he was in some sense talking to her, reading the conversation she'd left behind. He was not sad about it. He was grateful for it. He was, underneath everything, grateful for all of it, the year, the castle, the people, the complicated dangerous interesting weaving of it. He was grateful the way Frigga had taught him to be grateful, which was not passive and not performative but the active thing, the thing that turned toward what you'd been given and said, I see this. I receive this. I'll make something worthy of it. He pushed open the castle doors and stepped into the cold December morning, and the sky was very blue and very far and the forbidden forest stood dark at the edge of the grounds, and somewhere in the castle above him Quirrell was waking up with his cold passenger and his running out time, and Harry stood in the frost and breathed the morning air and was completely ready. Whatever came next, he was ready. Chapter 7, The Stone and the Sacrifice. It happened on the last day of term. Not dramatically, not the way stories preferred, with building tension and obvious warning signs and time to prepare. It happened the way real things happened, which was suddenly and at an inconvenient hour, in the middle of an ordinary evening when Harry was in the common room finishing an essay on goblin rebellions and Ron was losing at chess to himself and Hermione was reading something that wasn't assigned reading with the focused intensity she brought to things that weren't assigned reading. The notification came through the castle's enchantments first. Harry felt it, a spike, sharp and directional, from the direction of the third floor. Not the probing frequency of Quirrell's previous visits to the corridor. Something more committed than that. Something that had stopped looking and started moving. He set down his quill. Now, he said. Hermione looked up. Ron's chess piece fell over. They both looked at him and read his face and neither of them asked him to confirm it or explain it because they'd spent 4 months learning to read that particular quality of stillness on Harry's face, and what it meant was exactly what they both thought it meant. We need to get Dumbledore, Hermione said, already on her feet. Someone does, Harry said, picking up the staff. He's not in the school. He'd felt that too, a gap in the castle's enchantments where Dumbledore's specific presence usually sat, a deliberate absence. He's been drawn away. A false alert, probably. Something routed through the ministry. He looked at them both. This is the move. Tonight. Then we tell Snape, Ron said. Snape knows, Harry said, and he knew it as he said it, felt it in the pattern of the castle's awareness, Snape's presence in the dungeon, stationary, and the specific tension of someone who had received information and was in the process of deciding what to do with it. He's below. He'll go to Dumbledore. But the getting to Dumbledore takes time, and the stone, he stopped. The stone won't be there when Dumbledore gets back if no one goes now. Hermione and Ron looked at each other. Then back at Harry. Then they did the thing that Harry had hoped they would do and had not assumed they would do, which was to say nothing at all, which was their version of "we're coming." You don't have to, Harry said. We know, Ron said. It's going to be dangerous. We know that too, Hermione said, with the tone of someone who has factored the danger into the equation and produced an answer anyway. Harry looked at them both for one moment, properly looked, not the casual ongoing assessment of people he spent time with, but the real look, the kind Frigga had taught him was necessary before you went somewhere difficult, because you should know clearly who you were going with. What he saw was, Ron, who was afraid and going anyway, which was the specific quality of courage that deserved to be called by its real name. Hermione, who had already thought through every objection to going and rejected them all on grounds of logic and loyalty simultaneously. Stay close, he said. Don't do anything without telling me first. And if I tell you to go back, go back. No arguments. One argument, Hermione said. One, Harry agreed. Let's go. The corridor was empty when they reached the third floor. The door was open. Not forced, not broken through, not battered past. Open. The 3 enchantments had been worked, carefully, in sequence, and someone had passed through, and the someone had gone down. The quality of the open door was not the mess of forced entry but the clean precision of someone who had understood the mechanism and applied it. Harry crouched at the threshold and read the workings residue. The first 2 layers, the locking charm and the alarm ward, had been disabled from the outside, precisely, with a control that confirmed Voldemort's intelligence operating through Quirrell's hands. But the third layer, the Norse musical working, was different. Its residue was not disabled. It was satisfied. Something that matched its requirements had passed through it. Not Quirrell's cold working. Something warm. Harry stood and looked at that fact very carefully for 3 seconds. Then he said, "Someone else is down there." "Who?" Ron said. "I don't know yet," Harry said. "Someone who could produce the musical key. Someone warm enough." He looked at the open door. "Or something is wrong with my read of the situation." "Both possibilities are bad," Hermione said. "Both possibilities are things we deal with when we're past the door," Harry said, and stepped through. The chamber below was exactly what Harry had expected from his external readings, large, stone, dimly lit by its own enchantments, and containing one very large 3-headed dog who was asleep. Deeply asleep. Not natural sleep, the specific heaviness of an enchanted sleep, and on the floor beside the dog's enormous head, a small harp, still faintly resonating, the strings settling from something that had recently been played on them. The harp was charmed, Harry saw, a self-playing charm, set and triggered. Someone brought music, Ron whispered. Someone who couldn't produce the living warmth working themselves brought a substitute, Harry said. Clever. Not as effective, Fluffy's coming around faster than a real working would allow, but functional. He looked at the trapdoor visible in the floor between the dog's paws. "We go now." "Down there?" Ron said, looking at the trapdoor. "Down there," Harry confirmed, already moving. He went first. Not because he was the most capable, that calculus was situationally variable, but because whatever was at the bottom of the drop was his responsibility in a way that had nothing to do with bravery and everything to do with the simple fact that whatever this led toward was connected to him, specifically and personally, in a way that made going first the appropriate thing. He dropped through. The devil's snare took him immediately, which he'd expected from Hermione's research, a reaching, grabbing darkness, plant tendrils with patience, the specific kind of trap that worked by making you struggle against it. He went still. Completely still, the Einherjar-trained stillness that was not passive but actively nothing, no resistance in any direction, and the plant, finding nothing to grip against, loosened. He dropped to the floor below and illuminated the staff and the light poured upward. "Don't fight it," he called up. Stillness, then light. Hermione dropped through. She went still with the disciplined speed of someone who had read the chapter and applied it. The plant released her. She landed and cast lumos from her wand and the devil's snare, caught between 2 light sources, retreated in all directions at once. Ron's voice from above, "I'm not great at being still under pressure." "Try anyway," Harry said. Ron dropped. He struggled for 1 second before discipline caught up with instinct, and then he went still and the plant released him and he landed harder than the others and said something under his breath that was not appropriate for printing but was entirely understandable given the circumstances. "Right," he said, standing up, his wand lit. "That was horrible. What's next?" What was next was a room of flying keys, which Harry flew through without a broom because he didn't need one. The sheer levitation that had made Flitwick go quiet worked considerably better than any broom for precise three-dimensional movement in an enclosed space, and he moved through the cloud of keys reading the enchantment on the locked door and extracted the correct key in under a minute, the ancient, large one with the bent wing that the working signature was tuned to. Ron watched this with the expression of someone who had temporarily given up trying to have proportionate reactions. "Normal people would use a broomstick," he said. "There isn't one," Harry said, unlocking the door. "There are several," Ron said, gesturing at the hovering broomsticks. "Those aren't the point," Harry said, holding the door. "Come on." What was after that was the chess game, and here Harry stopped being the relevant person. The room was an enormous chessboard, enchanted pieces the size of small horses, the white pieces in place and waiting. The black pieces were on their side but unoccupied. A passage on the far side, and between them a game that had to be played and one to pass. Ron looked at the board for approximately 15 seconds. Then his face did something that Harry recognized as Ron Weasley becoming entirely himself in a specific situation that happened to be his situation, which was what it looked like when someone stopped being anxious and started being capable. "I'll do this," Ron said. "Both of you listen to where I put you." "Are you certain?" Hermione said. "Completely," Ron said, and there was nothing tentative in it. He was looking at the board with the specific quality of someone who had been playing chess his whole life and had never once thought of it as practice for anything but was now discovering that practice is always practice for something. He directed them, Harry to a bishop's square, Hermione to a rook's. He took the knight's position himself. He played the game with the speed of someone who had already worked it out 3 moves ahead, sacrificing pieces with the brutal economy of someone who understood that sacrifice was sometimes the winning move. And then, very deliberately, he moved his knight into a position that he had to know was vulnerable. The White Queen moved. Ron braced. "No," Harry said, and moved forward. "Harry." Ron's voice was sharp and calm simultaneously, which was the most impressive combination Harry had ever heard from him. "I need to do this. If I don't, we can't win the game. It's the move." "It'll hurt," Harry said. "I know," Ron said. "That's fine." He looked at Harry directly. "Sometimes the move is the move. You know that better than anyone." Harry looked at him. Then at the board. Then at Ron's position and the White Queen's inevitable response and the passage it would open, and he held the look for 1 moment longer because Ron deserved to be looked at clearly before this happened, deserved the acknowledgement of what he was doing. "You're very good at this," Harry said. "Go find the stone," Ron said. "That's the whole point." The White Queen moved. Harry and Hermione ran for the passage. They passed through the troll corridor at a run. The troll was already unconscious, something had been through before them, and then the fire room, twin barriers of purple and black flame, and a table with 7 potion bottles and a riddle written in neat script on the table's edge. Hermione solved it in 45 seconds, which Harry counted, and he used the small bottle of the correct potion and stepped through the black flame and came out the other side. Alone now. Hermione had gone back to Ron, which was right. Ron needed her and Harry needed to be exactly where he was, which was the final chamber. He stepped in. The room was not what he'd expected. It was the mirror of Erist. It stood in the center of the chamber, the only thing in the room, tall and ornate and quiet, the inscription across the top picking up the faint light from the room's own enchantments. And standing in front of it, pressed close to the glass, hands flat against it, was Professor Quirrell. And Quirrell was speaking. Not to the mirror. Not to Harry, who hadn't yet been noticed. To himself, or to the thing inside him, which was speaking back, and the conversation was a strained one, the kind between a passenger and a driver who have very different ideas about speed. I see it, Quirrell was saying, with the urgency of someone very close to something they want. I can see the stone. It's right there. It's in my hand why can't I, the cold voice, lower, through the same throat, because you're wanting it. Because the desire shows in you. Control the wanting. Remove the self from it. I'm trying, try less, the cold voice said, with a frustration that was barely contained. The mechanism requires. Harry walked into the room. Quirrell spun around. The mirror remained where it was, reflecting things that only showed themselves to the person standing directly in front of them. For a moment the three of them were simply in the room together, Harry, Quirrell, and the cold intelligence riding behind Quirrell's eyes, and the chamber held the specific quality of a moment before a thing begins, a suspended silence that has weight. Then the cold thing looked at Harry through Quirrell's face and said, "The boy." "Yes," Harry said. "You came alone." "I came ahead," Harry said. "That's different." He looked at Quirrell and looked past Quirrell in the same act, finding the cold presence behind the borrowed eyes and addressing it directly, because Quirrell was not the relevant party here and pretending otherwise would be a waste of everyone's time. "You couldn't get the stone," Harry said to the cold thing. "You've been trying all term." "A temporary obstacle," the cold voice said. Through Quirrell's mouth it was constrained, smaller than it wanted to be, the compression of a large thing in too small a space. "The mirror's mechanism is understood. I simply need someone with the right quality of intention," Harry said. "Yes. But you can't manufacture that. You've been trying." He stepped further into the room, staff in hand, completely easy in his movement. "You tried to recruit Marcus. You brought someone else to the corridor. You worked through the night trying to find a way around it." He looked at the mirror. "It's been weeks and you can't do it because you want the stone. You want it more than you've ever wanted anything. And the mirror knows that." Quirrell's hands were at his sides, clenched. The cold thing was very present now, very fully surfaced, and its assessment of Harry had been running since he walked in, and the assessment had, clearly, arrived at conclusions it didn't find comfortable. "Potter," it said. "Do you know what I am?" "You're a fragment," Harry said. "A piece of something that was once a person. You split yourself too many times and the last split didn't go as intended, and what's left is what you are now." He kept his voice level and informational. "You're remarkable, in your way. Voldemort was brilliant, the magical achievement of it alone, the soul working, is something that the literature says is nearly impossible. You were brilliant and you used that brilliance to make yourself smaller and smaller until there was barely enough left to inhabit a borrowed body." He paused. "That's the real tragedy of you. Not what you did. What you spent yourself on." Something moved in Quirrell's face. The cold thing was, not pleased, but attentive. The quality of attention that enormous intelligence gives to unexpected inputs. "You're not afraid," it said. "No," Harry said. "You understand what I could do to you." "Yes," Harry said. "You're diminished and desperate and operating through a man who isn't designed for what you're doing to him, and you're standing in a room that is specifically protected against you." He looked directly into the borrowed eyes. "And I carry my mother's working, which you felt 10 years ago and which you can feel right now from where you're standing. You know exactly how useful fear would be for you in this situation." A silence. "Let me help you," the cold thing said, and the shift in approach was so smooth and so fast that Harry gave it full credit for the attempt, because it was a good one. "What you carry, the protection, the runic working, the focus, I can see what it is. You've been trained in things no one in this world understands. I understand them. We could, no," Harry said pleasantly. "Work toward, no," Harry said again, in the same tone. "You're going to offer me things. Knowledge, power, the specific things you've identified through 10 minutes of watching me as the things most likely to move me. It's well reasoned." He tilted his head slightly. But I have knowledge and I have power and everything I need is already mine. There's nothing you could offer that I'd trade for what you take. The cold thing was very still. What would I take, it said. The world, Harry said. Eventually. That's what you've always wanted, not immortality for its own sake but immortality as the platform for complete control. Power over every living thing. The end of the unpredictability of other people. He looked at Quirrell's face with something that was not contempt but was sadder than contempt. You're afraid. Underneath the intelligence and the power and the terrible capability, you've always been afraid. And the fear made you want to control everything because if you controlled everything, nothing could hurt you. He paused. I know what that looks like. I know people who chose differently. The cold voice, very quietly, you know nothing about what I am. I know what you became, Harry said. And I know what you came from, because my family has records of the original Voldemort before the soul-splitting, and what he was before the horror of what he made himself was, it was something worth being. A genuinely gifted mind. A genuine connection to magic that went deep. He looked straight into the borrowed eyes. You threw that away for this. For a fragment's life in a borrowed skull. That's what I know. Something happened in Quirrell's face that was entirely unplanned. The cold thing had not planned for this specific argument, had not planned for the direct address of the thing underneath the power and the threat, and the unplanned quality of the reaction was visible in the brief dissolution of the controlled surface. Then it hardened again. Get out of my way, it said, and the command was accompanied by a working, not subtle, not cautious, a direct blast of dark magic, raw and compressed and aimed at Harry with the full force of a diminished but still enormously capable will. Harry raised the staff. The runic array on it lit. Not in the flashy way, not a dramatic counterblast, not the opposing force model. The seer working on the staff simply received the dark magic and redirected it, the way a very good martial artist receives a strike and moves it sideways, using the attacker's force against its own direction. The dark working hit the staff's field and dispersed against the room's walls in a dozen fragments that spent themselves against stone and left scorch marks but touched nothing living. Quirrell stared. Harry had not moved. Again. Harry said. The second attack was different, faster, more lateral, aimed to get around rather than through the staff's field. Harry moved the staff in an arc and the dispersion this time was more complete, the working shredded before it reached anything. The third attack was layered, 3 simultaneous workings in different frequencies, which was technically very impressive and probably represented the full current capability of the cold thing in its diminished state, the equivalent of everything left in a reserve being deployed at once. Harry stepped forward into the layered attack and did something that was not a counter and not a shield, but was the specific seer working that Frigga had called the conversation, the direct engagement with the working's own structure, finding the intention inside it and redirecting that intention, turning the attack back not on its caster but on itself, the magical equivalent of asking a hostile statement to examine what it was actually saying. The 3 workings dissolved. Simultaneously. Completely. The room was very quiet. Quirrell was standing with his hands out, empty, and the cold thing in him had surfaced so completely that the borrowed face was barely recognizable as the nervous professor's face anymore, it was something underneath, something older and stranger. What are you, it said. Not a threat now. Genuine inquiry. I'm Harry Potter, he said. My mother loved me specifically and completely and that love is in the magic I carry and it is precisely and specifically the thing you cannot touch. He walked toward the mirror. And I'm going to get the stone now. Not because I want it. Because it shouldn't be yours. He stood in front of the mirror. His reflection looked back at him. The same reflection as before, himself, and his mother's quality in the gaze, and Frigga's warmth in the light around his shoulders, and behind it all Odin's presence like a fixed point, the knowledge of being known and chosen. His reflection was not holding anything that he didn't currently have in his hands, which was the mirror's first design, it showed desire, and his desire was not the stone. But the secondary working, the runic base, engaged. He felt at the moment he stood in front of the glass, the deeper layer humming into activity, and what it read in him was exactly what it was designed to read: someone who wants the stone not for themselves but for prevention, someone whose relationship to power is already settled and does not include the stone as a necessary component of anything. His pocket grew warm. He reached in and the stone was there, cool and smooth and smaller than he'd imagined, red as a living thing, heavy in a way that had nothing to do with its actual weight. He took it out and looked at it. Behind him, Quirrell made a sound. Harry turned. The cold thing was moving Quirrell toward him with the last of whatever was working in the borrowed body, and the face was wrong now in a way that had gone past the possessed professor presentation entirely, and what was underneath was something that Harry looked at directly and without flinching and recognized as what it was: a person who had made themselves less than a person, over and over, until there was barely enough left to call a soul. "Give it to me," the cold thing said. The voice was different. The vocal apparatus was being used differently, the sounds produced from a slightly different place in the throat, older and more precise. "Give me the stone and I'll give you your parents. I'll give you a life that should have been yours. I can do it." "There are workings that can." "No, there aren't," Harry said, quietly. "And even if there were, you wouldn't. And even if you would, I wouldn't trade it." He looked at Quirrell's damaged face. "My parents are not a bargaining chip. They're my parents. They're not absent from my life, they're in it. My mother is in the magic I do every time I do it. My father is in the courage that brought me down here." He held the stone. "You have nothing to offer me." Quirrell lunged. Harry sidestepped and let the reaching hands find his arm instead of the stone, and the contact happened and the effect was immediate and visible, and neither of them had fully expected it. Quirrell's hands on Harry's arm produced pain, the scar lit, and the cold thing recoiled in Quirrell's own body, because the contact with Lily's protection was not abstract from this distance, not a field to be deflected but something direct and specific and completely intolerable to what the fragment was. Quirrell screamed. Not the cold thing, Quirrell. The man underneath. Whatever of Quirrell's own self remained in the shared body, somewhere deep beneath the occupation, screamed once with the quality of something that had been under enormous pressure for a very long time and had found an edge and fallen off it. Harry held still and kept Quirrell's hands in contact with his arm and felt the working his mother had made burning through the contact, because his mother's love was the thing the cold fragment could not endure, and the contact was the closest thing to a direct application of it that was possible in this form, and he held it not out of cruelty but out of the cold clear understanding that this was what the moment required, that this was what he was for, here, in this room. Quirrell's hands cracked. Not metaphorically, the skin blistered and cracked, the workings heat too much for the borrowed body at the contact point, and the cold thing tried to pull back through Quirrell and found that pulling back from direct contact with this specific working was harder than it had calculated. Let him go, Harry said to the cold thing. You're destroying him. He's still in there. Let him go. He's nothing, the cold voice said, but the voice was strained now, compressed, and the cold thing was receding into the borrowed body the way something recedes when the environment becomes hostile. He offered himself because you manipulated a lonely and ambitious man, Harry said, and kept his arms steady. He's still a person. What's left of him is still a person. Let him go and get out of this room and stop destroying something you're using up. You have the stone, the cold thing said. You've won. Let go and, when you release him, Harry said. A pause. A very charged silence. Then Quirrell's hands fell away from Harry's arm. Not released by Quirrell, released by the thing inside him making a calculated decision, the move of something that knew when a position was untenable and was cutting losses. The cold presence pulled back from the surface of Quirrell's eyes, receded, and for a moment, just a moment, Quirrell's own face was there, blinking, confused, terribly damaged. I'm sorry, Quirrell said, and it was his voice, the real one, not the stammer, just a man's voice saying a small true thing. Harry caught him as his knees went. Quirrell's body was giving up, the structural damage of months of occupation and the burning of the contact point accelerating what had probably been coming for a long time, the borrowed body finally refusing the terms of the borrowing. "It's all right," Harry said, which was not entirely true but was the thing worth saying. I didn't want," Quirrell was barely there. His eyes were losing focus. "I know," Harry said. "It's all right." The cold presence left Quirrell then. Harry felt it go, not dramatically, not with a thunderclap, but with the specific quality of a flame going out, a sudden absence where something had been. Not destroyed. The cold thing was not destroyed. It was displaced, evicted from the host it had used up, expelled into the formless state it had been in before Quirrell. Somewhere. Not here. Not tonight. Quirrell's body went still. Harry stayed where he was, on the floor of the chamber, the stone in one hand and the staff in the other, and the mirror stood beside him reflecting something he didn't look at, and the room was very quiet. He looked at the stone in his hand. He looked at Quirrell. He thought about what Loki had written, a restored Voldemort is a different problem. He thought about Dumbledore's voice saying the situation is developing. He thought about Snape's arms folded, his careful offer of counter-information. He thought about Ron on the chessboard saying that's the move. He thought about his mother. He thought, she knew. She knew what she was standing between and she stood there anyway. Not because she wanted to die. Because she wanted me to live. Because she chose what the love required. He understood something in that moment, sitting on the floor of the chamber beneath the Hogwarts third floor, that he had understood theoretically for years but had not understood in his body until now, which was this: love was not a feeling. It was a practice. It was what you did when the feeling wasn't enough, when the cost was clear and you paid it anyway because the thing being protected was worth the payment. His mother had understood that. He was beginning to. He stood up. He put the stone in his pocket. He looked at Quirrell and did the only thing available, which was to conjure a warmth working over the professor's body, not healing, not reversal, just the specifically gentle working Frigga used for the dying, the one that eased rather than cured, that made the last thing better rather than longer. Then he turned and walked back through the chambers. The fire room. The potion. The key room. The devil's snare, which he lit through without touching. The trapdoor. He climbed up through the corridor and into the third floor and Dumbledore was there. Dumbledore, who had come back, who had clearly felt something through the castle's enchantments, or Snape had reached him, or both, was standing in the corridor with his wand drawn and his face arranged into something that was trying very hard to be unreadable and was not quite managing it. Harry stepped out of the trapdoor. They looked at each other. Harry reached into his pocket and held out the stone. Dumbledore looked at it. Then at Harry's face. Then at Harry's arm where Quirrell's hands had burned, the marks still visible, reddened and precise. Then at the stone again. He took it, very carefully, in both hands. "Quirrell," Harry said. "I know," Dumbledore said. "I felt it." A pause. "Are you hurt?" "My arm," Harry said. "It's not serious." Dumbledore looked at the marks. He made a sound that was very quiet and contained something that might have been self-reproach, there and gone. "The fragment, expelled," Harry said. "Not destroyed. Displaced. Somewhere formless, without a host. Buying time, not solving it." He held Dumbledore's gaze. "I think you know what solving it will eventually require." "Yes," Dumbledore said. "I do." He was looking at Harry in the specific way he'd looked at him in the fourth-floor classroom, without the managed presentation, just the direct looking. "How did you get the stone out of the mirror?" "I wasn't trying to use it," Harry said. "I just wanted it out of his hands." Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. Then he made that sound again, the one that was close to a laugh and simultaneously something more complicated. "Come," he said. "Let's find your friends." Ron was in the hospital wing by the time they got there, which was Pomfrey's doing. She had arrived at the chess room shortly after Harry came through it, summoned by Dumbledore's standing instructions about the corridor, and Ron had been unconscious and was now conscious and in a bed with his arm bandaged and a specific expression of someone who is in pain and is choosing not to mention it. Hermione was beside him looking like she'd been in that position for some time and was not going to move. Harry sat on the edge of Ron's bed and said, "You were brilliant." "I know," Ron said, which was the correct answer and was delivered with only slightly more bravado than he felt. "Then, did you get it?" "I got it." "And Quirrell?" Harry looked at him. "He's gone," he said, and meant both things the word could mean, and Ron received both meanings and nodded once and didn't push further. "What about the thing in him?" Hermione asked. "Displaced," Harry said. "Still out there somewhere. This is not the end of the story." He looked at them both. "But tonight it's done." Hermione sat down on the other side of Ron's bed and put her face in her hands, not dramatically but with the specific exhaustion of someone who has been running on adrenaline and has just used the last of it. She sat like that for a moment and then straightened and said, "I've been thinking about what comes next. About Voldemort's larger strategy. If the fragment went looking for another host, not tonight," Harry said. "Tonight we don't think about what comes next." She looked at him. "But, tonight," Harry said firmly. "Tomorrow is tomorrow. Tonight we're in a room with people we trust and nothing is actively trying to kill us and that's worth having without a strategy meeting attached to it." Hermione looked at him for a moment. Then she laughed, actually laughed, the real version, slightly breathless, and Ron joined in despite his arm, and Harry sat between them and let the laughter be what it was, which was the specific release of people who had been serious about something difficult and could now, briefly, be simply themselves. Neville arrived 40 minutes later, having heard something had happened and having tracked them here with the patient thoroughness that was becoming his characteristic quality. He stood in the hospital wing doorway looking at all of them with an expression of mixed relief and residual anxiety and said, "Is everyone all right?" "Mostly," Ron said, raising his bandaged arm. "Relatively," Hermione said. "Completely," Harry said, which was generous to his arm but accurate to the more important measure. Neville came in and sat in the remaining chair and said, "What happened?" They told him, taking turns, the three of them, filling the account in from different angles the way stories told by multiple people are always more complete than stories told by one. Neville listened to all of it with the focused attention he brought to things that mattered. When they finished he was quiet for a moment. "You went down there," he said to Ron. "You let the Queen, the move was the move," Ron said, which was Harry's phrase and which Ron had clearly adopted with full ownership. Neville looked at all of them, then. A slow, deliberate look that was its own kind of taking stock. "You're all mental," he said. "Yes," Harry agreed. "Also," Neville said, "brilliant." He said this with the careful straightforwardness of someone who means something precisely and doesn't want it to land wrong. "You're all brilliant." The hospital wing held its nighttime quiet. Outside the windows the December sky was very clear and very full of stars, and the grounds below were silver with frost, and the forbidden forest was a dark edge, and above it all the castle sat in its own ancient weight of enchantment and history and the accumulated presence of everyone who had ever learned something here. Harry leaned back against the bedpost and felt the stone's recent weight in his pocket. It wasn't there anymore, Dumbledore had it, it was on its way to somewhere safer, Flamel was going to make arrangements, and felt the burn on his arm and felt the specific quality of the evening settling into something like completeness. Not finished. He'd said that clearly, this was not finished, Voldemort was not gone, the fragment would find another way in another time and the larger problem remained as large as it had ever been. But tonight was done. And done was worth knowing. Chapter 8, What Remains. The hospital wing was quiet in a way that felt earned. Madame Pomfrey had seen to Ron's arm with the brisk efficiency of someone who had treated worse and expected to treat worse again and was nonetheless very particular about the quality of the treatment, and Ron was now sleeping with the specific unconsciousness of someone whose body had decided to take its recovery seriously. Hermione had gone back to the dormitory at Pomfrey's firm direction around midnight, and Neville had followed, and Harry had stayed because Pomfrey had looked at the burns on his arm and decided they warranted keeping him under observation until morning, which he didn't argue with because the burns were more significant than he'd let on and also because he wanted to be where Ron was until Ron was clearly going to be all right. He sat in the chair beside Ron's bed and looked out the high hospital wing windows at the December night and let himself be still. He'd been still before in high-pressure situations. Frigga had trained him in the specific discipline of full-stop stillness that wasn't passive but was its own kind of active, the turning inward that let you assess rather than react. He'd used it tonight, several times, in the chambers beneath the third floor. This stillness was different. This was the aftermath version, the stillness that wasn't chosen but arrived on its own, the body and mind both deciding they were done moving for now. He thought about Quirrell. Not the cold thing in him, the man himself, the actual Quirinus Quirrell who had at some point made a choice or had a choice made for him that had led to months of occupation and a painful end on the floor of a chamber beneath the school where he taught. Harry had read enough about possession from Loki's resources to know that the experience of it varied widely. Some possessed people were barely present, reduced to passengers in their own bodies. Others were aware throughout, fully conscious of everything being done through them and unable to stop it. He didn't know which Quirrell's experience had been. He hoped for the former. He suspected it had been somewhere complicated in the middle. He thought, "I'm sorry for what happened to you. I'm sorry you were used that way." It was not enough. It was what he had. Then he thought about Voldemort. Not the cold fragment, not the specific entity he'd encountered tonight, but the original thing, the brilliant, terrible, self-destroying intelligence that had carved itself into pieces in pursuit of something that had never been what it thought it was. Loki's word, Salenflogen. The soul-splitting working. The literature said it required a murder for each fracture, that each Horcrux was made from a killing, a specific tearing of moral consequence so extreme that it physically fragmented the soul doing it. Voldemort had done this multiple times. He'd done it the night he came to Godric's Hollow, and he'd done it before, and the accumulation of that self-destruction was the thing Harry had confronted tonight, not the original genius but the residue, the echo, the piece left behind when everything else had shattered. It would find another host. Harry had no doubt of this. The fragment existed, displaced and formless somewhere in the world, and it was not nothing, and it would not stay formless indefinitely. The larger story was still in motion. But that was for later. Tonight he looked at the stars through the hospital wing windows and let himself feel, cleanly and without qualification, the specific weight of what he'd been given. Not just tonight, the whole year. The castle and the classes and Flitwick's delight and McGonagall's exacting standard and Snape's dungeon corridor and Dumbledore's fourth-floor classroom. Ron at the chessboard. Hermione's notebook. Neville with his small pot of purple flowers becoming, week by week, more certainly himself. He thought about Odin at the Bifrost. You'll meet people worth caring about. He had. He had met people worth caring about and he'd done it in the specifically human way that Asgard couldn't have taught him, the small, unglamorous intimacy of spending time in close quarters with people over months, the slow accumulation of shared mornings and meals and difficulty, the way you came to know someone not through revelation but through pattern, the way their particular quality of being became familiar until you couldn't imagine the landscape of a day without them in it. He was trying to think of a word for what he felt about Ron and Hermione and Neville and was failing to find one that was adequate, which probably meant the feeling was real. He fell asleep in the chair before he'd worked it out. Dumbledore came in the morning. Harry woke to the sound of the hospital wing door and Pomfrey's voice in quiet negotiation with someone who wanted to speak to her patients before she considered them ready for speaking to, and then Dumbledore's characteristic tone of warm inevitability that tended to get him where he was going. And then the door opened and Dumbledore came in with a paper bag that turned out to contain 2 cups of tea and a selection of pastries from what could only be the kitchens, because they were warm and exactly the right things. Ron was awake, propped up in his bed looking at his bandaged arm with the equanimity of someone who has decided to find the situation interesting rather than upsetting. He took the offered tea with sincere gratitude. Dumbledore sat in the chair across from Harry's. He'd aged, slightly, in the way that people age after a significant night, not physically but in the specific quality of their tiredness, the weight that sat differently in the eyes the morning after a hard thing. Nicholas Flamel was contacted last night, Dumbledore said. He and Parental are aware of the situation. The stone will be destroyed. Good, Harry said. They received the news with remarkable peace, Dumbledore said, and there was something in his voice about it that was quiet and genuine. Nicholas said he had had enough. That 600 years was enough, and that he was ready to rest. Parental agreed. A pause. It was a good conversation to have. Harry thought about what Hermione had said, that agreeing to your own death to prevent something worse was remarkable. He thought about Flamel at 600 years old deciding that rest was not failure but completion. He thought about his mother in the nursery. She agreed with him, Harry said. Parental. She did, Dumbledore said. That matters, Harry said. That it was her choice too. Dumbledore looked at him over the spectacles. Yes, he said. It does matter. It matters enormously. He was quiet for a moment. I've been thinking about choice. Since last night. About how much of what I built here was premised on a specific understanding of the choices available to the people involved. You built it around a boy who hadn't chosen anything, Harry said, not unkindly. Someone who needed a path made for him because he didn't have the context to make one. Yes, Dumbledore said. And instead I have you. He said it with the specific tone of someone who has arrived at a conclusion they find genuinely, if complexly, pleasing. And instead you have me, Harry agreed. Ron was drinking his tea with the specific quality of someone who is following a conversation carefully while trying to appear as though he is simply drinking tea, which Harry noted and which Dumbledore clearly also noted. Mr. Weasley, Dumbledore said warmly. Your play on the chess board last night was described to me in some detail. Ron went slightly pink. It was just chess, he said. No, it wasn't, Harry and Dumbledore said simultaneously, and Ron looked between them and then at his tea and said nothing, but his expression did something that was trying not to be pleased and was completely failing. Dumbledore turned back to Harry. The fragment, he said. You believe it has survived. I believe it's displaced, Harry said. Formless, without a host, which limits its capacity enormously. But not destroyed. He looked at Dumbledore. I think you know why. The Horcruxes, Dumbledore said, and it was the first time Harry had heard him say the word aloud, and the care with which he said it told Harry everything about how long he'd been carrying that knowledge and what it had cost to carry it. How many? Harry said. A pause. I have suspicions rather than certainties, Dumbledore said. The certainties will require investigation that I have been postponing. He said the last part with the specific honesty of someone acknowledging a thing they'd rather not acknowledge. I've been postponing because the investigation required confronting a scale of dark working that I did not wish to confirm. How many do you suspect? Harry said. Several, Dumbledore said. More than one is already one too many. The implications are, he stopped. We'll speak of this more extensively when the school year has properly ended and I've had time to pursue the first of my investigations. This is a long-term problem, Harry. Longer than one school year. I know, Harry said. I'm not going anywhere. Dumbledore looked at him. You'll come back next year. I'll come back next year, Harry said. And the year after. However long it takes. He held Dumbledore's gaze. I'm not doing this because I have to. I'm doing it because I understand what it is and what it requires and I have the means to help. That makes it mine to do. He paused. My father would say that the possession of capability creates a kind of responsibility. Not obligation, responsibility. The chosen kind. Your father sounds, Dumbledore said, with the carefully calibrated understatement of someone who had been assembling a picture all year, like a formidable person. He is, Harry said. You'd find him interesting. Dumbledore's mouth curved. I suspect I would find him rather overwhelming. Probably both, Harry said, and Dumbledore made the almost laugh sound, and even Ron smiled despite clearly not having the context for it. Snape appeared in the hospital wing at 10 in the morning with the specific energy of someone who had information to deliver and had been waiting for a reasonable hour in which to deliver it, which for Snape probably represented a significant act of patience. He stood at the foot of Harry's bed. He looked at Harry's arm, the burns that Pomfrey had treated but which were still visible in their pattern, Quirrell's hand-shaped, specific, unmistakable. He looked at them for a moment with an expression that did the thing Harry had learned to read, the suppressed flicker. "You should have been more careful," he said. "It needed to happen," Harry said. "The contact was unnecessary," Snape said. "You could have expelled the fragment through the staff's working without physical." "I could have," Harry agreed. "But Quirrell was still in there. The contact burned the fragment at the point of contact with my mother's protection. It was the most direct possible application of exactly the thing the fragment couldn't endure. It was the right move for what needed to happen." He paused. "You know that." Snape's jaw worked slightly. "You put yourself at risk." "Minimally," Harry said. "And knowingly. Both matter." He looked at Snape. "The burns will heal. What would have been worse is leaving without doing everything available." Snape was quiet for a moment. Ron had gone extremely interested in his breakfast. Snape said, "To the room in general, Weasley. How's the arm?" Ron blinked. "Fine," he said. "I mean, better." "It's better." "Good," Snape said, and it was brief and slightly awkward and completely genuine, and Ron looked as though he'd been briefly visited by something he hadn't expected and wasn't sure how to categorize. Snape looked at Harry again. "The fragment," he said. "Displaced." "Yes," Harry said. "You felt it go?" "Yes." "And it was not destroyed?" "No," Harry said. "I explained to Dumbledore. I'm asking you," Snape said, which was its own kind of statement about where the information was most reliable. Harry met his eyes. "It's not destroyed. It's without form and without a host, which significantly reduces its capacity, but the anchors in the physical world mean it can't be gone until those anchors are gone." He said this plainly, without dressing it up. "It's a years-long problem." Snape absorbed this with the specific quality of someone who had suspected it and was now receiving confirmation. "Years," he said. "Years," Harry said. "I'll be here." Snape looked at him for a moment. Then, "Your potions work this term," he said, with the manner of someone changing subjects while staying in the same conversation, which was something Harry had noticed he did when a subject had reached the limit of what he could engage with directly. "The essay on Bezoars. The analysis of the specific interaction between the Bezoar's properties and magical poison was, not standard. It drew on some seer literature about the relationship between organic magical properties and antidotal working," Harry said, following the subject change because Snape needed it to. "I can cite the sources if you want to put it in the record." "I do want to put it in the record," Snape said. "The analysis was the best in the year group by a significant margin. It should be cited correctly." "I'll write them up," Harry said. "I have them from my mother's library." He said it deliberately and watched Snape's face do the thing, and this time he added, "The woman who raised me has an extraordinary library. Comprehensive in the ancient magical traditions. She sourced most of it herself, over a very long time." "She sounds formidable," Snape said, using almost exactly Dumbledore's word from an hour earlier, which Harry found quietly funny. "She is," Harry said. "She'd find the application of ancient magical theory to contemporary potions work interesting. It's the kind of intersection she thinks about." Snape was quiet for a moment. "If you write up the citations," he said, "include the primary texts where available. I'd like to see the originals." "I'll arrange it," Harry said, and meant it. Snape nodded once. He looked at Harry's arm one more time, not hiding the looking this time. Then he said, she would be proud. And left before Harry could respond, which was exactly how Snape did things, and Harry let him have it, and sat with the phrase in the specific way you sit with something that has landed precisely where it was meant to land. Hermione arrived at noon with Neville, both of them carrying books and food from the kitchens. Hermione had apparently located the kitchens, which she'd wanted to do since Harry mentioned them months ago, and had arrived with sandwiches and pumpkin juice and the specific pleased look of someone who has solved a logistical problem. She distributed the food and then sat down and looked at Harry with the look she used when she had things to say and had been composing them since early morning. "The Horcruxes," she said. Harry looked at her. "I worked it out last night after I got back to the dormitory," she said. "The soul fragmentation theory, the Horcrux mechanism, the plural. Voldemort didn't just make one." She looked at him. "How many?" "Dumbledore suspects several," Harry said. She sat with that for a moment, doing the mathematical version of emotional processing. "Multiple soul fragments anchored in physical objects," she said. "Each one of which would need to be destroyed before the problem is actually solved." "Yes," Harry said. "And Dumbledore is going to investigate. Starting this summer," Harry said. "We should help," she said. "We will," Harry said. "In time. In the right way." She looked at him. "Are you going to say I'm too young?" "No," Harry said. "I'm going to say it's a long problem and we have time to be thorough and there's no advantage in being hasty. Dumbledore has been gathering information for years. There are things he knows that we don't yet, and things we know that he doesn't yet, and the combination of both, worked carefully, will be more effective than either of us moving quickly on our own." Hermione thought about this. Then she opened her notebook and began writing, which was her version of accepting the argument and beginning to act on it. "I want to read everything available on the Horcrux mechanism," she said. "The restricted section will have some of it. I'll need permission." "I'll talk to Dumbledore," Harry said. "I've also been thinking about the Philosopher's Stone's destruction," she said, without looking up from the notebook. "The timing of it. Flammel and Parental choosing to die rather than preserve the stone. There's something in that pattern that matters for the Horcrux problem." Harry looked at her. "Go on." "The stone was a mechanism for indefinite life," she said. "And the choice to destroy it was choosing the natural limit. Choosing mortality over the mechanism that denied it." She looked up. "The Horcruxes are the same thing in the dark version. Voldemort splitting his soul to avoid death. But the splitting is its own kind of death, the soul gets smaller each time, the humanity gets thinner, until what's left isn't actually alive in any meaningful sense. He didn't avoid death. He became it." She looked at Harry. Flammel understood something that Voldemort never did. "That the life that matters isn't the longest one," Harry said. "It's the one that stays whole." "Yes," Hermione said. They sat with that for a moment, the four of them, in the hospital wing with the winter light coming in through the high windows and Ron's tea cooling on the bedside table. Neville said, That's actually quite beautiful." "And terrible." "Both," Hermione agreed. "Most true things are both," Harry said. He wrote the letters home that afternoon. The first one was to Odin, and it was the longest he'd written all year, not in words but in weight, because he was trying to give his father the real account rather than the summary, the texture of it rather than just the events. He wrote about the chambers and about Quirrell and about the stone in his pocket and about sitting on the floor afterward with the specific feeling of something completed that was also very clearly not finished. He wrote, "The fragment is displaced. The problem is larger than 1 year. I believe Dumbledore is going to need significant help with the investigation and eventual resolution, and I intend to provide it. I wanted you to know, I'm not afraid of the scale of it. I understand what it requires. I'm going to be here for as long as it takes." He paused and then wrote, "Thank you for sending me here. I know you knew what you were sending me toward, in the broad sense. You always know. I want you to know that I understand the choice now more fully than I did when I stepped onto the Bifrost. You didn't send me away. You sent me toward something. That distinction matters to me. He paused again and then, because it was the truest thing he had to say, I found people worth having. That might be the most significant thing that happened here this year. I wanted to tell you that specifically, because you told me I would and I wanted you to know you were right. The second letter was to Frigga, and it was shorter and more specific, because Frigga preferred precision over length and he'd learned that early. The burn on my arm is healing. Pomfrey says it will be gone in 2 weeks. The working that caused it was my mother's and the contact was intentional. I want you to know that I used exactly the control you taught me, and the specific lateral application from the figure 8 lesson was present in how I managed the deflection of the fragments attacks. Your teaching was in my hands tonight. I found something in the stone's mirror this time that I didn't find the first 2 visits, which was the complete absence of anything I wanted that I don't already have. I know that sounds strange. But I stood in front of it and I thought of you and Father and Thor and Loki, and there was nothing for the mirror to show me that wasn't already present in my life. I think that's the most significant thing I have to report about my own state of mind. I'll be home for Christmas. I'm looking forward to it. The third letter was to Loki, and he wrote it with the specific economy that Loki's own letters used, matching the register. The fragment is displaced. Quirrell is dead. The stone is being destroyed. The larger problem, multiple Horcruxes, confirmed. You were right about the contact being the most direct application. I held it. You were also right that it was going to be interesting. It was interesting. The old man with the spectacles is going to be useful. He's smarter than I initially credited and more honest about his failures than most very powerful people tend to be. We've agreed to work together. I have friends. Real ones. The kind you meant when you said don't let them flatten you. I found the people I don't have to be flat for. You'd like Hermione. She's terrifyingly thorough. You'd find Ron confusing, which is why you'd keep coming back to him. Don't write back saying you're not proud of me. I know you are. He sent all 3 letters with 3 ravens, who accepted their missions with the professional indifference of something that had a job and intended to do it, and then he sat back and looked out the window at the December sky and thought about 6 weeks from now when he'd step onto the Bifrost and go home, and the thought had a warmth in it that was real and clear. He was going home. He was also, he understood now with the specific completeness of something worked out over months, already home. Both things. Simultaneously and without contradiction. The end-of-year feast was enormous and warm and lit by hundreds of floating candles, and Gryffindor won the House Cup in the final accounting, which produced a response from the Gryffindor table that was loud enough to register as a weather event. Dumbledore announced it with the specific pleasure of a man who finds moments of uncomplicated joy genuinely valuable and doesn't perform them but actually has them, and the hall was loud and bright and full of the end of something feeling that was also, because of the beginning it connected to, a beginning of something feeling. Harry sat between Ron and Hermione with Neville across the table and let the evening be itself. Fred and George Weasley had been given special commendations by Dumbledore, phrased vaguely enough to cover their general contribution to morale and specifically enough that they understood it was also about the incident in the hospital wing corridor that they'd helped navigate when Ron and Harry had needed a distraction, and they received the commendation with matching expressions of delighted innocence. Neville had been given points by Dumbledore, from the front of the hall, for nerve shown in the face of difficult odds, and the phrase was chosen specifically and landed correctly. Neville stood up to receive the acknowledgement with his spine straight in a way that was different from September's nervous hunch, and the Gryffindor table cheered for him with the specific warmth of people who have been watching someone grow and are glad to celebrate it publicly. Harry watched Neville sit back down and thought, there he is. There's the person who was in there all along. Dumbledore's eyes caught Harry's across the hall, briefly, and the look that passed between them was layered in the specific way that looks between people who have had real conversations are layered, acknowledgement and respect and the standing awareness of unfinished things, and underneath all of that, very simply, something that was warm. Harry nodded once. Dumbledore's mouth curved, and he looked away. The Hogwarts Express on the last day of term was different from the first day in exactly the ways that mattered. Ron's arm was healed. Hermione had 3 additional notebooks filled. Neville had his toad in his pocket and a letter from his grandmother, who had apparently received a report about the house cup points from Neville's head of house that had moved her, somewhat grudgingly, to acknowledge that Neville had done well. Harry had read the letter and read the somewhat grudgingly part and thought, not yet, but she'll get there. He'd told Neville it was a good letter. Neville had looked at it for a moment and said, "She said I did well." And the way he said it made it clear that he'd received this as what it was meant to be, without diminishing it by cataloguing its insufficiency. Progress, Harry thought. They had the same compartment as September, or close enough that the symmetry was its own small satisfaction, and the train moved through the winter countryside that was white in the fields and grey at the tree lines and very blue in the sky above, and Harry sat by the window and watched it and felt the year moving backward through him, the way things move backward when they're becoming memory. "Next year," Ron said. It wasn't a question exactly. "Next year," Harry said. "Dumbledore's going to be looking into the Horcruxes," Hermione said, which was also not quite a question. "Starting over summer," Harry said. "I'll be in contact with him from home. Whatever he finds, I want to know." "We want to know," Hermione said. "We want to know," Harry agreed. Neville was looking out the other window. "Do you think it'll get worse before it gets better?" he asked. "Yes," Harry said. "Honest," Ron noted. "Yes," Harry said. "But worse doesn't mean impossible. It doesn't mean we won't be ready for it." Neville nodded slowly. Then he said something that was probably the most perceptive thing he'd said all year, delivered in the quiet, considered way he delivered perceptive things. "When you're around, impossible feels like a smaller category." Harry looked at him. "When we're all around," he said. Neville considered this. Then he nodded again, and turned back to his window. The compartment was quiet for a while. Not the uncomfortable quiet of people without things to say, but the comfortable quiet of people who have enough between them that the silence doesn't need to be filled. The train moved through the white countryside toward London. The sun was low and winter pale in the south, throwing long shadows across the snow-covered fields. Harry leaned his head back and looked at the ceiling and thought about the year. He thought about the first night in the great hall and the enchanted ceiling above and the way the castle had felt alive in a way that was different from Asgard's aliveness but recognizable as the same category. He thought about Flitwick's face when the feather did the figure 8. He thought about McGonagall with the needle, examining it with the care of someone holding something important. He thought about Snape in the dungeon classroom saying she was extraordinary and the specific weight of those 3 words and the world they contained. He thought about Dumbledore on the 4th floor saying "You are nothing like what I expected," and whether that had been a loss or a relief for the old man, and deciding it had been both and that both was fine. He thought about Ron at the chessboard. The move is the move. He thought about Hermione with her notebook and her ferocious intelligence and the way she'd looked at him across the room in November when they'd been talking about Quirrell, and her expression had shifted from scientific fascination to something more personal and less categorizable, which was, he thought, the specific look of someone discovering that another person is worth knowing on every level. He thought about Neville's purple flowers in their small pot in the common room, and Neville's voice talking about mandrake growth cycles with unconscious expertise, and Neville standing up at the feast to receive his points with his spine straight. He thought about the mirror. The reflection that had showed him what he had rather than what he lacked. He thought about Quirrell's voice, the real voice, underneath everything, saying "I'm sorry." He thought about the stone in his pocket, briefly, and then in Dumbledore's hands, and then being destroyed, and about Flamel saying "I have had enough," and about what it would mean to live long enough to be ready to stop. He thought about his mother, standing with her arms out. He thought about the specific quality of the warmth in the staff when the corridor's musical working had resonated with whatever he produced, and the thing he'd said to Hermione afterward, "Her magic is in the foundation of it, but what I used was mine." He thought, yes. Mine. King's Cross arrived with all its noise and its layers and the specific smell of a large transit hub, and the platform through the barrier dissolved them back into the ordinary world, families and muggle crowds and the indifferent grey sky of London, and the Weasleys poured through the barrier into a mother's embrace, and Fred and George immediately began telling her an edited version of the year at high volume, and Hermione's parents were there, a pair of pleasant-looking people who hugged her and looked at Harry with the curious warmth of parents meeting someone their child has mentioned a great deal. "Harry Potter," Hermione's mother said. "We've heard quite a lot about you." "Good things, I hope," Harry said. "Interesting things," Hermione's mother said, which was its own answer. Neville was collected by his grandmother, who was a formidable-looking woman in a green hat who looked at Harry with an assessment that reminded him, slightly, of the Einherjar's assessments, in that it was direct and uninterested in social niceties as a medium for evaluation. She looked at him for 3 seconds and then said, "Longbottom tells me you've been good for him." "He's been good for himself," Harry said. "I've just watched." The grandmother looked at him for another moment. Then she said, which was clearly its own substantial statement, and steered Neville away with the efficiency of someone who has places to be. Neville looked back over his shoulder and gave Harry a brief, true smile, and Harry returned it. Ron was last. The Weasley family collected into its comfortable, expansive warmth around them. Mrs. Weasley had greeted Harry with an embrace that was both surprising and immediately natural, the warm automatic embrace of someone for whom feeding and holding children is simply what you do with children, and Percy had said something formal and kind, and Fred and George had said something that was technically a question about his summer and was obviously a setup for a joke but was good-natured, and Ron himself had stood at the edge of it all waiting for the family noise to recede slightly. "Summer," Ron said. "Summer," Harry confirmed. "You'll write." "Frequently," Harry said. "I should warn you, my ravens can find places that aren't on standard maps." "I'm used to weird," Ron said. "I have those too." He gestured at the twins, who were doing something to Percy's hat that Percy hadn't noticed yet. "Fair point," Harry said. Ron stuck out his hand, which was Ron's way of doing something significant without making it significant in any direction that felt uncomfortable, and Harry shook it, and in the handshake there was the whole year and the chess board and the compartment on the first day and the pumpkin juice and the way Ron had said "my best mate" before he'd even fully decided it was true. "I'll write," Harry said. "Good," Ron said, and grinned, and turned back to his family. Harry stood on the platform with his trunk and the staff and the Nimbus 2000 in its case and watched the Weasley family move through the crowd with the specific quality of warmth and noise and realness that they carried everywhere with them, and he felt it, the acute, genuine sensation of being connected to something outside himself, tethered by invisible lines to people who would be somewhere in the world thinking about the same year in their own ways. Then he looked for the man Dumbledore had arranged. Not a wizarding family. Harry had declined the suggested arrangements of returning with the Weasleys or Hermione, politely but firmly, because the going home was specific and he wanted it to be specific. Dumbledore had arranged, with some puzzlement, for Harry to be met and transported to a specific location from which Harry had explained he could handle his own onwards travel. The man Dumbledore sent was a young ministry employee who looked at Harry's lack of guardians and Harry's unusual luggage and Harry's presence with the quality of someone who had been briefed on how to approach this and was working from that briefing without trusting it fully. He said, "Mr. Potter." "That's me," Harry said. "I'm to take you to," he consulted a parchment. "Paddington Station." "You requested Paddington." "I did," Harry said. "Thank you." At Paddington Station Harry found a suitably empty spot behind a maintenance building, with the specific quality of overlooked urban space that no one was paying attention to. He stood in it with his trunk and the staff and the Nimbus, and he looked at the sky above London, very flat and grey and large, and he thought about the Bifrost. He did the working, not complex, because it never was, because the Bifrost didn't require complexity from its travelers, just the specific intentional call that said "I'm ready to come home." He'd done it before, in practice, to make sure he could when he needed to. The light came. Not discreet. Not contained. The full gorgeous violence of it, every color that had ever existed and several that hadn't, and the London sky above the maintenance building behind Paddington Station fractured into a column of impossible brilliance for approximately 4 seconds that absolutely no one who saw it would be able to adequately describe afterward. And Harry was gone. Asgard received him with the mid-afternoon light that went on for hours, golden and warm and very high, and the smell of it hit him first, that clean altitude cold, the specific quality of a world where the air had been air since before the concepts of pollution and weather had separated, and he stood on the Bifrost Bridge with his trunk and his broom and his staff and breathed it. Heimdall was there, as Heimdall always was, vast and golden-eyed and seeing everything from everywhere at once. He looked at Harry with the expression that was not quite surprise but was its close neighbor, the expression of someone who sees all things and occasionally has that experience when all things include something new. "Welcome home, Prince Harry," Heimdall said. His voice was the voice that carrying distance uses when it has no interest in being subtle. "Thank you," Harry said. "It's good to be back." "You are changed," Heimdall said, which was an observation rather than a judgment, delivered with the specific quality of absolute accuracy that was Heimdall's constant mode. "Yes," Harry said. "I am." "Good change," Heimdall said, and stepped back. Harry walked the bridge. The palace was ahead, golden in the afternoon light, and the sounds of it reached him before he arrived, the training yards, the distant quality of the great hall being prepared for something, the specific acoustic signature of a large space full of life. He'd grown up with these sounds. They were in the background of most of his memories. He hadn't understood, until this year, how much he'd taken them for granted. He understood now. He was perhaps 50 feet from the palace gates when Thor appeared. Not arrived, appeared, because Thor's relationship with subtlety was what it was, and when Thor wanted to be present at a significant moment he simply materialized in it, at volume, with what could only be described as a large amount of physical enthusiasm. "Brother," Thor said, which was not a word spoken so much as a weather event occurring in word-shaped form, and then Harry was being very thoroughly embraced by someone who could have bent steel with their hands and who was currently choosing not to, which was its own significant restraint. "Hello, Thor," Harry said, from inside the embrace. "You are back," Thor said, releasing him and examining him at arm's length with the critical attention of someone making sure all the relevant components were present. Have you grown? You've grown. You look," he studied Harry's face. "Different." Heimdall said. "Changed," Harry said. "Heimdall is poetic," Thor said. "I'm practical. You look like someone who has done something." "I have done several things," Harry said. "Good things or fighting things?" "Both," Harry said. Thor grinned. The grin was the sun, basically, given a human face and a set of opinions. "Tell me everything," he said. "At dinner. I will arrange the table to be very large and you will tell me everything and I will occasionally interrupt with advice about how I would have done it differently which you can feel free to ignore." "I'm glad you're here," Harry said, and meant it in the specific way of meaning something that was larger than the words used. Thor's grin shifted into something slightly less solar and slightly more human. He put one hand on Harry's shoulder. "I missed you, little brother," he said, which was Thor's way, direct, without equivocation, without the Loki-style encoding of feeling into something technically different. "I missed you too," Harry said. "Obviously," Thor said, with perfect conviction. "I am very missable." Harry laughed, and the sound was the full version, the real version, the kind that came from a place below the throat, and Thor joined in with the kind of laugh that made the training yards below briefly look up to see what was happening, and they walked through the palace gates together. Frigga found him in the garden. Not by accident, Frigga found people where they were because Frigga always knew where people were, which was a quality Harry had long since stopped questioning. She came through the side entrance to the garden with 2 cups of something warm and sat beside him on the stone bench where he'd been sitting looking at the Asgardian afternoon, which was as wide and gold as always. She handed him the cup. He took it. They sat for a while without speaking, which was entirely comfortable because this was one of the specific ways they'd always been together, the useful quiet, the quiet that was its own form of communication. He looked at her. She was looking at the garden with the specific quality she brought to things she was thinking about carefully, and what she was thinking about was visible to him in the way things are visible when you've known someone long enough to read them. She was looking at him without looking at him, in the peripheral way, taking his presence in, understanding the texture of who he was now versus who he'd been 9 months ago. "Well?" she said finally. "Well," he said. "The burn," she said, looking at his arm where the marks were still slightly visible, fading but there. "Healing," he said. "Pomfrey's treatment was good." "I'll see to it properly later," she said. "I know you will," he said. She looked at him then, directly, and the look was the full version, the one that was hers alone, that had been looking at Harry since he was 15 months old and had never once looked at anything other than exactly him. "You're all right," she said. "Not a question." "I'm all right," he said. Yes. "I'm all right." "Tell me," she said. He told her. Everything, not the report version he'd given Odin in the letter, not the narrative version he'd given the compartment on the train, but the real one, the one with the interior attached, what it had felt like standing in the chamber with the cold thing and the mirror, what he'd thought about sitting on the floor afterward, what the year had been from the inside. He told her about the mirror and what it had shown him, not the stone, but her, the specific warmth of her in the reflection, and she was quiet while he said it and her expression remained the reading one, the one that received fully. When he finished she was quiet for a moment. "Your mother," she said. "Lily. In the magic you used." "Yes," he said. "Both of you. All the time." She looked at the garden. "You understand," she said, "that she loved you in exactly the measure that I love you. Different form. Same measure. Both complete." "I understand that," he said. "I think I understood it before this year in my head. I understood it in my body for the first time in that chamber." "Good," she said. "That's the important location for it." They sat. "Dumbledore," she said. "You trust him?" "Within his limits," Harry said. "He's intelligent and he means well and he was building a plan around someone who didn't exist. He's adjusting. He's doing it honestly." He paused. "He'll make mistakes. He'll try to manage things that shouldn't be managed. He'll hold information longer than he should because he thinks he's protecting someone." He looked at her. "But he's genuinely trying to do what's right. That matters. More than being correct, sometimes." Frigga considered this. "You sound like your father," she said. "He'd say that's about the territory," Harry said. Her mouth curved. "He's been in the archives," she said. "All winter. Every account of Voldemort, every reference to the magical tradition involved, every fragment of the prophetic literature he could find." She paused. "He hasn't said anything about it." "He will," Harry said. "When he's ready." She looked at him. "You're very much like him." "I know," Harry said. "It's a compliment." "Always," she said. Odin was in his study when Harry came looking for him, which was where Odin always was, surrounded by the things that were older than books in a room that was larger than its walls. He looked up when Harry knocked and entered, and the one-eyed gaze moved over Harry in the way it always moved, reading rather than looking. Harry sat across from him. They were quiet for a moment. "Your letter," Odin said. "The last one." "Yes," Harry said. "You said the distinction matters. Between being sent away and being sent toward." "It does matter," Harry said. Odin was quiet. The ravens on their perches shifted. Outside, the long Asgardian afternoon was becoming the long Asgardian evening, the light changing degrees by degree into something more amber. "When I found you," Odin said, "in that broken house, in the nursery. There was a moment when I read the magic on you, the full read, the complete picture of what your mother had done, when I understood that what she'd made was not just a protection. It was a commission." Harry looked at him. "She made you into something specific," Odin said. "Not on purpose. Not by design. She made you by choosing completely, and the choosing made its own shape, and the shape was," he paused. "It was someone who could finish what she'd started. Someone who could carry what she'd made." He looked at Harry with the full weight of the one-eyed gaze. I didn't bring you here to keep you from that. I brought you here to make sure you were ready for it when it arrived. I know, Harry said. I worked that out. When? On the floor of the chamber, Harry said. After. When I was sitting with the stone and thinking about what she'd done. I thought about what you taught me and what she'd made me, and I understood that that you'd seen it. Before I arrived. You'd read the commission in the magic and you'd known what was needed and you'd made it possible. Odin was quiet. You chose me, Harry said. She chose me. In different ways, with different shapes of love, and both choices were real and both choices were complete. He held Odin's gaze. I know who I am. I know what I'm for. I'm not afraid of the size of it. Odin looked at him for a long time. The ravens were very still. No, Odin said finally. You're not. He stood and came around the desk and put both hands on Harry's shoulders, the specific gesture, the one he'd made at the Bifrost, the one that meant something Asgardian that didn't translate perfectly into any other language but was roughly equivalent to you are mine and I am yours, and that does not change with anything. Harry received it. Go rest, Odin said. Eat properly. Let your mother see to your arm. He paused. And then tell me everything. From the beginning. I want the real account, not the letter. Tomorrow, Harry said. Tomorrow, Odin agreed. He let go, and Harry walked to the door, and at the threshold he stopped. Father, he said. Odin looked up. The problem isn't solved, Harry said. Voldemort's not gone. It's going to take years and it's going to get harder before it gets easier. There are Horcruxes in the world that need finding and destroying. There are people in that school who are going to need things from me that I don't fully know yet. He paused. I'm going back. Year after year, for as long as it takes. I want you to know I've decided it. Odin looked at him with the expression he reserved for things he'd known were coming and was glad to have confirmed. I know, Odin said. I sent you. Harry looked at him for a moment. Then he smiled, the full version, his mother's eyes and something entirely his own, and he went out into the long Asgardian evening, and the palace was warm around him, and somewhere below in the training yards the Einherjar were running their evening drills, and in the great hall above the sound of preparation for dinner was beginning, and Frigga was in her garden with her cup of something warm, and Thor was almost certainly doing something enthusiastic in a nearby room. Home. He went up the stairs and into the long golden evening of Asgard, and he felt the whole year behind him and the whole future ahead, and he was not afraid of either. He was ready. He had always been ready. The commission was real and the love that made it was real and the people who would stand beside him when it mattered were real, and the magic in his hands was his, fully, specifically, irrevocably his, made from everything he'd come from and everyone who'd loved him and every choice that had led to the moment in the nursery when an old one-eyed wanderer had picked up a child in the rain and carried him towards something worth becoming. Harry Potter. Son of Lily. Son of James. Son of Odin. Child of two worlds and fully at home in both. Ahead of him, a long summer in Asgard. Ahead of that, September. Ahead of that, everything. He couldn't wait.